The first thing I want to start off to say with this Tupac trial is that if your judge looks like this, that could be a little concerning. Okay? It could be a little concerning if the judge looks like this. First of all, I really want to say this and mean this. First of all, she doesn't even look like she was born at the time that Tupac and this incident happened. Okay? And if she was probably just like a baby. All right? This looks like a millennial, probably like 5 years old or younger when Tupac was dropping All Eyes on Me and all this stuff. So that's the first thing I want to say is that can we at least get a judge who like understands hip hop and understands hip hop culture? The way these people were speaking about the case, the way these people were speaking about the trial, about rap music, about the gangs. I mean, I listened to a little bit of it. I didn't listen to the whole thing. Like I said, I don't really care to cover stuff like this, but it is, you know what I mean, like a big thing in hip hop and in hip hop culture. So we kind of have to cover this. Maybe not necessarily that we got to cover it because it's a thing in hip hop culture, but that we should cover it because, yeah, man, because those of us that were there that understand what was going on in hip hop. That's what I want to say. And to go back to what this video is, and thank you for the likes coming in. Make sure you guys are sharing the live and everything. We're just getting started right here. The Tupac trial, a search for justice. You know what I'm saying? Or is this just all a media stunt or media hype? Can we really believe what we're seeing here in this trial, or is this just all a smoke screen? Or what do they call it? A smoke show, smoking mirrors. But we'll play a little bit of this because there were some interesting witnesses who took the stand, which is one of the security guards, one of the undercover police. You know, we're finding some little details that are kind of interesting. Like, wow, like I didn't know there was like, I don't know how many, but I think like 20 undercover cops that were there in Vegas the night of the Tyson fight. And you will hear slowly and surely that some of these witnesses or some of these people who take the stand, they go on and they say things that it's like, that's interesting. Were you the lookout? Were you looking out for the police? And were you looking out to see what is not going on? But overall, what I want to just say about this is that, yo, man, it's like, yo, man, 30 years later, and we're just now talking about this. It's like, man, seeing these people that are all old men that were involved in this is just crazy. It's like, yo, man, these guys were around doing hip hop like back in the 80s and the 90s and before cell phones and the internet and iPhones and all this stuff and apps. And it's just like trying to talk to them and get these answers from them is just so it's kind of like, I don't know the word to say, man, but it's not really that interesting. But let's play a little bit of it.
Okay, sounds good. Let's bring the jury in. Please rise for the jury, guys.
And Keefe, man, the look on this guy's face is just crazy. Yo, she looks like she's like 30-something years old.
Go from running your business solo.
I almost want to say to myself, like, let me look this up and see how old the judge is that's doing this trial. Because she looks like she's too young to be doing this. We're going to see what happens. From what I have been hearing in this trial, I have been hearing that there's a possibility he actually might beat this case. You know what I mean? Or he might do some time. Who knows? I mean, he's already done some time, right? But they're saying that there's a possibility that he might beat this case. But when I look at this judge, I'm like, I don't know. But then again, you know, maybe she's cool. All right, so let's see if we can get to the first.
Welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We're still in the state's case in chief. State, who's your next witness?
James McDonald?
McDonald or McConnell? McDonald.
This is I was watching this case earlier today, and this is why I want to play this highlight for y'all, because this was really interesting. Like this testimony right here.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald, it's fair to say that you're here because of a court order. Is that right?
Correct.
That you didn't volunteer to come or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. But you were instructed by a court
Not
that
at
you
all.
had to attend.
Yes.
He didn't
I want to
volunteer.
ask you about September 7th, 1996. Were you at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Club 662?
It was a club that Suge bought, and we operated it. When he opened, I was head of security through the neighborhood. Just a place to go and hang out.
Did the number 662 mean anything?
It, well, to the new guys, that was part of our neighborhood, 662.
This testimony
MOB.
is so interesting.
Okay, MOB. And when you say MOB, there used to be, before Apple iPhones and those types of things.
See, that's what I'm saying. So I know we're right on the right point where he says, like, that was before Apple iPhones and all this stuff. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, this case, this trial is a little dated. It's a little dated, man. Like, it's gotten to the point to it's like, yo, do we really need to cover this anymore? Do we really need to talk about this? Like, is this a case that needs to be covered still?
When you had to have landlines and you pressed numbers,
662, yeah.
662, there would be letters under those numbers, and M and O would be under 6. Is that right?
Correct.
And B would be under 2?
Yes.
So
Yo, this prosecutor
662
literally had to explain what a landline is and what the codes on the phone used to mean.
would be M-O-B.
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about Suge, are you talking about Suge Knight?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Suge?
He lived in my neighborhood.
And is that in Compton?
Yes.
When you were at Club 662, you said you were head of security.
Yes.
Was somebody by the name of Reggie Wright Jr. there with you?
Not at that time.
No?
No.
When was he with you?
I got out of prison in 1988. Suge came and got me in 1988, like 4 days from coming home. Started another company, Burn Hill Records, then Death Row Records came. As soon as Death Row was launched, Reggie came a few months after that.
Okay, so we're talking about the start of Death Row Records. Reggie wasn't part of Death Row Records initially, but you were.
Yes.
And then Suge Knight, was he the boss of Death Row Records?
Yes.
Okay. Was Suge from the same neighborhood?
From the mob?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Suge was, he was guilty by association.
Okay.
He wasn't from the neighborhood. He lived in the neighborhood. We looked at him as somebody from the neighborhood. When he started Death Row and started to recruit us, then yes, he's from the hood.
So I guess there's a difference between living on a certain street versus being from the hood.
Yeah.
And how would you describe that difference?
I look at it, you have three different type of friends in the neighborhood. You got gang members, you got gang bangers, and you got men that just guilty by association from living in that area.
Okay. And can you tell me what the difference between a gang member and a gang banger is?
Pause. I mean, I understand they got to be thorough for court, but it's just like, are we really doing this, y'all? Are we really having to explain the difference between what a gang member and a gang banger is?
a gang member hangs out. A gang banger handles his business, put in work, do what the gang do.
And what was your role with Death Row?
I was the guy that if something happened, she would have you take care of that.
Shouldn't have said that.
Like Snoop Dogg trial,
See,
there was issues up there. I was sent up there to make sure those problems didn't happen again.
And are those problems, and I'm not asking you to get into specifics, but are those problems meaning issues with other people who might be gangbanging or might be trying to threaten folks?
Correct, yes.
And you are somebody that Suge relied on to be able to protect his roster of music artists and other things like that.
Correct.
And after you were asked to help out with Snoop, did Snoop have any other problems?
No, we didn't have one issue at court.
Now, I'm going to ask you, fast forward a little bit, to, were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Would you say they were somebody you were in alliance with or a rivalry with?
Rival.
Okay. And would sometimes those that rivalry get violent?
Anytime you're dealing with the gang life is going to be violent at any given time.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Tupac?
He was assigned to Death Row.
And when he was signed with Death Row, would he also hang out with you guys?
He hung with my brother now. Yeah. Not me.
Who is your brother?
Alton McDonald, Buntry Ave.
Did he went by Buntry?
Yeah.
Now, during this time, is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur had an issue with rappers from the East Coast?
Really? I mean, Pac was like from the East Coast, wasn't he? So I don't know if he really had any issues. Well, he did later on, but here we go. Are we trying to get to Biggie?
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's
had an issue with rappers from the East Coast.
I think Tupac inherited the beef between Suge Knight and Puppy.
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's all it was.
That makes
And
sense.
we all fell. Some of us fell victim to it because we allowed ourselves to be a part of the BS, should I say. And that was a situation between...
like, if y'all don't know, this testimony is kind of low-key going viral right now, so that's why we're covering this. I think that this is definitely one of the most important testimonies in the trial so far. Reggie Wright will be interesting to hear his next because he's like an undercover cop. And a lot of people say that he was one of the cops that were like behind what happened to Pac. And of course he denies it and says that it's a conspiracy theory. But there were two pretty interesting testimonies today.
Record companies.
We're going to see what they say.
Like gangs. So technically it wasn't our business. But when you had 20 men just fresh out of prison and didn't have a way of getting the things they wanted, getting a paycheck from Suge, we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Now, was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is Southside.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Piru and Southside?
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when the two record companies got into it, Bad Boy went to TPD now, and Suge came to us. So that intertwined everything, and we had issues.
Do you recall any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
Are you serious? Yes, we had issues.
Let me play that part
Do you
back.
recall any instances where you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
I'm going to run that part back just to make sure you guys hear that clearly.
That intertwined everything, and we had issues.
Do you recall any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
Are you serious? Don't ask me that right here.
Incriminate yourself.
I can't say that on both sides. When each neighborhood met each other, there was a lot of tension. I'd say that.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about September 7th, 1996. Were you in Las Vegas on September 7th of 1996?
Yes.
Why were you in Las Vegas?
To run the security at 662, we were having issues with individuals that said that they were coming for whatever reason they was coming for, and to come to 662. My job was to not let that happen.
Similar to the kind of security you were asked to apply in the whole Snoop Dogg situation.
It didn't have nothing to do with Snoop Dogg. It was, everybody came, well, Suge and Bunch and them, his entourage, everybody went for the fight. My job and
Dang, you know Snoop Dogg is watching this.
all of my people were there to make sure nothing funny happened at 662. So we were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's going to go to jail for it. Prepared to do that. So nobody else was going to come up there and disrupt it.
Key word. Key word. Did y'all hear what he just said right there? He just said we were the fall guys, or they were the fall guys. Now, didn't I say this earlier about this with Keefe D? That I think he's really just the fall guy. He said that if these rappers or these celebrities got caught up in some kind of trivia, that they were supposed to take the fall for it, so that these guys can continue to be out there and make money. Because a lot of people, and I've been reading what some of y'all been saying in the comments, a lot of y'all have said that these labels wouldn't really be anything if it wasn't for Tupac, Snoop, and a few others, and Diddy with Biggie and all that. So they needed to have a fall guy. I mean, isn't this kind of like what Shine was to Diddy for what happened in that club in New York with, let's not forget, J-Lo? He just went up and admitted to being the fall guy. That's why I said, that's why I'm playing this testimony, because there's definitely some key words up in here that he says that it's like, pay attention. Let's read between the lines.
In that manner. Everybody came, well, Suge and Bunch and them, his entourage, everybody went for the fight. My job and all of my people were there to make sure nothing funny happened at 662. So we were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's going to go to jail for it. Prepared to do that. So nobody else, and we was the one that's going to go to jail for it. We were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's going to go to jail for it. We were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's going to go to jail for it. Prepared to do that. So nobody else was going to come up there and disrupt it in that manner. But if anybody remember that night, there was so many Metro and everybody there. Nope, neither side could have did anything. So it was calm, it was peaceful.
So when you say there's so much Metro there, you're talking about so much Metro at Club 662?
It was police all over the place.
Now you said you were there to be on the lookout for something. What were you?
You said I was on the lookout for nothing.
I apologize. You were there. In order to ensure there weren't any problems. Is that fair?
To make sure everything was good.
And because you had heard there might be some issues.
Correct.
And what were the issues that you were concerned about?
Individuals coming up there creating an issue we was having with different sides of from with Crips. Period.
Yeah. So you were worried about Crips. Not worried. I'm sorry. You were there providing security to ensure that Crips did not initiate any violence at Club 662.
Not just Crips. That nothing would happen.
Okay.
Period.
Okay. And then, when you were there, was Reggie Wright Jr. with you that night at September 7th, 1996, at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Reggie doing there?
Reggie's job was to watch me and make sure I don't get in trouble. Everybody knew how I was. So Reggie, everybody else went to the fights. Reggie was there to watch me with the people that was there.
And I'm guessing that you were not the only person there making sure there wasn't any problems at Club 662.
I'm positive it was 30, 40 cars there.
And again, that was to make sure that there wasn't any violence that occurred at Club 662.
Right.
Yeah. So he's saying some interesting things. Like I said, this could all, remember the fall guy. The fall guy. That's what I think Keefe D is, the fall guy.
Learn that Tupac or Suge had been shot.
That night, yes.
Can you tell me how you learned about that?
Well, people was coming back and was explaining that Tupac and Suge just got shot. Everybody was in a uproar. A lot of people started leaving, trying to get over there on Cobalt. We couldn't leave because we didn't pay to do this here. It wasn't too long after people started coming back, like Haron came back and went to the hospital. The majority of the people was leaving and then coming back because that night they said Tupac was going to be all right. And even Suge came back with a little bandage on his head. And we thought everything was good. People kept partying.
So, and when Suge came back, you said he had a bandage on his head.
Look at Keefy D, man. I mean, I don't mean to laugh, but I mean, damn. That facial expression is intense. That's an intense, that's like, damn. Like, woo. Imagine somebody looking at you like that. He look like man. This is definitely like some old man senior citizen trial, man. Like this is just ridiculous, man. Like let these people go. Half of these people that were involved in, more than half of these people that, I think really all of the people except for Keefy, Suge, and Diddy, even though Diddy wasn't there, Snoop wasn't there, Warren G wasn't there, the Dog Pound weren't there, which is really strange, right? But other than that, pretty much everybody that was involved in this is either not around or in jail. So it's just like, is this really necessary? Remember the fall guy.
head. But
I mean, the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
some people would describe being shot in the head even
Well,
slightly.
he described that, I mean,
Yeah.
you're wrong.
All right. So when you
Why are people laughing?
when you find out, well, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that.
A little bit of a
Did it
hesitation.
appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
Why did he start off with the word It's just yes or no. Nah, of course not. Impossible.
I mean, and I say this.
Yo, I know a way that we can speed up the whole trial, and it's like, why don't we just have these guys take a lie detector test? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even understand why we even go through all this and have lawyers try to do this and judges try to do this and prosecutors and the defense and the jurors. It's such a waste of time, but I get it. People need to get paid and people need to have a job, because if they didn't do all this and they just went straight to a lie detector and trusted it, then the lawyers wouldn't have jobs, the judges wouldn't have jobs, a lot of people would be out of work, they wouldn't have a reason to charge people for tax dollars and waste people's time and waste people's money and resources and distract the people. Like I said in the title of this video, is this really a search for justice, or is it just basically a media stunt or a publicity stunt? You know what I mean? And this dude, like I said, is really just a fall guy, and he's gonna take the fall for it. So people that are stupid, that don't know what's up, that weren't there during the time or weren't really paying attention during the time, that like this was seriously a conspiracy, especially for when it happened, and the fact that it happened in Vegas, especially at a time during a Mike Tyson fight, when Mike was like at the prime of his career and nobody saw anything, and you had undercover cops around. Yeah, so people, they're just like, oh, well, I'm glad that they finally caught the guy who did it.
Because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that
y'all.
Reggie Wright Jr. is responsible for the murder of Tupac.
And it's so not true. his father was implicated, and his father had something to do with it. Reggie Wright used to be a police officer. And here again, I've been knowing Reggie Wright over 50 years. Okay. His daddy, as a police officer, patrolling my neighborhood. He done took me to jail many times when I messed up.
Well, that ain't cool. That's not a friend.
If Reggie killed Tupac, then death row is over with. Tupac was the money source. Tupac was that guy at death row. So Reggie would have had a problem if he would have did that. And I truly believe Suge would have opened his mouth if Reggie betrayed him like that. So people say what they want to say.
After that night, do you stick around in Las Vegas or do you go back to Compton?
Well, I stayed in Vegas and we left that morning because we knew we was going to have neighborhood issues, and everybody left and went back to Compton.
Why were you thinking you might have neighborhood issues?
Well, you asking me some. The issues that we was having was heated, and Compton was on fire at the time, and things were happening, and
I was about to say
Terrence
too, right
Tao
here.
is the equivalent.
I was about to say, you could tell that he definitely does not want to be there, which I don't blame him. He's like, man,
he personally, staying in Vegas,
tread carefully with your words.
That man in the hospital, it's time to go and protect your home front and be prepared for whatever happened there. You know what I'm saying? Like the other side was being prepared and was prepared to do things because Orlando got beat up in there, and that's something you don't tolerate. So you was gonna get some.
He's right. I'm glad that he brought that part up. You see what I'm saying? Like, for those of you young bucks that weren't there at the time, I remember that there was like a war going on when this happened between the Bloods and the Crips. You know, I was actually locked up when this happened, when this happened to Pac. So like, there was riots in jail when this happened. So it was like crazy. I definitely remember this time, you know what I'm saying? And it was like, yo, there was war on the streets, there was war in the jails. It was going crazy, man. Like, it was lit. So I understand why he said they had to get back to Compton, man. It was crazy. There was because, you know, they was Crips that did this to Pac, and Pac was claiming Bloods, you know what I'm saying, with Suge. So it's just like, there was definitely a war on the street.
And everything else that was going on. So living this life, you got to be ready. If you're not, you might as well just lay down.
Now, you weren't there for the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Like we talked earlier, you were at 662.
Yeah.
But are you aware of why Orlando was targeted?
I'm aware of a lot of things. Things that was.
It's because I think they took a chain. They took a chain. That's what it was. It happened at the mall. Correct me if I'm wrong, because it was so long ago, but I believe that that's what the reason was. Let's see if he says what it was, but I think that's why.
Going on. People ain't talked about it in 30 years. Today ain't one of them. I don't mean to be funny, but here's the thing. A lot of things happened that night. A lot of things happened weeks and weeks after that night. Me or anybody else bringing up the dead is wrong. A lot of people got hurt behind this situation in itself.
True. Man, he's bringing back flashbacks, man.
Living the life and how we lived in Compton is one thing. You bring back all of the guys that made it, like me, I'm 61 years old now, to rehash and relive this situation again. I told every attorney in here that tried to get me to come here, you better treat me as a hostile witness. And I think that's where I'm about to go now, because you're asking me questions. I can't answer those questions.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Then I'm not going to speak on Orlando. Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Chug, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he touched me. That's how I was living.
Why is that?
That's what I was back then.
And so, is it fair to say that your reputation and your standing in the neighborhood would require you to do something if you're going to get punked by somebody like Tupac?
You don't have a choice, or you can't be there.
I'm sorry. We're doing some side talking. No, that's my fault. I asked, would the being in the life that you were, if somebody like Tupac is punking you, like by punching you in the face or something like that, you would have to retaliate, or you would lose your place in the neighborhood.
You would have to go back home and fight everybody that called you a punk. You would have to go. There's some rules that you roll with, and some rules you just got to handle. Certain things need to be dealt with, adjusted, living that life. And when I was living that life, it wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts. It wasn't no, oh, you get a pass. No, I would have shot him, to be honest.
So then you had mentioned, I'm not going to ask you to go into any specifics, but you had mentioned that after what happened here in Las Vegas, there were issues between the neighborhoods. How long did that last? Was it like, all right, one day we're good,
Yeah, I told you
done,
that.
or did it last for longer than that?
No, it was tension in the air for quite a long time, until I guess both sides, and he might agree, just said, let this go. Because it really wasn't our beef. This was between Suge Knight and Keefy D. And people put themselves in situations, like myself.
Then Keefy D got a mean look, man.
I'm guilty as everybody else. Like myself, I put myself in a situation to protect something and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with me. I did it for a paycheck. I did it on some just because. I'm older now. I get it. But we did things for all the wrong reasons at that time, in them days.
This professional
the 90s was like
32
such
terabytes
a different
SSD.
time, man. It was such a different, like, this is the thing, man. I don't think people really understand like how different the 90s was, man, compared to this digital age we in.
Of course it doesn't. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Stunt.
Sir, have you ever met me?
Excuse me?
Have you ever met me before?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the district attorneys prior to your testimony here today?
Once.
And is that what you're referring to as the time that you told them, like, hey, any attorney here is better treat me as hostile because...
Yeah, I told him I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, a couple questions for you, sir. And this is more for clarification. So on the night of the murder, you were working as the head of security for 662.
Yes.
Explain for us a little bit about the club. Was that Suge's club or was it somebody else's club?
Sure, to my understanding.
Okay. And when you were there as head of security, were you there, had you worked there as head of security prior to this particular night?
We did an event there once before. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. And on this particular night, was this an event like some type of fundraiser or something for police officers or anything like that? Do you recall what the event was for?
We wouldn't have been there.
Okay.
No.
What was the reason for the event?
It was Mike Tyson fight. Tyson was coming back. Tupac was supposed to perform like other people, and we was there for that.
Okay. Can you describe for us how big the club is so that we can...
30 years ago, it's a little bit bigger than this room.
So it's relatively, it's not like a two-story. It's
No,
not,
it's
you know,
small. It's
all right. And in terms of the club itself, you were there and you were sharing with us that there were other people that were there.
Yes.
Law enforcement as well as I don't know, people from your side of town.
Oh, law enforcement was outside. The Metro would say, "Why y'all put words in my mouth?"
Sure.
They were outside.
Okay.
We were on the inside. Wasn't no law enforcement mingling with us.
So, as far as you know, law enforcement wasn't hired by Reggie Wright to provide additional security.
No,
at
this was
Club
Metro
662?
posted up all over the place.
And so they were there specifically just to, like, what, harass or just send a warning or what?
No, they were there. Like when you have events in Las Vegas, everybody knows. You're going to see Metro here, every block.
Yeah.
They was posted up, which they do all the time.
I was just looking up, doing some research. So this lawyer that Keefy has is he's a private criminal defense lawyer, Michael Sanft, who took the high-profile case pro bono to prevent financial issues from stalling. Okay. So, yeah, because I thought he had like a public defender, but, you know, hey, this is a high-profile case, so I'm sure that this will be good for his career, and that's why they got to take the case.
But you're telling me that as head of security, you do not know or you don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come
I
in?
know for a fact he didn't hire the Metro Police.
Okay. Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Our paperwork was getting cash money. Our paperwork was what they call under the table. We had at least 30, 40 of my homeboys there. Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what Suge paid us for working. So that was two different entities, Reggie and Suge. The homies was there for the Suge night. Reggie Wright hired his company to watch over Suge night people.
Right.
So his security did like the right thing. My security did what they ain't gonna do. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
The police gonna walk you out of there. We gonna drag you out of there. So it was a difference, but not on the same paper.
Sure. And once again, the intent was to protect 662, right? To protect the club, protect the patrons that were going to go there, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of your knowledge of what happened on that night, fair to say you weren't present when the shots had run out.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And your testimony is that you had heard from other people initially that, hey, Tupac had been shot.
Yes.
And you had thought maybe other people were maybe relieved, thinking like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. He's going to be okay.
That's what came back to 662. People that went to the scene, and everybody said Tupac was talking. So everybody came back to the club saying he's going to be all right. So people just went back to, me.
Right. Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton, and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got to raise the word in it, but you asking me a question. I don't. And what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison. Sure.
If you're running your own business,
Well, that's cool that at least he said
You
that.
need
He don't want
symphony.
to send him to prison because that's. I mean, you could kind
Sure.
of tell that he
Even
don't
though
want
we
to.
don't
And that's
like
good
it.
that he said that because black people, we need to stop jumping into these court systems that were designed by the slave owners. That's what this is very reminiscent to me of, like a slave master type of thing. And they getting these black people to get up on the stand and try to provide information, like how that one prosecutor was up on there and he looked like a black man, but definitely whitewashed, but he was just like asking all these questions that could definitely incriminate you know what I'm saying, but acting like and laughing at the jokes, even though he wasn't really cracking jokes, but just kind of laughing and smiling. Man, those are the people like this. That's one thing I've learned since I've been in the record business and in other businesses with people, is to watch out for the people who smile and joke and laugh all the time. Because sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, but I'm saying sometimes they're usually not really laughing with you.
Sure. I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and the way I am, because I changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him. And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me help you out with this.
Okay.
So these people right here, what they want to know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right, the next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside Crip shoots a Pyro Blood, and then a Pyro Blood shoots a Southside Crip? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Do I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that life, I was a part of that.
Once again.
And I was, no, because you asking something that's going to hurt this dude. And okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
Okay.
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood,
Okay.
as well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being assaulted because people wanted to kill them.
Sure. Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
And I don't even want to up in here. No, they weren't the only one.
Okay.
It's his neighborhood in particular.
That's right.
But they were the main subjects of a gang war. They was in the middle, such
Sure.
as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that that guy and a bunch of other people were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay. But my question to you,
Stop.
can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're clear, okay, for these people. In terms of that
Wow, this is turning into like a Law and Order movie.
information, none of those people were there, right?
And what people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood, or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bear their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood
Right.
to look for somebody? They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitness to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in Las Vegas, listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at
Just
662.
answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't
Is it
answer
a
that
yes or no?
without a what's it called. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you,
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
I am focused. Very.
Focus on this. My question to you is this. You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who was that was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay, let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
A phone conversation. People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only take 3.5 hours to get home.
Sure.
Yes, it wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting.
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies, they had all kind of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people
I'm glad he brought that part up right there about the walkie-talkies. Do y'all remember the Drink Champs episode? I forgot if it was Warren G. But Suge Knight actually spoke about it too. That Warren G said that Snoop and all of them had walkie-talkies back in LA. And they was walkie-talking to people in Vegas. So they already got word. Keep in mind, this is before the internet, before social media, before cell phones, right? They got these walkie-talkies, right? And Suge brought this up. This is why it would be so interesting to hear a testimony from Suge. But he said that he ain't going to do it. He turned it down. The interesting thing I was reading here, doing research while I'm listening to this. And he said the trial has nothing to do with him. Dude, you was in the car driving. It has a lot to do with you. But I mean, you were there. You were in the car. You are an eyewitness. Other than Keefe, you are the next eyewitness. But I guess because he's already serving time, it's like, what else can you do to me? Now, if he was out free, he probably would have been subpoena. But you know what? I think that this has something to do with the reason why Suge is incarcerated is because of this. So they're like, yeah, whatever. He ain't got to come. We already got him. You know what I mean? But I remember in an interview that he was saying that, like, hey, how did Snoop have walkie-talkies and already know what was going on? Like, how did he know the deal? You know what I'm saying?
Las Vegas that same night.
It's kind of suspicious.
They found out it was
and no disrespect, no disrespect to Snoop, but I mean it's just like they had walkie-talkies of what was going on. Why? I mean, maybe that's just how they got down. Maybe they just like had walkie-talkies and it was like, yo, they traveling there, so they probably just wanted to keep tabs on each other. Those had to be some amazing walkie-talkies too, man, that could work in another state.
People to find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting.
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies. They had all kinds of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. Like, it was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
Now, the night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie, a Nextel thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie Wright?
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in his pocket. I don't know what he had on his head.
But you were the head of securities, but you're telling us you did not have any type of device.
Right-way security has nothing to do with the gang-banging security, power rules, whatever you want to call it. They had nothing to do with us.
Okay.
The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
Let's see.
I was doing research that it's pretty interesting that he's doing this case pro bono.
Okay, just one final question.
This
You're
lawyer
here
right
today,
here.
and I think the state had asked this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California
Yes.
by a police officer?
I don't know. He wasn't in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court and pick the bill.
And then that court in California said you have to show up here.
And in that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing.
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not going to send him to prison. You are.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just answer your questions, we going to have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good for him.
Right. And once again, I just want to, look, we're just trying to figure out who shot Tupac. You're telling us that you weren't there to see. That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, that's it. Right?
Was I in the entourage when Tupac got shot? No.
Okay. Nothing else, right?
I was at 62. I mean, that ain't hard. That's easy math.
Okay. No further questions, Joe.
Anything further, State?
Jesus.
All right, we've got one more phase, and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands? Oh, we do have one. Okay, hang on one second.
So they did they mute that part?
He sure didn't tell us because we.
Firearms the night of the fight. You can answer. All right, I have a question for you from one of our jurors, if you can answer. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
To be honest, I don't know if Reggie Wright told his people, or the police officers, not to have guns, and I don't know why. He sure didn't tell us because we had ours. And that's the honest truth.
All right. Any follow-up based on that, State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
I just want to clarify what the witnesses said. You're telling us that you had guns that night.
Yeah.
I just want to know. But you had guns that night. Right?
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
All right, State. I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming down.
Okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny. And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of you guys.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. You are free to go.
It's crazy, man. Let's run that part back one more time.
State.
And truthfully,
All right, thank you.
All right, State. I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming down.
okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny. And
Why does he find it kind of funny? Can we just take a moment to analyze that real quick? Why do you think that he finds it kind of funny? Because I think I know why. He ain't, he's speaking in code words. For those of us that are paying attention, he's speaking in code words. But what he's basically saying is that he finds it funny that all this is happening, I believe, at this current time. And like he said to Keefe, he said, man, I don't want to send you to prison, but I'm just up here because they forced me to be here and I got to answer these questions. And some of the questions he didn't even answer. But yeah, this whole thing is funny. Not funny like a ha-ha, laugh funny. It's not like that. It's more like this is like a weird type of funny. Like I said earlier, man, we talking about something where these men are literally senior citizens. Talking about something that happened before the world changed. The world has changed since this happened. He's damn right that this is definitely funny.
And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of you guys.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of these people, like you see these girls in the background and these judges.
State's next witness.
Yo, they weren't even around at the time that this happened. This is ridiculous. Yeah, man. It's going to be really interesting to see how this pans out. Now, the reason why he's on this trial, just for those of you that don't know,
investigating the burning smell,
is
burning.
it's because they think that he's the mastermind. Or they're saying that he was the mastermind behind the whole thing. So he's not going on trial, and I don't know why they keep saying this like he was the one involved. He's going on it because he's the mastermind. Okay, so here we go with Reggie Wright. Dude pulled up like he's a, look at this. I mean, I told you it's a senior citizen convention. Now, I think that Reggie Wright is fronting. Have you seen some of this guy's interviews? The more and more that I hear this guy's interviews, I feel like he's lying. The more and more. And the other people that kind of know the situation, they even said that he's lying. But just because you raise your right hand and you swear on the oath doesn't mean that you're telling the truth. Trust me, man. I've been in situations before where people raise their right hand and they said that they were going to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, and they went up there and they just lied about everything. This dude is an actor. Look, he's hitting the button and everything. He's like, wait, hold on. Dude is acting. He's acting. Come on, Reggie. We know you don't need that chair. We know you could. Come on, Reggie. We know you don't need that. Dude is straight acting. Straight.
I grew up in the city of Compton.
This is gonna be the good one right here. 30907 Bug. Yo, what up? You said to yourself earlier that something seems off about this trial. Even looking at some of the lawyers who don't even look like lawyers, something is way off. Yeah, it's way off, man. This is a psyop, dude. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you for your comment. Shout out. Yeah, man, this is a psyop right here, man. This is a psyop, and Keefe is the fall guy. This is nothing, in my opinion, but a distraction. And look at let me just.
Sir, where'd you grow up?
And you're right about that too, man. The lawyers don't even look like lawyers.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Dude is fronting. And then it's like, you know, you're going to see Reggie at the grocery store. Dude's going to be just like, not even using, you know what I'm saying? Dude is fronting. He's fronting.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you mind if I call you Reggie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sir, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in the city of Compton, California. I was born and raised.
Dude is about to lie. Yeah, I agree with you, though, 30907.
Who's your father? Who's your father?
My father is Reginald Wright Sr.
And where did your father work?
He worked for the City of Compton Police Department.
And at some point, had he risen up the ranks of the Compton Police Department to become a lieutenant, is it, of gangs?
Eventually captain, but during most of his career was a lieutenant.
Where did you ultimately become a police officer yourself?
Yes, sir.
When was
This dude looks like the guy from what was it? How could I forget? The OJ case. You know what I mean? Remember the black dude that was going up, the prosecutor that was going up against OJ? Well, for those of you that watched it, that's what he reminds me of right here.
was that?
I was a civilian jailer from 1985 until 1989, and then I became a police officer from 1989 until I retired in 1996.
And why did you retire?
I received a medical retirement for I have vascular necrosis in my right ankle, but that's not why I'm like this. This is a result of COVID. Prior to being a police officer, I was employed as death row security, head of security, and also had a private security company.
Now, was that something that was called like moonlighting, that officers would moonlight when they were off duty?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what moonlighting means when you're off duty?
Well, moonlighting is pretty much just working off duty on your off duty hours, working for different companies. I worked for several companies, it wasn't just death row. I worked for trucking companies, doing security, worked at nightclub, the Raiders Club, that was inside of the Compton Hotel. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
The PD wasn't paying good?
Guess I was a little young and greedy.
Yeah. And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And, yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Marion Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well, actually, let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job, and like I said, I started in like 1985, so kind of got familiar while I was working the jail. Marion Suge Knight. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
The PD wasn't paying good?
Guess I was a little young and greedy.
Yeah. And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And, yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Marion Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge. That I actually grew up with a company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well, actually, let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job, and like I said, I started in like 1985, so kind of got familiar while I was working the jail, and it was something that was curious to me. Being that my father was active with the gangs, and it was something that was intriguing to me as well.
So when you said you grew up with Suge, did you grow up in the same neighborhood that Suge grew up in?
Yes, about 2 blocks away.
Was that considered Mall Pyru territory?
That's correct, sir.
So when you were growing up, were you familiar with the Mall Pyru?
They came on eventually later. It was really a Luther's Park, Pyru area. But then, I guess when I was about in the 7th grade, which would have been like 1978, maybe a little later, 80, they started calling themselves the Mall Pyru.
So they were Luther's Park, Pyru before, and then they transitioned to being called Mall Pyru.
Yeah, we pretty much divided it, everything south of Rosecrans was Mob, and everything north was, or the other way around.
gonna get to your comment, what you were saying right this second. I'm gonna get to you.
Law enforcement heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Kiki at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him or any had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as well, at one point he was known as a crackhead, but then later on he was known as a drug dealer. And I mainly was a gang guy, and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
All right, so then you had mentioned that after you had left the Compton PD, you formed a company. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. So, in '94, initially I was using a private security company because I was kind of in charge for security for Death Row called Code 4. But once I saw I was about to get retired, I opened up my own private company called Right Way Protective Services. And that didn't really get started until about 1995. But in '94, I was using another private company.
And who were your clients? Was your client just Death Row, or did you do anything else?
I had a couple of clients, like Honda of Pasadena, which was a automotive dealership, a dealership in Compton that they were repoing people's cars and they needed a car. But my biggest, 95% of my clientele was Death Row Records.
Now, tell me about that. What were you doing when you're saying you're security or you're a security company that's working for Death Row Records or getting contracted by Death Row Records? What does that mean, actually?
It grew over a time period. In '94, it was just mainly just special events. And then I have a couple of off-duty or retired police officers hanging with the artists in '94. '95, '96, it got a little bigger. They had security at the office, at the recording studios, driving Mr. Knight around, two with Mr. Shakur, two with Snoop Dogg, Mr. Brodus, and other artists when they went to promotional events like that. So I could pretty much have about 10 officers working a day.
And when you say 10 officers, were the people that you would contract with or work for you in this world, were they largely off-duty police officers?
Off-duty or reserves or retired.
And why is that?
Because they were able to carry.
Let me see what you said right there. You said, speaking of the OJ trial, that had a real court feel to it. You could tell we were watching a legit trial on TV. I don't know, bro. I can't explain this. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, man. 100%. Yeah, I feel like, and it's funny too, because the OJ trial, like, I remember when they would show that on TV, it was crazy. And I think that that's the reason why they would never show that ever again. But you know what's really interesting that I want to say real quick? I want to add this because you just made me think of something. I want to add the fact that, isn't it interesting that they're airing this trial, but they're not really airing it on television? It's just like, it's all over YouTube and stuff like that. But the Diddy trial, they didn't air that at all. We weren't allowed to watch the Diddy trial. So it's interesting how there's certain trials they show us, and then there's certain trials that they don't show us. Like, they'll show us this trial, which is pretty much obsolete because, as I've explained earlier, these guys are all senior citizens now. You know what I mean? So it's like really like some of these guys are so old. They're lucky if they can get like the discount menu at the Denny's restaurant. You know? It's just like, for real. We're looking at people who look like we're talking about people who are great grandfathers. Like, what? But you don't want to air the Diddy trial that just didn't really happen that long ago. It was like still kind of fresh, like no more than maybe a few years back. Or the Nipsey Hussle trial. They didn't want to air the Nipsey Hussle trial. I remember that too, when they were doing the Nipsey Hussle trial and they were airing the Johnny Depp trial, right? And it was kind of similar to this. It looked like it was just like all like jokes and laughs and like, it's not really that serious. It's serious, but it's not that serious. Speaking of which, did you hear the fact that Johnny Depp is about to come back possibly to Disney and do Pirates of the Caribbean? So, which is good. Shout out to Johnny, because, you know, I have some people that worked with him and said he's a cool guy. So, yeah, shout out to Johnny Depp for proving his innocence, because let's be honest, in this court system of America, you're really guilty until proven innocent. But I just thought it was interesting that these cases that are like lots of controversy and lots of interesting things. I mean, not to say that there wasn't controversy in this, but again, it's like all the people who are really relevant, like Suge, Diddy, all these other people who we got questions to really ask that can really give us some real detailed answers. They're not there. And everybody's saying like Keefe was really just lying the whole time to just sell books. Yeah, you're right. I completely agree with you. 30907, I completely agree, man. It's very very strange.
Guns concealed.
I may run some of this back just for some of y'all because I'm streaming on a couple other platforms and we about to jump on TikTok in just a minute. I just wanted to get through Mob James' part real quick because I know sometimes, like usually when we get on TikTok, it gets pretty crazy.
Where it's not exposed. We had exposed officers at the studio, but mainly the bodyguards were carried their weapons concealed.
And we heard,
and for the training as well.
We heard from James McDonald just before you hit the stand. Was it fair to say that there were Mob Piru gang members also around Death Row Records?
That's correct. Mob, looters, Westside, generally Pirus from the city of Compton.
And are these gangs that are generally associated with the Bloods? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And the Crips are they? Well, let me ask you: Crips and Bloods, are they an alliance or are they typically in conflict?
Typically in conflict. However, Death Row was a unique situation because one of their main artists, prior to Mr. Shakur coming to the label, was Snoop Dogg, who was a known Crip from Long Beach. And they all seemed to have a great working relationship prior to my arrival and even during my arrival.
All right. I want to ask you about Bad Boy Records. Are you familiar with a company called Bad Boy Records?
Yes, sir, I am.
And who, to your knowledge, was running Bad Boy Records in the mid-'90s?
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name he's going by today.
All right. So we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Okay.
So Mr. Combs was running Bad Boy Record. And then who would you say his most prominent artist at that time was?
Christopher Wallace, a Biggie Small.
Okay. And then was there tension between Death Row Records and Bad Boy, the Bad Boy Entertainment label?
At what time period?
Well, you tell me. At any point, did tension develop between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records?
Initially, when I was around in '94, there wasn't. However, some things happened in '95 that started tension between Death Row and Bad Boys.
There's a famous speech that Mr. Knight gives at the Source Awards in New York in 1995. Does that contribute to it?
Yes, sir. That was August 6, 1995. But yes, sir. That was when he let the world know.
And then there's another incident where one of Suge's associates was killed in Atlanta. Is that right?
That was in September 25th, I believe. Yes, sir.
And then is it fair to say that your perception of as security for Death Row Records was that somebody associated with Bad Boy Entertainment may have had something to do with the murder of one of Suge's friends in Atlanta?
That was always the story that was told to us. Yes, sir.
And so is it fair to say by 1995, the end of 1995, that there was significant tension between Bad Boy and Death Row?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that it even involved violence with regards to Suge Knight's friend being killed.
Correct. That was the first time something escalated to that point. Yes, sir. As
security for Death Row, how did you handle this?
Well, we was always on some type of tension when it came to Bad Boys or going to the East Coast, which Suge and I continuously went to the East Coast because he had a lot of business. His distributor, the main distributor, was located out there. The big trade, like the magazines and stuff, was out there. So I can honestly say he and I, and maybe a few of his homeboys, went out there at least once a week, once a month, I'm sorry, during that time. When Mr. Shakur came home, we went down a little bit, but we were still going out there, but we didn't go as much.
And when you say when Mr. Shakur came home, at some point did Death Row sign Mr. Shakur to its record label?
It's debated how that happened, but...
I'm not asking about the how, I'm just saying, did it happen?
Yes, sir. I believe he came home October the 12th of 1995.
Now, as security for Death Row, were you aware that Mr. Shakur was actually out on a bond, an appeals bond, from prison from New York?
Yes, sir.
And I believe the allegation has something to do with sexual misconduct. Is that right? Yeah. If you don't know, you don't know.
I mean, something like that. I wouldn't call it that, but yeah.
Okay, whatever it was, there was some kind of issue. Mr. Shakur is in prison in New York, and then Death Row Records posts an appellate bond for Mr. Shakur.
Yeah, with some other companies, but yes, sir.
Okay, and then Mr. Shakur does he move to where Death Row is, or does he stay in the New York area, or where does he go?
No, I remember. I picked him up from the airport. Me and one of my security guys named Kevin Hackey, and we took him immediately. We went to Monty's restaurant and ate. Then we went to the recording studio that night. And from that point on, we got him into a room, took him to the Peninsula Hotel, where he stayed for, I believe, a month or two. Then he got a spot on Wilshire, and later on a house in Calabasas.
As the head of Right Way Security, which was contracted by Death Row Records, were you responsible for Tupac Shakur's security?
Yes, sir.
How did you handle Tupac Shakur's security?
Well, I had two guys that were primarily always assigned to him. One guy was a guy by the name of Kevin Hackey, who was with him a lot at the beginning. Later on, towards the end, a gentleman by the name of Frank Alexander was one that worked with him as well. And then I will always have additional guys, like Al Giddings, as one of them fill in for him. With no guys.
I just saw your comment right now. You said, how do I think this will unfold? Do you think Keefe will do time? Also, do you really think plan to hit on Pac? My belief is someone very powerful. Or who do I think plan? Yeah, I think the person who did it is not here. I definitely think it's someone who is very powerful. Obviously, I think that's the only reason why this is happening. And it's a good question, because I also heard, after just doing a little bit of research here and there, that some people say that they're doing this for the city of Vegas, because the city of Vegas, I heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but that they want this to not be solved, like I said, but I think it's like a smoking mirror, where it's like they want the city of Vegas to look good and to look like, oh, we handle what's going on here. We handle crime. We handle this. We handle that, and, because they want tourism there. They want more people to go there. They want the economy to go up there. Because if you don't remember, man, like, I don't know if, like, you sound like you've been around, what's up. You're talking about the OJ and stuff like that. So it sounds like what's up. Like, Vegas used to be cheap. Like, I remember that was the whole point of going to Vegas. Was like, man, you go to Vegas, you can gamble, go to a strip club, party, have a good time, eat some good food, drink for free if you gamble. The food wasn't expensive. Now you go to Vegas, man, that shit is expensive. Vegas ain't cheap no more. So I heard that it's like, a lot of people caught wind of that, and people stopped going to Vegas like they used to. And so I heard like this case could have something to kind of do with that, like trying to like build this image of Vegas. You know what I mean? Because I guess like some people were saying like, oh yeah, do y'all forget what happened to Tupac out in Vegas? And I guess like they were probably like, oh, okay, yeah, we gotta up our reputation. But also I've heard that after these two testimonies, that's why we're watching like these two ones that are pretty important right here. They're saying that these guys were like slipping up on their words, not saying things that were really making sense. So now it's looking like there's a possibility where he might beat this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to say that I think he's going to beat it. I don't want to say that I think he's going to beat it. But I think that it like there's a possibility that he could. Let me see what you said right here. Yeah, like I don't know when you jumped in, but it's like, yo, the dude Mob who went on before him straight up admitted to being a fall guy. And like I said, man, I mean, I know I won't say that I know Snoop, but I know people who know Snoop. All right, and I've hung out with Snoop a couple times, so I'll watch what I say right here. But and you know, cause like Snoop is cool, man. I met Snoop a couple times, and he's always been cool with me. But it's like, yo, man, that case that Snoop caught and how he got off was real questionable too, man. It was real questionable, man. Where it makes you wonder, like, hey, you know, like there's some talks that he got off because there was a fall guy. There's some talks of that. You said you think it was, Iveen from Interscope Records or Intelligence. Pac was owed royalties from All Eyes on Me and was set to receive his check in October, but we all know what happened. J.I. called. Well, damn, that's a big one right there, man. And you know what's funny though, is that you're not one of the first people who have said that, because as I've done these streams, and you know, we go down these little rabbit holes and we do our little conspiracy theories, we looked at Iveen, and it's like, yo, man, just looking at him, like, you're right, dude. Like, he looks kind of like a secret agent. Like, he looks like an agent with the hat and the glasses and all that stuff. A lot of people have been saying this, man. So it could be, you know, you might be on. I mean, this is the interesting thing, though, man, is that a lot of people sometimes think the same thing. But he was definitely a moneymaker, though, Pac. So you said he was owed royalties from, which makes sense, because I heard that Pac, you know, he didn't even really own anything. He didn't own any of the money. He didn't own anything. He didn't own the houses. Like, you notice how he said that, like, once they got him out of jail, then they put him, like, in a hotel, and then he got a spot, and then they moved him out to Calabasas, right? But it was like he didn't own none of that stuff. All that stuff was owned by the label and Suge. Suge owned everything. Suge owned the car he drove. Suge owned the houses that he stayed in. I didn't hear. I always heard that Jimmy Iovine is definitely a weird, like, there's a weird scenario around him. Not to mention, if you know, look a little careful at this shirt, that's kind of an interesting shirt that he has on right there too. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Pretty weird.
It wasn't available. But generally,
y'all tell me what you think. But a lot of people said they think that there is a chance, because of these testimonies, are in some ways, that there is a chance that he might beat it. He might.
One security guard with him. After this particular song came out, in about May or June, we upped it to 2 security officers.
Now, you mentioned a particular song came out that changed how you handled Tupac Shakur's security. What song are you talking about?
It was a song called Hit 'Em Up.
Hit 'Em Up.
And is it fair to say that in that song, Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy Entertainment as well as other artists?
That's fair to say.
And as a result of that, you decided to change security for Tupac or increase it?
Well, I was a part of the discussion and ultimately had to prove it, but I'm sure Mr. Knight and possibly Mr. Shakur and maybe the security officer that was primarily with him, we all agreed that he probably needed another guy with him.
Were you aware during this time of a gang from Compton being used by Bad Boy Entertainment when they came to the West Coast?
We had heard those rumors and we were familiar.
And what gang was that?
Compton Southside Crips.
Now, the Southside Crips, that was the same gang that you had told us earlier that Mr. Davis belonged to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And by Mr. Davis, I mean Keefe D.
That's what I believe he is, yes.
Yeah. And then, was there ever a time where Death Row and
hey, thank you, man.
And
I appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you for subscribing. Thank you, 30907. Appreciate you, fam.
Other unofficial security Death Row had a clash with Bad Boy and the Southside Compton Crips at all.
Yes, we had it at a Soul Train Music Awards. I previously stated that Mr. Davis was with him.
Yeah, and just let you know, man, we go kind of crazy sometimes on these streams. So yeah, appreciate you.
And I even think I might have even said that he was one of the ones close to the guy with the gun. Never said he was the one with the gun, but there's been out there, social media, where a gentleman has came out and admitted that he was the one that actually had the gun in that particular incident by the name of C. Gutter.
So do you remember? Well, I'm going to ask you what your independent recollection is. Tell us about that incident. So we're at the Soul Train. What is it? The Soul Train Music Awards.
Soul Train Music Awards. Yes.
And approximately what timeline are we looking at?
Yeah, that's what we were saying. If I could see your name right, DBG. You said distraction from real world issues. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but for Tupac, yeah, straight up. That's what we're talking about. Like, is it real or is it fake, man? You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the likes coming in too. Like I said, we're just getting started, so this helps get the algorithm going and get more people up out there. You know what I mean? But thank you for the likes and everything coming in. Yeah, man. I think you're right. I think it definitely is a distraction from what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows what's going on in the White House right now? The White House, like, we got this Tupac case going on, and then, you know what I'm saying, Trump and all them in the White House could just be like, just steering all kinds of things in the process. You know what I'm saying? It's a distraction. If they cared, they would have done this. Yeah. Music is good. I feel you. That's exactly what we were just saying too, man, that it's a distraction. And like, it's got to be a distraction because, yeah, man, it don't make no sense. And thank you for the follow. Music is good. I appreciate you, man. And I agree with your profile name. That's a good profile name. I definitely agree with you. Yeah, and that's what the one homie that was saying that was up in here earlier was. He was saying that it's like there's so many other things that are going on right now. You know, like with the inflation, gas prices, all that stuff. It's like, yo, how could you not say that? You know what I'm saying? That like this is what's really important right now?
May of 95.
Of 95?
Sorry, 96.
Okay, of 96.
I'm sorry.
And you had mentioned before the song Hit 'Em Up. Was this before or after the song Hit 'Em Up?
Here we go.
That was before Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, before.
For those of you that are just tuning in, we're
Tell us what
listening
happened.
we're listening to the testimony of Reggie Wright. For those of you that are just tuning in. Lauren, what's up? I think I just saw you in the chat. What's good? You said so he had to go if people had ever in the inner cities they targeted black people. There you go. I mean, that's what we talk about on here all the time, man. Is what's going on in this trial. I don't know if you guys saw some of the testimonies. I played some of them earlier, but if you guys haven't watched the Mob James testimony that happened earlier today, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. But this one that we're watching right now is pretty interesting with Reggie Wright, who was like the security guard for Tupac and also an undercover cop. And I believe that he was there in Vegas the night that this happened. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right about that, Lauren. Shout out. I see that chat. Yeah, you're right about that. Well, I think what Homeboy was saying is that if they really wanted to solve this case, that they would have done it years ago, which is true because that's what I was saying earlier, man. This is literally like a senior citizen trial. You know what I mean? It's straight up like a senior citizen trial. The senior citizen committee. You know, it's just like, yo, like, are y'all serious? Like some of these guys, if you were watching the trial, it's like they look like straight up like old. And I said this earlier. They look like straight up old men that like are trying to get the senior citizen discount at Denny's. Crazy. Yeah, I agree. Yes. Why now?
At the Soul Train Music Awards.
Can y'all hear this? Just to make sure that you guys can hear the testimony? Tell me in the chat if you can hear it okay.
We pulled in. Originally, we had an entourage of about 50 people with us, but they only allowed two cars of us to get back in the back parking lot.
Great to talk.
Because that's where they had all the setup and the motorhomes and stuff like that. So we drove in the back.
You said if they have all this evidence they had, years ago. Now let's go get Keefy D. Missed me with that BS. Yeah, I hear your point. I hear your point. Music is good. You know what I'm saying? Lauren, you said Tupac was not only important to the hip hop culture, he was just important to the black experience, period. Yeah, I agree. Definitely, what's the word I'm looking for? He was definitely like out there protesting,
Back, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, and a few of the outlaws was inside of a Hummer, and myself and Frank, which was Tupac's security that night, Mr. Shakur's security that night. We drove in behind them. As we was getting out of the vehicle, or getting ready to park, Mr. Shakur saw Christopher Wallace and Puffy and a group of people, a few guys that I recognized from the South Side, in that entourage. As they were, Mr. Shakur immediately became enraged and started yelling, and confrontation between Mr. Small, Biggie, and Mr. Shakur took place, to the point where one of their guys brandished a weapon, and then that's when I pulled my firearm.
So he's talking about what happened that night in Vegas. This is kind of interesting though to hear this cop talk about this, and that it's like we remember that it was like, man, all these cops were there that were undercover, and to also add on top of it that it was after a Tyson fight, and nobody said nothing. Like I said, like for those of us that were there during this time, it was a very crazy time. And let's say this too, man. The more and more that I hear about this trial, the more it makes me think about the Biggie situation, and I'm just like, yo, man, the Biggie case is actually even weirder than this one if you really get into it and look at the details. He was uniting a lot of people. He was showing the world for what it was with poetry. Yeah, I agree with you. Plus an order to take out had to be an inside job. Well, that's what one dude said that was in the comments. He was up on the other platform, but he said straight up that he thinks it was the record companies that did it because Tupac was owed royalties. I mean, I don't know. I believe there could be some truth to that, but I don't know if that was really what it is. Untouchable player, you said fake trying to get a reaction from us. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And that's why I'm not really covering this trial too much, because I feel like it is kind of phony. That's why I asked the question right here. Yo, like, what do y'all think? Do y'all think that this trial is real or fake? But yeah. Said the person who orchestrated is responsible for that already locked up. But you said you're okay. Are you talking about Suge? And that is interesting too, because Suge said that he won't speak on it. They use both Biggie and Pac to make war between East and West for money, and yep, I agree. At this point, why does it even matter? I know, especially when you got people showing up that don't even want to be there, that are like, just like they look like they need to be, like some of them look like they need to be in a retirement home. No disrespect, but I'm just saying, like, damn, let these people chill, man.
Towards him and begged when he pleaded with him not to raise the gun.
Yeah, music good for this. Said Suge didn't. Well, yeah, I can't say that word on the stream, but like, yeah, you said Suge didn't do that to the man. Oh, you're talking about Diddy. Oh, okay, yeah, word. Too much going on in America for this BS. Yeah, that's what some other people were saying too. Shout out Untouchable. I appreciate the likes coming in. Thank you, fam.
There was some security from the Nation of Islam there. They got in the middle of it, broke us up. The gentleman took off and ran.
Oh, Phantom says Tupac was fake. How so?
Towards the street in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, who ran towards the street?
The gentleman with the gun and a couple of the people that
Pac
with
was
him.
the only
took
rapper
off and
known
ran.
worldwide.
Now you said that
I think Snoop was
that Southside
known
was
worldwide
providing
too.
that type of backup.
They were with him in Entourage, sir.
Do you recall whether Dwayne Davis was one of those people?
Believe he was. I know he was with them, but like I said, I don't believe he was the one with the gun.
All right, let's fast forward to September 7th, 1996, or that weekend. When do you come to Las Vegas?
Thank you for the take the mic.
I came out that Friday. I believe that was the 6th. The Friday was the 6th. I think the 7th is the day.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So I came out that Friday.
Thank you, fam,
so
for
we
the
had a
mic.
nightclub that was in the process of being open. And out here, I guess, there's some type of cars that everyone that work around people just having alcohol. I think they were called town cars or something like that at the time. I had to get all my security guards to have those particular cars for that night because the attorney that was assisting us in getting the club open said, "Hey, y'all got to be really on y'all P's."
Who you talking about? He was but never reached Pac's level. You talking about Snoop? I don't know, man. They say that Snoop is the most famous rapper ever. Like he's the one that's known like worldwide.
They gonna point because
I mean Pac is too, but you know Snoop is like still active. You know what I
if
mean?
everything goes smoothly tonight.
And I know it's because Pac's not here, but I don't know, man. Like when Snoop jumped on America's Most Wanted with Tupac on All Eyes on Me, that was a big song. And I think that was also a big song because of Snoop. You know what I'm saying? Like I think Snoop had a lot to do with that success of that song and, you know, making the label and making Tupac and all that.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Shout out. You said you could hear it pretty good. What about y'all on TikTok? Can y'all hear? Because now I'm going live on TikTok too. Can y'all hear the testimony of Reggie on TikTok? But thank you 30907 for confirming that.
There's a good chance we're gonna be able to get the permits transferred from the previous owners to Mr. Knight's name.
Yeah, so I want to stop you there.
Okay.
First, you're talking about you got advice from an attorney. Do you remember who that attorney was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that attorney?
George Calise.
Okay. And then when you got the advice from the
I got a news flash for you. Tupac is not in my top 10 of my favorite rappers, of the best rappers of all time. He's not in my top 10. He's in my top 20, but he's not in my top 10. In my personal opinion. You know,
attorney.
I think he's definitely one of the most impactful rappers and definitely had a message. But if we're talking about like just straight rap skills and bars, Tupac is not in my top 10. And I don't think that All Eyes on Me, or not that I don't think, I know, All Eyes on Me is not my favorite album from Pac.
The attorney was generally telling you got to be on your P's and Q's, so to speak.
Yes.
When you're talking about being on your P's and Q's so that the club can be transferred to Suge Knight, was
You said what's my number one rapper? I have a few interchanges, but I would say Nas. I think Nas is a better rapper than Tupac.
Club 662 at that time in Mr. Knight's name?
No, it was perceived that it was. People believed it, even because of the name change. Excuse me. But it hasn't officially been, the paperwork hasn't officially, it never was completed. It was never done.
Now, you talk about the name change. Explain to us a little bit about the name change.
Well, we had a sign and all of that called Club 662.
Explain to us what 662 means.
662 on the keyboard of your phone.
Yeah, Nas
it
is
would
fire.
spell out the word MOB, which means members of the Bloods.
Well, nobody has keyboards on their phones anymore,
I
right?
forgot about that.
And so the
That's
club itself, the
subjective.
name of the club itself rang out that it was a Blood affiliate.
Like I said, it's all subjective, but I think Nas is also a better rapper than Biggie. I think Illmatic is better. I think Illmatic is the best. See, because like when I look at the best rappers, I'm not just looking at like how they rap. I'm also looking at their work, and I think Illmatic is a better album, you know, overall. But yeah, but nothing like Pac. I listened to Prodigy today. I ain't like too much of his stuff, but he cool though. Oh, Big James. Okay, yeah. Did you listen to Mobb Deep, the first album, Infamous, or did you just listen to Prodigy as a solo rapper?
That's correct.
Now, what advice did Mr. Kalisis give you regarding being on your P's and Q's for that night in order for Suge Knight to be able to obtain approval for running that club?
By the way,
So he advised, and the main thing that came out of that meeting was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff,
yeah, this is crazy right here. If you hear
that
this
we
part.
shouldn't have guns on our possession inside of the club on that night.
So,
Speaking
your
of
understanding
Prodigy,
was, or at least the advice
I wanna,
that you got was,
hold on, let me pause this
inside
real quick.
of
Speaking of Prodigy, he's also, I think, one of the rappers whose vocals have been sampled the most. Like what he said, like when he said stuff and like DJs would take his vocals and scratch them, that like that his raps would be sampled the most.
Too, if you're working it for right-way security,
Correct.
you're not carrying a gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate that to the people working for you?
So we had a meeting in Mr. Khalif's office. He said it. Mr. Khalif said it. My guys probably wouldn't have did anything if I didn't echo it. Today I can't say I echoed it and agreed to it, but I'm sure I did.
So you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Khalif's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after they had all came from the town cars meeting, because I took them all
You
to
said
Friday.
you listened to most of
We
it,
went
but
and
it
ate at
wasn't all
Fridays
of it for you.
after that meeting, so it was that Friday.
Okay. And then, so the process was with your folks, people working with you, was that they had to get their TAM cards or whatever temporary work cards required to do the work that you needed them to do in 662. Then have a meeting with the attorney. The attorney tells them, hey, we're trying to get this club transferred to Suge's name. Let's keep it clean and don't carry a firearm.
That's correct.
You're right about Black
Thought. Did you do anything else that Friday at all relevant to the events that occurred on September 7th, 1996?
The club actually opened on Fridays and Saturdays, but for some reason we didn't get a big attendance on Friday nights. But Saturday night, it was a different night.
So you knew that that night, September 7th, 1996, was the night.
That's a good point. You said you look for impact and moving us forward. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And that's why I like Nas. That's why Nas is one of my favorite rappers, because I think he made impact and he moved the culture forward. Alfredo, you said, I think it's real, but you don't know if Keefe is just taking the fall for someone. Yep, shout out Alfredo. That's exactly what we said earlier. I definitely think that Alfredo's the fall guy. And like I said, if you go, you can probably search this now because they pulled out certain clips where you can watch this. But I believe if you heard it earlier, he said that Suge would hire certain gangbangers to be, or shall I say gang members. He hired certain gang members to be the fall guy. Yeah, I agree with you on that too, Alfredo. That's what we were saying earlier. It's like everybody who was really involved in this is not here anymore, or they're in jail. It's really ridiculous in a way. That's why, like, to me, it makes me feel like this is really just a distraction. And to go back to what homie on YouTube said, 30907, it's like, yo, man. Like, come on, man. Like this got to be a distraction, because it just doesn't even make sense that you guys are still caring about something like this that happened such a long time ago. For those of you that are on TikTok, are you guys able to hear Reggie Wright's testimony? That's what I'm playing right now for all of y'all right now. I know that y'all can hear it on YouTube, thankfully, but I just want to make sure that those of you on TikTok are also able to hear this. Ward Boy saying real or fake, meaning what? Meaning, like, is this real? Meaning, like, is the case basically really a search for justice, or is it really just a media stunt to distract people and confuse people and smoking mirrors? I agree with you. You're saying it's mad organized, JW backups. Yeah, Tupac's definitely legendary. Yeah, untouchable. Okay, I see your point. Yeah, JW Backup says media stunt. Keefe might have been involved, but he's not the only one. Absolutely not. And that's what he said.
Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Allen. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of the reason why you guys were going to
Can y'all hear this?
open because of that fight?
That was the only
On
time
TikTok,
the club.
can y'all hear it?
Mr. Knight, the Club 662 banner. We only did that about 3 times, and that would have been the 4th time. And so we only opened those 4 times, those the Friday and the Saturday, and then we did it one more time where Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg did a St. Ives commercial.
And let me say this too. Those of you on YouTube, make sure you guys are liking this. Make sure you guys are liking this on YouTube. It helps the algorithm. It pushes us out there, gets more people up in there. So, yeah, for those of you that are joining in on YouTube right now, make sure you guys like this. For those of you on TikTok, make sure you double tap that screen. Thank you. It helps get the algorithm out there. You said your favorite Pac album is Tupac Applause Now. Yeah, I agree. That's like one of my top 3, which was very revolutionary and a combination of Public Enemy and NWA. Also, Me Against the World. Definitely Nas over Biggie for several reasons. I agree with you completely on that. And I think Me Against the World I agree with you on that. I mean, that's my favorite album by Pac. I think Me Against the World is way better than All Eyes on Me. Yeah. I'll come back to some of your comments. I'm just trying to go through some of them real quick. Nothing big happens unless it's a distraction. I agree. We're talking mid 90s. We're talking yeah, exactly. Well, Lauren, the reason why I think people are saying it's about smoking mirrors is because the people who are in court don't really have anything to do with this. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't have anything to do with Pac being unalive. Like they have nothing to do with it. Even the state, you can Google this. Even the state said that they believed that Keefe had nothing to do with it. The only thing that he had to do with this is that he was the mastermind. They're trying to say, the prosecution is trying to say that he's the mastermind behind this. I actually was doing the research as I was playing this video. And they said, well, why didn't you arrest him sooner if you thought he was the mastermind? Well, the FBI and all the police said, well, they thought that he was just writing these books and doing these podcasts so he can make more money and just make himself look like he was part of it when he really had nothing to do with it. So this is why, if you guys look into the research, this is why the lawyer took the case pro bono, which means that he ain't getting paid for it, was because he believes in his innocence. So there's a lot of weird scenarios that are going on in this trial. There's a lot of weird things that are happening in this trial. And I suggest that some of y'all go and do some research on this first, because I can tell by some of the comments, some of y'all probably haven't really done too much research on this. And I also know that a lot of y'all weren't around when this happened. You see, like I was there when this happened, as I was saying earlier. I know some of y'all might be just jumping in, but like, yo, this happened at a Tyson fight with over 20 cops, undercover, off-duty cops that were all around and involved at the time that this happened. Not to mention that they said that the FBI had surveillance of what had happened and never came out to say anything until, like some of y'all said, years later. Jay Wilson says Pac was the best wordsmith. I disagree with that. I disagree. To go back again, Nas, I think, is a much better wordsmith than Tupac is or was. You said you feel like Keefe bragged in interviews for attention and ended up in this situation. Exactly. He snitched on himself. If he had just kept his mouth shut and never said anything, then he probably would not be in this situation. And that's the reason why the internet could be somewhat of a trap sometimes. They are damage control due to the awareness of the person that played Pac. Illusion of choice. Interesting concept. They are doing, yeah, okay. Maybe you could explain that a little further. I think I understand what you mean, but Tupac and Biggie are the biggest losses. Oh, yeah, to music ever. There's a few others, but yeah. I think Nipsey Hussle's another one. Which, by the way, again, to repeat, they didn't want to air that case, that trial, which was interesting. Well, you know what's really weird too, Alfredo, is that Keefe is out of everybody who was in that car, Keefe is the only one that's still around. That's the weird part about it. Why do so many glaze Tupac when he was convinced or convicted of SA? Some people said that wasn't really true. Even though he was convicted, You know, that's a Vlad interview, because Vlad interviewed that girl that convicted him, and we might have to go back and watch that interview again, especially after this. But I gotta say, after watching some of Tupac's interviews, I don't believe it, man. I think he was set up. For you said you were a baby when this happened. Your grandma was in Vegas on vacation at the time. Wow. Air says context. I'm not sure what you mean. We don't know if that's true, though, if he orchestrated the crime. Lauren. That's what they're trying to prove right here in court, is if he did. You know, like some people are starting to say that Keefe was just lying about everything. Who knows? I think that's why they're doing the trial. Oh boy, that was smirking and thought it was funny. Who are you talking about, Kimberly? It's crazy. The biggest rapper. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Jay. That's what I'm talking about. It's crazy that the biggest rapper has that happen to him in one of the busiest cities, and it's taken this long. Not to mention that it happened in the busiest cities, but that it also happened after a Mike Tyson fight. Let's not forget that important detail. This was after a Tyson fight, when Mike Tyson was like at the prime of his career. I think Keefe is definitely the fall guy. I think that there's more people that are involved in this. I think that there's some very powerful people who are involved in this. And I think that, Untouchable says bad publicity is good publicity. Somewhat. Like Tupac getting the essay conviction, I don't think that was good publicity.
Which was just a promotional private video shoot for a commercial.
Now, who was in charge of the security for Club 662 that night?
This part right here.
Ultimately,
listen in right here.
I had a on-site supervisor by the name of Al Giddens. He was actually who I consider in charge of the club, but ultimately, as the owner, I was.
And then we heard from James
life.
McDonald. He's suggested that he had a role in security as well, maybe different than your role in security. Were you aware of James McDonald being there at the club?
Yeah, James was a headache for my security. They hated him.
That's something I definitely agree with you on, Lauren, is that what does the essay have to do with this? Well, some people just be trolling. But like I said, after listening to Tupac and listening to some of his interviews, I don't think that he did that. I think that he was set up. Let's also not forget that there was other people in the room when that happened. Tupac wasn't alone when that happened. So I think that Tupac, because keep in mind, when Tupac met the girl, they were hanging out in the club and they were already hooking up in the club. Did y'all forget? He said he went on Arsenio Hall and set this on Arsenio Hall. See, that's what I'm saying. I was there when this happened, and I wasn't a baby. I wasn't a baby when this happened. I was very aware of the war between the Bloods and the Crips and what was going on in the streets of Los Angeles. I was there. And what I will say is that he went on Arsenio Hall and he said that he hooked up with homegirl in the club. And I know this is beyond the point, but let's just speak on it real quick since y'all brought it up. He went, hooked up with homegirl in the club, and then they hooked up a few times. I think what happened was that he was in a hotel with her, and then after he was done hooking up with her, then his homies went in the room and proceeded to hook up with her, and that's where the essay happened. So I don't think it was really Pac that did it. I think it was his entourage that did it to her. But again, Tupac took the fall for it. Another fall guy. Yeah, all these celebrities, man. That's what I think really happened. Pac got blamed for something that his homies did. Because if you go back and you watch some of the interviews, Pac even says in the interviews where he's like, he said he don't even want to be in the room with somebody when they're having sex ever again. He said if someone's having sex, he said, I'm not even going to be in the room. I'm going to get out the room. So, because after that happened. So I think he got blamed for what his entourage did. Because they said, well, those guys were with you. They were part of your entourage. And so he had to take the blame for it and take the fall for it. Pac did not do the essay, I don't think. I mean, I wasn't there, so I can't really say what happened. But from what it sounds like, and from the Vlad interview and from other interviews, and I did look into that trial a little bit, it sounds like he got blamed for what his friends did. Let's keep it going.
But he and I, we've been knowing each other for 52 years, you know. So, I mean, that was like my
And I agree with you too, Alfredo. There's definitely a cover-up here.
brother.
Yo, you guys got to pay attention
So,
to what Reggie
he,
Wright is saying. Because,
James used to do it as a hustle.
hold on.
Well, James,
Like some of y'all, I could tell in the comments, haven't really like followed the case. Y'all are just reading what you see on social media. So y'all should listen to what Reggie Wright is saying, who was one of Suge's main security guards. Because a lot of people say that they think that he was involved in what happened to Tupac Shakur. We're going to play the video, Lauren. I just saw your comment come up right here. We're going to play the video of Reggie Wright's testimony, and then I'll probably let some people up a little bit. But no offense, I've read some of your comments, and I don't think you really know what you're talking about on this. No offense. But I don't think you really know what you're talking about. Like we want to, like we're talking to people right here that were actually like around when this happened, not people that like look something up online. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to like let's talk. You know, I'll let some people up after we listen to Reggie Wright's testimony because I want to hear what he has to say anyways. But no offense, I kind of feel like it's irrelevant to listen to people who weren't around in 1996 or 95. Like if you weren't around in 95 listening to hip hop, like you know, being 2 years old doesn't count. Some of y'all weren't even born yet. But like those of you that were like 3, 4, like, oh, well, I was around when Tupac dropped. I was 5 years old. Like, get out of here, yo. Get out of here. State your age before you try to jump up here. If you're Gen Z, you're not coming up here. We don't want to hear from Gen Z about the Tupac case because okay, you 47. Okay, yeah, you qualify. You qualify. Yeah, if you were born after the year 2005, you got all your information from the internet.
what would do is go outside, get guys that look like they had a bunch of money, and bring them to the front of the line. And that drove my security crazy. But James was just out there working the door.
Yeezy says you just turned 30, so that means that you're as old as when this case had happened.
Suge will have a bunch of his homeboys to come and be on the lookout, still, blood related, Pyro related, to be around. But James was mainly doing a little side hustle.
Now, in terms of as the person in charge, or the person contracted to be in charge of death row security, were you aware that Tupac Shakur was going to come to the fight on September 7th, 1996?
Definitely the plan. That was definitely the plan, and there was a reason that I knew he had to come, but that was definitely the plan.
Okay, well, tell us the reason why he had to come.
So we Mr. Khalid.
Damn, Tony, if you're still in the chat, that's a heck of a comment, man. If you guys see Tony's comment, Tony, who are you, man? Who are you, man? You look like an old white guy in your profile picture. City and state, please. Tony said Tupac is trash and so was Biggie. I don't want to repeat the rest. I'm not going to read the rest of that out loud. But if you guys go back and see Tony's comment, damn, that's crucial.
Who he had something worked out because that's why we had off-duty police officers. I don't know if they were off-duty. They were in uniform, so I don't know if they was working off-duty or they were on duty. But my guys were responsible from the door inside, where the police officers were responsible for the door.
You better tell me in the comments what it is that you want to talk about first.
Or in the street, traffic control, and the parking lot. And so I guess how they got that approved was
well, if you're guessing,
okay.
I don't want you to guess. Were you the person responsible for whatever event control or traffic control that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did?
No, sir.
Were you the point of contact?
I was the point of contact for the club, yes.
Yeah, but you were the point of contact for the club. And then the person, is it fair to say that the person dealing with
trolling.
whatever traffic control or event control or population control, whatever it was that the attorney, George Cleese?
He was the one that got them.
I like that comment right there. The people who call Pac and Big trash are the people who listen to 6ix9ine and Kodak. Yo, and I'm glad you said that because we had so many people on the chat yesterday that were saying that Kodak Black is like one of the best rappers of all time.
I'm there.
Okay.
Made the call to get them there.
Okay. So you weren't the one that called Metro.
No, sir.
So anything. That,
Okay. I'm gonna let some of y'all up. Let's just get through Reggie Wright's testimony because a lot of people that know Pac and that were there say that this guy was lying. So I just want to know, can you guys on TikTok hear what's going on here? Can y'all hear the trial that I'm playing in the background? Let me know if you guys can hear that. Juan with 4 followers says, get me on. Answer the question first, Juan. Can you hear this?
that you would have said regarding that is just kind of you trying to put the dots together, assuming what that conversation might have been.
And the only reason I say that because I knew we promote.
I know you watched it live, but we're playing it on our live, so that's why I'm making sure it's playing here. I'm playing it. I don't want to make sure that it was playing on Court TV. I want to make sure that people can hear it right here. But if you can hear me, I assume that you can hear this. What was it? Who do we have that's in the queue? I want to make sure that we have people that were born. Or is anybody on here that wants to jump up? The homie that's 47. I got you in the line. The people that were born, I'd say, at least by 1985.
Promoted it as a.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Because we want to hear people that were like listening to hip hop at the time that this came out.
A benefit.
But we're playing a little bit of the. We're playing a little bit of the trial for those who haven't heard it. Because I'm also streaming on other platforms and some other people haven't heard these testimonies. But we're almost done. We're almost at the end of his testimony, so just hold tight.
For a retired boxer, for a police, or he was a retired police officer that was promoting or had something to do with boxing for youth or something like that.
Yeah,
so that kind of got
you right.
adding to the P's and Q's that made Mr. Knight look better when they transfer out when they're trying to transfer this club. Hey, we're also holding a benefit.
That and also Mr. Shakur was trying to work off some community service hours that he needed. I don't know how they made it happen in LA County.
And so,
Princess says, this is why they won't let Diddy out.
Perform that night at Club
Yeah,
66,
and Suge.
right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. Shakur performing at Club 662 at this benefit would help him accumulate hours for community
Thank
service.
you, fam.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the amped up. I appreciate it. Thank you for the amped up.
When was Tupac Shakur supposed to come to Las Vegas?
Well, they always came up on that Saturday. I know that they arrived about 4 p.m. on that Saturday, but if they were scheduled to come out earlier or not, I'm not sure.
And then at some point, who's the security for Tupac that Saturday?
Mr. Alexander, but he was out there with me, getting the town cars and everything. Mr. Shakur actually rolled
Rio
up.
907, you said you're Gen X.
I guess it's fiance.
Gen X, you said you're younger than Pac. Yeah, that's who we really want to hear from is Gen X and some millennials. Because let's just be honest, most people that are Gen Z, they just got all their information off of Instagram. You know what I mean?
And,
like we can't really, like, they weren't there. They don't understand the Bloods and the Crips. They don't understand what was going on in the jails. They don't understand what was going on at that time. They grew up in the internet, so they don't even know what the world was like before the internet. You know what I mean?
A few members of the Outlaws.
And who are the Outlaws?
The Outlaws is a bunch of people, actually, but it's a group of rappers that works with Mr. Shakur that he was trying to help get their careers going.
And was
I could see that. I see your
Malcolm
point.
Greenidge one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And he goes by the name Edie Amin.
That's correct, sir.
And Katari Cox, was he one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And then Afula, and I always get the name wrong, but Mr. Fula, was he also one of the members of the Outlaws?
He was as well.
Okay. And you said Mr. Alexander was a person that's supposed to be working security, or a person assigned for security for Mr. Shakur, but that he was with you. So on Saturday, was anybody with Mr. Shakur?
No, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that after the song Hit 'Em Up had come out, and that was probably, 3-4 months before this, you had assigned 2 security officers to Mr. Shakur.
That's correct.
So where's the other one?
Well, that was Mr. Hackey, Kevin Hackey. He was scheduled to also be attending and writing, and that's what I actually thought was going to be with him, coming up with him, because he normally was.
I agree.
With him, him and Mr. Alexander, they kind of worked out who would be with Mr. Shakur, and for some reason he didn't show up. He now telling me he had a late arrest and he was stuck at the hospital all day dealing with her arrest.
So the fight night arrives. Where are you?
Here we go.
Do you go to the fight?
This is the part I want to hear right here.
Of the fight, so it was kind of
Let's go. Fight night.
hectic to get inside, but also got a call from Mr. Giddings, Al Giddings, who was my supervisor at the club, and they was having some logistic problems there, and I elected to go and get things in order at the club.
So you get to the parking lot at MGM, see it's a little crazy, and decide to head over to Club 662.
That's correct.
And was Club 662, it was on Flamingo, is that right?
1700 Locker Flamingo, yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, can I see Exhibit 2? I'm going to publish Exhibit 2, which has already been admitted. All right, actually, Mr. Wright, you're not positioned great for any of this, but there we have, can you see 662 up there?
I don't have my glasses.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I got you.
That at all, period.
Thank you. You see, there's a red 662 club on this map. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurately representing where Club 662 was?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Las Vegas Strip and head over to Club 662.
That's correct, sir.
Did you handle the logistical issues at Club 662?
Well, I guess. I'm sure we got worked out. Yes, sir.
And then, was Club 662, did you stay at Club 662 or did you head back to the Strip that night?
No, I stayed there the whole time until I was contacted by some other individuals.
Okay, so we'll start, before we get there.
Thank you for the follow.
Was 662
Appreciate you.
super busy that night or was it kind of less crowded?
The clubs generally didn't start getting crowded till about 11 p.m. I think we were there like 8:30. So it eventually got there, but I wouldn't call it super crowded at that point.
And then you said you were there, and then you something changed. Well, we all know that on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was shot, and Mr. Knight was at least grazed in the head by a bullet. Did you find out about that?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out about that?
Two gentlemen, Buntry, true name was Alton McDonald, and a gentleman by the name of Neckbone. Well, his true name is Roger Williams, and his moniker is Neckbone. They came inside the club and came straight to me. It was like, Reggie, Suge and Pac just got shot down the street. I thought they were messing with me because they like, where Reggie at, because I wasn't there with him. But then Mr. Gleason, who was standing near me, I guess he talked to some of the officers that was working out front, and he kind of verified to me that something happened. And then by that time, I see about 4 or 5 other units that were working at the club. They started taking out heading that way.
Now you mentioned two people, Buntry, Alton McDonald. Does
There you go.
Buntry have any relation
That
to
part.
James McDonald, the person?
Thank you for saying that, untouchable player. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. See, some of us are on a different level here. It's like, let's use our thinking caps, people. This is what 50 Cent said, man. Y'all need to learn how to read between the lines. Y'all need to learn how to read between the lines. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not that we don't care. It's that we know that they don't care. Great comment, man. That's a great comment, homie.
That's his little brother. Yes, sir.
And then you mentioned
It's called chess. Yeah, you're a 50-year-old man who's seen it all. Exactly, man. So you know what's up. That's why I said. That's why we don't want Gen Zers up in here. Really. I mean, Gen Zers are free to listen, which they should, because you're actually listening to people who were there and who noticed this and who've seen it and who, like, associate with these people like Snoop Dogg, Daz, Corrupt. I've associated with all these people. So, like, it's like, yeah, we know that there's definitely something going on behind the scenes.
Neckbone.
And that's why I'm listening to Reggie Wright's testimony, who was an undercover Compton Police Department officer who worked with Suge, like his right-hand man. Because a lot of people have said that this man is not telling the full truth.
Roger Williams. Were these people employed by Right Way Security?
No, sir.
Were they part of Mob Pyro?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, as we talked about earlier, that Suge would have members of Mob Pyro around?
Correct.
And while they weren't official security, would you say they provided a different form of security?
That would be a fair. Yes, that's correct.
So upon hearing the fact that, well, at that time when Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were headed to Club 662, were you aware of their movements? Were you aware that they were headed over to the club at that point?
Not at that point. I hadn't heard anything. Frank hadn't communicated anything with me, and I just knew they would eventually will get there. But no, I didn't know any movement where they were at or when they were coming towards our way.
Oh, you had said Frank hadn't told you anything. At this point, had Frank met up with Tupac?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was with Mr. Shakur since about 4 p.m. on that day, 4 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. He was with him all that day.
So he didn't drive out with Mr. Shakur, but he eventually met up with Mr. Shakur.
That's correct. Him and another gentleman who initially was with him by the name of Michael Moore.
And was Mr. Moore also a member of security?
He worked for Right Way as well.
Okay. And so then you have Mr. Shakur, Mr.
Fugazi, that's what we're listening to.
662. To your knowledge, were there other people headed over? I guess we already heard about Neckbone and Buntree. Were there other people headed over to Club 662 with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? On driving over, was it more than one car, or were there a number of cars driving over to Club 662?
And I can only speak on what I know now.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, back then, did you know?
I just know who normally with them.
So after Buntree and Neckbone tell you that Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had been shot, and you seem to get some confirmation from
All right.
The attorney, what do you...
Me and Mr. Khalees and Michael Moore, who was with Mr. Shakur earlier, who got, his primary job was to work at the club. He and I jumped in the car with Mr. Khalees.
Well, it's been brought back up. They say Keefy D's the
towards
mastermind.
the scene, but where we were told Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight was. However, en route, Mr. Khalees was on the phone, and we were notified that they were headed to UMC.
So did you go to UMC then?
That's correct.
Now, taking a step back, did you see the car that Buntree and Neckbone arrived to Club 662 in?
Eventually, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything notable about that car?
Yes, Mr. Buntree, he had a Toyota Supra that was black, and he had one bullet hole to the driver's side fender.
Now, let's go back to, you're on your way back to, or you're on your way over to UMC. What happens at UMC?
Get there. Of course, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur was in the emergency room. I didn't get to see Mr. Knight until about 3 hours later. I saw him, but there was a lot of people gathering. Yes, people heard what happened from the club. They started gathering there, and people were just starting to gather, and in the parking lot outside of the hospital.
Was Mr. Knight held at UMC for a long time, or like for weeks, or what happened with Mr. Knight?
No, Mr. Knight was released. I left prior. I don't know why I left. I left prior to him getting released about 4 or 5 that morning, but I know I was back at his house. I went and got his home secured, and I know I was back at his house about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. that morning. I was with him all that day.
After all this, or sometime during this, do you make contact with your father?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
By phone. I called him a couple of times throughout that night. Told him what had just happened to Suge and Mr. Shakur. It's kind of stressful for me. Called him a few times that night.
Okay.
How are you calling him?
By cell phone.
Oh, you had a cell phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything that you felt you had to relate to him in order to let him know what might be happening the next day?
Well, during that night, or that early morning, I was getting information from people in the parking lot and around that, hey, they got into it at the MGM with some guys from Southside Compton Clubs. And so I relayed that to him. They didn't know who the people were, just that they got into it with some guys from Southside. And I told them, hey, it's going to be trouble back in Compton.
When did you go back to Compton? When did you go back to California?
I saw that one comment that you said about COINTELPRO. That's a big one. That's good that you know that word, because some people don't know what that was about.
About 2 weeks later.
So you are in...
Let me make sure that we get one more follow so we can keep this going. Make sure if you guys are watching, make sure you're sharing this stream. We're just getting started so we can get some more people up in here. Make sure you share the stream. Thank you for liking the stream. Yeah, shout out Bleed Art. Appreciate the follow. Appreciate you. Thank you.
While Mr. Shakur was at the hospital.
The whole time he was at the hospital, and the following week as well.
What was your role while Mr. Shakur was in the hospital?
I had 2 guys assigned outside his door the whole time he was fighting for his life. And they were there just we had problems with, I remember a candy striper trying to sneak up and take a picture of him while he was lion fighting for his life.
Damn.
And we were just trying to keep people out. Of course, Ms. Shakur, his mother, was in charge. But this mainly trying to keep people out that she didn't want in or got her permission to come in to see Mr. Shakur while he was fighting for his life.
Crazy.
And then you had said after Mr. Shakur had passed, you stayed in Vegas for another week.
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, I'm the one that actually received his ashes, and had one of my security guys by the name of James Marine fly back with the ashes, and eventually delivered them to someone in the family. I believe it was the mother.
Fugazi, you can Google that. You can Google what COINTELPRO is. I highly suggest that you Google it, because every time I talk about it, the stream will get flagged. So I can't tell you what it is on the stream, but you should definitely Google it and do your research. That's why I said, like, we want to talk to people that are like aware of these things, but it's all good. That's why you're here, because we're here to educate. You know what I mean? You're talking to some real people right here on this stream. So thank you for being here, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, you should definitely Google that. You should also Google MK Ultra while you're at it.
If it wasn't her, it was somebody that she authorized to receive the ashes.
You weren't the person that delivered the ashes.
James Green was.
You
Thanks for the
received
likes.
the ashes and
Yes.
then gave it
To James.
Right.
You're in the right place.
You know, I want to ask you this just straight. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Absolutely not.
He finally asked the question, man. It took him like an hour to get to the question. Did you have anything to do with Tupac? That's the question I was getting to. I was trying to get to this question because a lot of people say that this undercover cop did. Shout out Social Justice for the follow. I appreciate it, man. That's what we're here talking about. Is this a search for justice, or is it just a media publicity stunt? Look, they're whispering. They're whispering. Listen carefully. Listen close. They're whispering. Let's go back to this part one more time.
You know, I want to ask you this just straight. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And also I want to say this for those of you that probably didn't see Mob James's testimony earlier. He asked, yeah, Social Justice knows what's up. I could tell by your profile name. When they asked Mob Justice, did Reggie Wright, who's on the stand right now, when they asked him, did Reggie have anything to do with what happened to Tupac? He was like, impossible. He like hesitated. He hesitated for like 5 seconds. Like you notice that when the prosecutor asked Reggie Wright that question, he answered it right away. Did you have anything to do with what happened to Tupac? Absolutely not. Like he was waiting for that question. Absolutely not. Now, how come when he asked Mob James the same exact question, if Reggie had anything to do with it, he was just like, That's the question. And now they're whispering afterwards. They're whispering after they asked him the question. Look, and they muted it.
As a result,
They muted it. They were whispering, and then they muted it. You see, I'm watching this court trial of Tupac. I'm watching it from a different point of view. I'm not watching it from the point of view that everybody else is watching it from. I'm watching it for clues. I'm not watching it to get the facts. I'm watching for clues. And I see here that there's a lot of clues in this.
Of the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand, were there any legal proceedings that involved Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Knight was on probation at the time of the beating at the MGM Grand?
He was.
Actually, can we show 115? Actually, I don't even know that Mr. Wright can.
Static Cindy says she thinks that Tupac is still in Cuba. You think Pac is in Cuba? You know what's funny is that I have a friend on Facebook, and he's actually kind of a famous rapper too, low key. And a lot of people think he's Tupac, which is hilarious.
Look at the computer up to him. I just have to open it. It'll go off the screen. They'll take it off here. You want?
Oh yeah, you looked it up. You looked it up, Fugazi. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, man. You said you understand why I said MK Ultra. Yeah, it was experiments that were ran on people. Could I understand what they whispered? I'll have to go back and listen to it again. But from what they whispered, it sounds like they said, yeah, he had something to do with it.
Don't do it on your computer so you can see it up close, and I'll play it for the jury. I assume you want. Yes. You want the bike one, right?
Yeah, you're right. Reggie was there. FBI was there. FBI had surveillance of it. And you know what? You know what should be the next topic, since we're speaking of the trial? Next topic should be the Biggie. Because that one's even weirder than this one, if you really think about the Biggie one, which is still unsolved, by the way. Now, no offense, Lauren, but you're saying some dumb shit. I got to keep it real with you. You're not really making a lot of sense. I was looking at some of your comments, and you're a little behind on this, but it's okay. That's why we're speaking about it right now, is to educate people, because you're not, There's another dude who wants to come up here who is the Jin Xer. Yeah, because like you said in the comments that if this trial gets solved, meaning I guess what you're saying, because Keefe D is the one that's on trial, so you're saying that if the trial gets solved, then this is a huge win for the Pac family. No, it's not. I know Tupac's stepbrother, Shakur. Shakur has said so himself, that he does not believe that these are all the people that are involved in this. You see what I'm saying? So like, I could tell by what you're saying, you haven't really done a thorough deep dive or thorough research into this. Like, do you even know who Shakur is? Answer that question for me first. Do you know Tupac's brother? Let me just fact check something real quick. While I play this. Whispering again. Bad. Just fact checking. All right, hold on for just a second.
Just kind of look around so you can see. That's getting close.
Yeah. I just looked this up. How many people in the chat know who Shakur is? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, some of y'all don't even know who is. I'm looking this up right here. Just to like fact check real quick. I know you probably can't really read it on Google, on YouTube, but it says right here, Shakur, who is Tupac's stepbrother, he said that he has stated that he and his family are cautiously optimistic and attending the proceedings to see if the legal system will finally hold Keefe accountable, while noting that they are trying to manage their expectations given how long the process has taken. So he's basically saying that, like, yeah, they would like to see justice, but that he doesn't believe fully. He said he is leading them to stay guarded rather than assuming an immediate, easy outcome. He's there, though. They're saying that, of course, he is there in the courtroom. Thank you, Fugazi, for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you, fam. See, he's just letting the judicial system take its process is what he's saying. But I don't think that he believes that this is the full story. You know what I'm saying? Let me pull up one other thing real quick. Let me pull up one other thing real quick.
I'm gonna try and coordinate this, Judge.
I'll show it to you.
Not to mention that
up
Pac's
close.
mother is not even
Also
here.
right, while Mr. DiGiacomo shows it to the members of the jury. And Mr. DiGiacomo,
Before you said you want to start it?
yeah, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 115B at 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay.
So here's the actually, before we start playing, Mr. Wright, have you seen the MGM video before?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say you've seen it more than once.
Yes, sir.
And then partly because it was part of a revocation proceeding that involved Suge Knight.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you 115B, starting at 7:04. I'm clicking. One second, not just yet. I'm clicking right.
Hold on for a second.
This is the video that you've seen before?
That's correct.
It's like
sir.
it doesn't answer the question fully, though.
I'm going to pause. Starting at 7:20. 7:20. Did you recognize the folks that were hitting Mr. Anderson there?
Hitting or kicking?
Hitting or kicking, yeah.
Yes, I do.
Who were they?
The gentleman in the white with the black hat on was
We'll try and coordinate this again.
We're looking at the footage of the MGM Grand.
Oh, can you see it?
I can see it. Yes. Sir.
Oh, okay. Well, then can you tell us the people who are involved in this?
That gentleman right there
Okay,
in the white
this is the part I was looking for. I had to dig deep to find it. So let me say this real quick. Let me pull this part up. Hold on. Okay, so I asked you got to go thorough through AI to get the right answer. Mopreme Shakur, who's Tupac's stepbrother, for those of you that don't know, part of the family, who is also in attendance in the trial, he states right here that he believes that Keefe was involved, okay? Which we all kind of know this. We all know that Keefe was involved, but this is the key part right here that I want y'all to understand. Please listen to this right here. And again, if I didn't say it correctly, because I know there was noise in the background, Fugazi, thank you for the follow. He says he believes that Keefe was involved, but he strongly maintains that the conspiracy to take Pac out extends far beyond Keefe alone. Do you understand? So he's letting the procedure happen. In other words, what I said earlier before and what some of us have already agreed to, including, what was his name? Let me see if I can find your name. Geez, I didn't realize there were that many comments coming in. What was his name? Homeboy that was speaking on, like, look, man, this has been going on in Black history for a very long time. Untouchable player, if you're still here with us. Yeah, he's saying the same thing that you said. That, and this is Tupac's brother, or stepbrother, but brother. They grew up together. Saying that he believes that this goes far beyond. So even though if Keefe gets convicted, which it looks like he might get convicted, but I don't think he's going to do the full time of what people think, because we all know that there's a bigger conspiracy behind this. His brother has went out to go ahead and say that he believes that there's far more players involved in this. Meaning, Can we say this? Meaning that we believe that there were some government conspiracies that were involved in the cover-up of Tupac?
Buntry, Alton McDonald.
There appears to be somebody in a gold shirt. Who was that?
That appeared to be Mr. Shakur.
Yes, I agree with you on that part, Lauren. Yes. Let the people of color down so many
There's a person in gray on gray, looks like outfit. Do you know who that is?
The one that I saw that's right in front of Mr. McDonald right now is Roger Williams.
Okay.
I thought it was blue. I saw
Okay,
it blue.
maybe I'm talking about the wrong thing. You're talking about this.
Yeah.
Okay, word up, Blood Art.
I'm gonna approach your eye. Show King.
Yeah, I agree. Yoki says he was an industry plant. If you're still here,
Well, that's Mr.
Yoki,
Knight.
speak more on that.
And then that's Mr. Williams.
All right.
And then, so you see Mr. Williams, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur. Those are the people that are evident to you in this portion of the video.
Okay,
So,
Untouchable Player is
then
still up in here.
we
Word.
have another video of everybody leaving.
It's an interesting comment right here. You said he's an industry plant, meaning Pac, right? He's an industry plant, and we all know the government put him in the eyes for the public. Why would they do that, though? I'm not saying that I disagree with you, but if you could elaborate a little bit more, Yoskis, on your comment, saying that the government put him in the eyes for the public. So are you saying like the whole all eyes on me was just like a government psyop to... Well, I think they're definitely doing that with rappers now. With Tupac, you're not the first person I've heard say that. So if you could elaborate a little bit more on that.
Can you see that?
I see it, but
That's fair. That's it.
Yeah, Tupac's mom was a
I'm going to
panther.
show Mr. Wright 115C.
and Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, Buntry, Mr. Williams.
True.
I don't see Frank yet.
I wish you guys could see this that I'm pulling up right here on the screen.
Okay, there go Mr. Alexander's the one with no sleeves on his shirt. And he's leading the pack now.
Did you see Trayvon Lane?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank you. Thank you, 30907. Pac's stepbrother, son of Mutulu Shakur. Yes, exactly. What y'all know about Asada Shakur? We're watching the scene of Tupac walking through the casino. Look at Tupac walking in front of all his bodyguards.
I don't see Mr. Lane yet. No, he had a hat on. I've seen him before. I don't see him right now, though. Let me look again.
Imagine how crazy that was back then. All those people walking. There's no cell phones.
Mr. Shakur.
Nothing.
I'm sorry, I don't see Mr. Lane.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Big Cuddle, you said there's no point. It's after 30. Yeah. Or Big Cuddy. Yeah. You do believe he was in the car, though. Yeah. I like your point. What you said is basically the same thing that his brother says.
I'm sorry.
Why is the trial screaming colored people time? I feel like it's a little too late. I agree with you, Slack Out, but like they said, and like some people have said in the comments, you know, there's no statute of limitations on this. Tiny Smurf, shout you out. You said the first statement is complete ignorance. Carly is 44. Her look and age has no bearing on this case. This man's actions, a lawyer should be the focal point. Oh man, you must have just jumped in. I said that like an hour ago. Is she 44? Because her age is not publicly stated. And she don't look 44, but that's good. She looks good for her age then. She's 44. 44 is still pretty young though. That means that she was about, and that's the point that I made earlier. That means that the judge, that's the judge you're talking about, right? That means that the judge was probably about, she probably was like 10, 11 years old when All Eyes on Me came out.
Let me just ask you to focus on the people leaving now at this point.
Okay. Right there, upper right. Yeah.
So you see him.
Yeah, he has the hat on. Upper right corner is Mr. Lane.
So you see him leaving the scene, but you don't actually see him during the
Qualification.
You don't see him actually hitting
I didn't see him.
Someone got to make the money.
Mr. X.
I didn't see him do that.
But he's with the group that's fleeing the beating of Mr. X.
That's correct.
User says anything to keep us away from the files. Yo, it's funny though that you say that too. That you're not the only one that said that. Like, yeah, man, there's a lot of things going on, especially in the country and in America, that we don't even know what's really going on. But yeah, this is really a big distraction. That's why I'm not going to be covering the whole trial and the whole case. But these two testimonies are very important testimonies. Like, I've been wanting to hear Reggie Wright's testimony because I watched a lot of his interviews. I watched a lot of his podcasts, a lot of his Vlad TV appearances. So I was just curious to hear what he had to say. All right, let's see if they can ask him any more questions.
Is that the person you identified as Trayvon Lane?
Yes, sir.
At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you are not enough to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial.
All right, let's see if I want to see Keefe's lawyer real quick, just cross-examine him, and then we can take some calls. Let's just see. Yeah, and we'll run through this one quick because I know usually like yesterday, man, we were going off yesterday, man. We went up on here like for like 6-7 hours, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we're trying to do that tonight, but yeah. Let's see. I want to see if his lawyer cross-examines him. But yeah, I agree with you on that though, Lauren. You're right. It's there's no statute of limitations on a case like this. Okay, you said that's your favorite Tupac song? Word. Big Cuddy. Mess. That's, I mean, hey, for those of you that are in the comment section on TikTok, go look at Big Cuddy's question. That's a good question, man. I don't know if I can answer that question completely. Maybe you can explain or elaborate a little bit more in detail what you mean. But that is a good question. Is that a conspiracy? I don't even know if I could even really read that out loud anyways, what you said. But that is a good question of what you're asking. But yeah, I think that the judge, to go back to Tiny Smurf on YouTube, to go back to your comment, because like keep in mind, y'all, I'm multi-streaming right here. I think that it would be beneficial to have a judge who might be around the same age range that kind of understands what the world was like then. Not some judge who was like 5 years old when this happened. She does not look 44. By the way, I love how they're just muting the mic. I thought there was something wrong with my video, but now I see that they're muting the mic.
See, talk about before we bring in the jury.
No, no.
Awesome. All right, let's bring in.
Staff the jury.
On the witness stand, or are you talking about you? And then we had talked briefly about it, so I'll go in a minute. But we were talking about the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM.
Here you go. This is the part you guys
Mr.
wanted
Knight
to
was on
hear.
probation at the time you had mentioned. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And then
This should answer your question, Big Cuddy, if you can hear this. This is the question you asked. They're about to talk about it right now on the stand.
after you guys got back from Las Vegas back to the Southern California area, did Mr. Knight have a legal problem as a result of his alleged participation in that beating?
That's correct, sir.
And can you explain that to us?
Well, you're right. You're right about that, Josh. I definitely agree. I definitely thought that because let's be honest, Keefe is the only one who's left.
They've already been, initially they've already been, they said for a...
And Suge and Diddy are both incarcerated. Pretty interesting, right?
30 tests for...
it's like everybody who was there and who could talk is either gone or in jail. It's kind of strange, except for the undercover cop who's on the stand right now.
That he did with his probation officer. But while he was still in custody,
thank you for the
they
lights.
then added the charge of he violated his probation for assaulting Mr. Anderson.
So he's on probation. He's on video, at least.
About that untouchable play, I definitely learned that. It's not about what you know. It's about what you can prove. And wasn't that in the training day? They've been going back and saying that Denzel Washington, it's not about what you know, where he's telling that to Ethan Hawke. It's not about what you know. It's about what you can prove. And not only that, it's also you're guilty until proven innocent. And then also on top of that, it's somebody else made another good point. Well, it'll come to me later. But yeah, you're right. Great point, man.
To be participating in the beating of Mr. Anderson, and so he is charged with violating his probation.
That's correct, sir.
And do you participate in any of the preparation for Mr. Knight's hearing on his probation violation?
With his attorney, Mr. Kenner, I attended several meetings, yes.
And then are you aware of a meeting with Mr. Anderson?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that?
So we met him at his attorney office, Mr. Edie Fall. It was in Seal Beach, I believe, where his office was. And we met with him. The attorneys had an agreement where I guess they will make a settlement or something for and Mr. Anderson to come and testify on Mr. Knight's behalf, where I believe the settlement was for about $60,000 because some of the death row people had assaulted him, and some would say for him coming up and testifying on the behalf of Mr. Knight.
Okay, so just to be clear, prior to
that's a good point, Josh, but I'm not sure. I think Pac was too much of a controversial rapper. I think something would have happened to him eventually. Because let's not forget, did y'all forget what happened in New York City? Let's not forget that this wasn't the first time this had happened to Pac. So those of us that were there, you remember that everybody thought like, oh, Pac is gonna be all right, because he was like, he remember Vibe magazine and other magazines put that out. Do I think he was set up? Are you talking about in New York? Yeah, in the elevator. Yeah, I think he was set up. That's how the whole beef started.
Revocation.
With the Biggie beef and all that. He said he did the article in Vibe magazine, which is like one of the most powerful journalism interviews that he ever did. This is the reason why Angie Martinez has never put out Angie Martinez, she never put out the interview that she did with Tupac. She still has the interview in the archives to this day that she still has not put out. And the reason why I think she never put that interview out is because Pac says in that interview that Diddy and Biggie set him up. It's obvious, man, because look at Angie Martinez. She's straight up New York. She's straight up Hot 97. She knew damn well that if she put that interview out, probably still to this day, not only was she going to lose her job, but she probably was going to have to watch her back for the rest forever. And I think that's really the reason why Angie Martinez never put that interview out.
Hearing. There was a meeting with Orlando Anderson, the person who was beaten in that video. Is that right?
That's right.
And then there was an agreement that $60,000 would change hands between Suge Knight or Death Row or some aspect of that side to Mr. Anderson. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that was made between the attorneys, Mr. Kenner, who was also present, and Mr. Fall.
Okay. I'm not saying that you're the person that did that. I'm just saying you were that.
All right,
let's get to Keefe's lawyer.
Anderson, who was the general manager.
I want to get to Keefe's lawyer because this guy's asking like just stupid questions now.
Of the company at the time.
Okay. And then at that probation hearing, is it fair to say? Is it fair to say that the judge disregarded Mr. Anderson's testimony and revoked Mr. Knight's
Hold on,
parole.
this is a good part right here. Or an interesting part.
Well, did the judge believe Mr. Anderson's testimony?
So Mr. Knight was subsequently violated for his probation and received 9 years sentence.
And as a result, when Mr. Knight was imprisoned for those 9 years, who was running death row?
That could be possible. I saw your comment about the MLK, Pac being MLK. That's fair. 3 craze. That's fair.
After about 4 or 5 minutes of his incarceration, I became the general manager of the company.
We show the death row. What do you call that?
Pendant.
Pendant. We show the death row pendant. Can you tell us about the distribution of death row pendants to various people that were associated with death row?
Mainly the artists received them, and then people, close associates of Mr. Knight, they were given out to different people for Christmas presents of 1995. Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not Trayvon Lane had received a death row pendant?
He was one, yes, sir.
And is it typically wore on a chain around one's neck?
That's correct,
Keep
sir.
this out. All right, so we're gonna listen to
cross-examination.
we're gonna listen to Keefe D's lawyer do a cross-examination, and then we'll take some calls.
Mr. Wright, have you and I ever met?
No, sir.
You have a podcast, I believe, right?
YouTube channel that I talk on.
I'm sure you're probably anticipating the next question.
Keefe lawyers
In
cross-examining.
your YouTube channel, you have spoken a little bit about me, for instance, right?
That's correct. And you have spoken about me as well.
Yeah. So in terms of your podcast or YouTube channel, and once again, I don't think it was anything derogatory. It was more like you never tried a criminal case, or I think Hollywood-ass attorney. I think you had said something like that, right?
Well, you did about 10 interviews in the last 2 months, so I may have said something like that.
Now, in terms of your podcast stuff, it's fair at this pretty good point. At some point, you would actually instruct Keith that, hey, he can actually make money doing the YouTube stuff. Remember that?
It didn't go quite like that, but I did pass his number to a few YouTube channels after he and I had this discussion about doing something on my channel, but I refused to pay because I'm not giving someone I believe is Tupac killer money.
Sure. You had an interview with a Mr. Mogg. Do you remember that?
Detective Mogg, yes, sir.
Was he a detective at the time?
He was.
Okay, so he's a detective at the time, and he sat down with you, and you had a conversation with him, and you basically told him that you had advised KPD about I don't know, how much you can get paid doing YouTube stuff. Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Now, you don't remember that, or you don't believe that?
I remember Kevin Cox, but to say you can make $5,000 or $10,000, I didn't have any conversation like that with Detective Mogg.
Okay, so you don't know or you don't remember. I just want to make sure we're different here.
I remember meeting with Detective Mogg. I know I am the one that started passing Mr. Davis' number around to do more interviews to get him to talk. Yes.
Okay, so when you volunteered to Detective Mogg, KPD's number, you said, I set him up with a couple of interviews.
Correct.
And because I promised you, if y'all ever listen, I promised him I would. We talk bad about each other, but I'll hook you up. I'm kind of know all these YouTubers out here, and so I kind of hook people up with them. Quote, you want to make some money, N-word, unquote. And then question was asked by Detective Mogg, so what do you get paid for your interviews? And you respond, I get about $2,500, $3,000 a show. You remember that?
That's accurate, so I might have said that.
Now you also said $5,000. I got my F. He was crying about his taxes. You were referring to Keefe in that, right? He was crying about his taxes, Keefe?
I'm not sure.
I got him about to go blast them next week. He's getting $3,500. So they pay you because they get views. They get paid, man. YouTube, every million views you get about 6,000 to 10,000. And then
That's the channel.
Okay.
Not the person.
And then once again, I'm talking about the YouTuber. And so if you do a bunch of them and you get 100,000, and they break them up into like 5 or 10 minute segments, and you can get a 15-second segments from me.
I like how he's breaking down the YouTube algorithm and how much money you can make off of YouTube.
And you get 200,000 people to view it. You can make $8,000 to $10,000 off of me. And you just gave me $2,500, $3,000. You remember saying that to Detective Mogg?
I'm sure. Those sound like accurate statements, so I'm sure I did.
And once again, it's clear to show that there's a business with YouTube, right?
That's correct, sir.
And so when you post something online, you're posting it online with the hopes that you're going to get paid for that.
Yeah, and that didn't start until about 2021.
Sure.
Or 2020, after COVID. Yes.
Now, with regards to your role here, You were the head of security for Suge Knight.
Correct.
And I want to make sure I'm clear. Where did you grow up in Compton?
I mean, my address is 1628 East Pine Street, Compton, California.
Where's that at in terms of, because we're assuming, and you could tell this jury otherwise, that wherever you grew up or whatever your street was, you, by default, was part of a certain gang or club.
I never gave a. Always wanted to be a police officer growing up. However, guys that I grew up with, was in the sandbox with, played sportswear, yeah, they were Mob Pyro's affiliate.
Okay.
Some police officers, some football players, several type of people grew up in our community.
And at some point, you get yourself out of it. You become a police officer.
I never was in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for correcting me. You become a police officer for about 5 years.
90 to 96, 6 years. Yeah.
6 years, and you have to retire medically.
Correct.
And you had shared with us earlier that you created the security company. You were moonlighting, sort of doing your job during the day and then doing this other side hustle at night.
That's accurate.
And that side hustle became your full-time gig when you were no longer a police officer.
That's correct, sir.
And so in terms of who you were, the main service you provided services for would have been Death Row Records.
95%. That's correct, sir.
And in essence, I mean, this was your number one client, right?
I agree with you.
Okay. And you spent a lot of time with Suge.
Eventually that grew, but yes. 94, not as much. 95, 96, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're providing services for Suge in terms of security, right?
For Suge or his company?
For the Death Row label.
That's correct, sir.
And you actually had created a company specifically for the security aspect of it, right?
That's fair.
And that's the Right Way
Protective Services.
Protective Services, okay. Now, as you're going about doing that, you had shared with us a little bit about some of the things you had done, and you shared with us that, hey, there was something that happened at one of the award ceremony. You talked about that, right?
At the Soul Train, that's correct.
And you said that at that Soul Train incident that my client was present when some other guy flashed a gun or something like that.
That's correct.
It wasn't
your client. No.
Okay. And once again, your security, you're a former police officer. Did you ever report that incident to police?
They ran. Actually, police detained the subjects outside the gate or towards the gate. What happened to them, I don't know, because I was more interested in getting my clients inside the war show.
And your father, just to correct my memory, is a lieutenant at the time with Compton? Or was he captain?
At that time, a lieutenant, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And his role and what he was responsible for was the gangs in Compton.
That's correct, sir.
So it would have been information you would have maybe picked up or you would have told him?
That's what people get confused about law enforcement. Compton is a city about 8 to 10 miles away from, well, that's by USC is where this incident happened. That's about 20 miles away from Compton. And so Compton PD and LAPD don't share information with each other like people think in law enforcement.
Right, but you're talking about someone who's from Compton. You're saying that guy, or there, who's from Compton, was present at that particular event.
It wasn't a big thing. It was just a guy that ran a weapon.
Right, so in your mind, it's not about this idea that this is a gang sort of thing. It's just some idiot with a gun flashing a gun, right?
I agree with you.
Okay.
But they were also protecting Bad Boys Records.
Okay, well, we can talk about that in a second. In terms of your role, though, in your company, you, at some point, you obviously are now working with Suge, and there's this idea with Death Row Records that there may be sort of tension in the air. Was there anything going on during that time period prior to September of 1996 that was happening that was telling you, hey, I need to make sure that Death Row Records is protected?
You always had an element because of incidents when you go out to nightclubs, the party scene. There's always an issue, unfortunately.
And because you're dealing with someone like Suge Knight, and at that particular point, any of his other people that was working for him, like say the entertainers, right? You're talking Snoop, you're talking Tupac, that you would have adequate security to protect them, say, from fans and that kind of stuff.
I called it, my cell was to be good witnesses. Mr. Knight had just went through a situation with one of his artists, Snoop Dogg, that was on trial for murder. And they ended up beating the case. But they had got a large judgment, mainly because of the qualifications or the lack of qualifications of the security officer that was acting as security officer that shot him and killed the person. And so when you have a big company like Mr. Knight had, I thought it was best, and he thought it was best, or maybe his attorneys, I don't know, his label, that let's get some professional people around you.
And so for the most part, your practice was to hire people that were either off-duty police officers or retired police officers.
That's correct, sir.
And you did that because they were properly trained and you could trust them in terms of their judgment.
That and my cell was to be a good witness.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
But with regards to their roles obviously at the end of the day were to protect the people that were your clients, that would have been Death Row Records and whoever you assigned them to.
As best you can.
Yeah. So in terms of what happens here in Las Vegas, right? Your testimony is you arrive here to Las Vegas and you're here on Friday.
Correct.
And you're here to get ready for what's happening on Saturday.
Friday night, the Coke Club did open. Like I said, it wasn't majorly attended, but definitely for Saturday night, yes, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, Tupac and Suge didn't arrive until Saturday anyways.
They didn't come up until Saturday, that's correct, sir.
And they drove up.
They drove up, yes, sir.
So they drove up, you're there, you're working, and you're at 662, right?
I'm at 662, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to show you here an image. I'm going to ask the clerk to mark as opposed to defense exhibit next in order.
See, I think? Yes.
See?
Yep.
May I, John?
You may.
You recognize this?
That's close 662, yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to, I'm sorry, and with regards to that photograph, would that been an accurate depiction of 662 around the time period that we talked about here?
I agree with you, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, at this point, I've moved for the admission of proposed defense exhibit C.
Any objection, state?
Nope.
So admitted.
May I copy this, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show this to the jury here real quick. So this is a picture of 662. Now, you shared with us a little bit about what was happening on Saturday night. Attorney basically says, hey, if we really want to get this club, I guess, passed in terms of its licensing, maybe we do something that helps the community, or at least does an outreach. Is that what we're doing?
I think that was mainly to get the police officers there.
Okay. And with regards to that particular night and so forth, you said it's something to do with boxing. This is a Barry's boxing benefit. Is that what that was?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So this picture would have been taken pretty much at the time of when this event had gone down in September of 1996.
I believe that night or
Yeah.
or that week, yes, sir.
And with regard to Barry's boxing, do you know anything about what Barry's boxing is about?
Just that he was a retired police officer that was helping young kids in the area with boxing. That was about it. Or association or foundation to raise money for youth coming up. This is what I remember.
So, Mob James just testified a little while ago.
Okay.
If his representation was there was no event like that was happening in September of 1996, was he being wrong?
Let me just say this. They don't be in the know like that, We're not as transparent as maybe we should be with the homeboys.
I mean, but obviously this is sitting on the front sign of the entrance going into the facility, right?
I went in that club that night and I ain't never noticed that.
Well, let me ask you this, though. In terms of what was happening, was Mob James the head of security that night?
So James' responsibility is he had a lot of juice with the homeboys, and they have something they call Code Red, where everybody come out and support each other. And James was that person that she looked to, even during the Snoop trial, when Snoop was having problems with his homeboys coming up there, messing with him and stuff. They were hired to be outside the courthouse to keep them away. And that was James' role. So, and James was with Suge at the beginning. And quite frankly, he might be a little upset that my guys kind of took a lot of their roles or their responsibilities.
Right. So on this particular night, there's actually Metropolitan police officers that were they hired by you to be on the outside?
Well, I would say Club 662 or under Mr. Khaleesi and the person that was running the club, under their direction. I knew they were going to be there, but I didn't speak to anyone from the police department to say, this is how much y'all going to be getting paid. I need you to do this. I just knew they were going to be working from the door out.
So, yeah, okay. And really the concern at this particular point that you had, as well as I'm assuming Mr. Khaleesi as the attorney, is you wanted to make sure everything was going to go well for the club.
That's correct. That's fair.
In essence, and to help Shook with passing up this particular club. Correct?
That's correct, sir.
So one of the things that had happened that you had shared with us is that Friday you meet with Khaleesi and you learn and you're instructed that your people are not to be carrying firearms.
Inside the nightclub.
Right, inside of the nightclub.
That's correct.
All the way up until the time that they get to that door, they're not supposed to be carrying firearms.
Inside the club.
Are you aware that the Red Alert people from Mob James were all carrying firearms that night?
Well, I had problems with that. My guys were strict, law enforcement. They didn't care about, they didn't have a relationship with James and them, as I did. And so they would search them. And if they got one in, who knows? But there was always issues with them about being searched. But my guys would still, they were like, hey, if you want us here, we searching everybody coming to this club.
Right. So that was important for you, but Mark James says otherwise. He says everyone's
Okay,
fine.
if they snuck them in,
And
it happens.
And yeah, and with regards to your meeting with Mr. Kalesis, once again, you're there, and do you have at that particular point any ownership interest at all in Death Row Records?
None.
So you are a separate entity. You are just the security company hired to provide security for Death Row Records.
My company, Right Way, was making money, but I also received a salary from Death Row.
Okay. So, and you're in this meeting, and once again, the meeting is to help Suge get this club approved so you can make it happen.
That's correct, sir.
And your job is, really honestly, is just somebody who's providing the security to the club.
Yeah, it was.
On that particular night.
All right, this is a good cross-examine right here because this is Keefe D's lawyer. Just to show you guys how old school I am, I have it wrapped in the package. I have the Biggie, show it on YouTube first, the Biggie and Tupac Vibe album cover. I have it wrapped in package because I'm gonna hang it on the wall. Here, let me make it big so you guys can see it. Can y'all see that? I have this in the magazine, the official Vibe magazine. That's what I want to talk to. I want to talk to people who were really there, who were like reading the magazine during the beef. That's what I want to talk to, man. I want to talk to the people that were really there. I know. Let me take it out the plastic. I just, so you can really see it. Such a classic. It's such an archive. This was the magazine that started it all, y'all. Yeah, this was the magazine right here that started it all. Where it says, who's got the juice? Or that was like from the movie. Yeah, remember the movie Juice? Who's got the juice? And then right here it says, where was it? Oh, yeah, right here. I had to cross out the names that were on it. Guess where I got this magazine at? You know why you see names on it? Because I got this magazine when I was in jail. I was reading this from the jail cell. Your boy was doing time in 96. Not that I'm proud of that, but I'm just giving you guys a fact. That's why the names are on it. Because they had to write our names on the magazine so they knew who to give it to. So like my family would bring me Vibe magazines for me to read. But yeah, check this out. The East versus West. Vibe magazine straight up went up there and said East versus West. Like Vibe magazine, they promoted this beef. You know what I'm saying? They promoted this beef, East versus West. Who got the juice? This is a classic archive. I wish I had the Tupac one. And let me just show you some of the pages just to show you I ain't fronting. I did a little video on this. Let me see if I can find. But you're right. This is what started it all. This is what started it. I'm gonna try to see if I can sling this on eBay. I saw it selling on eBay for like a couple $1,000. But and look, just side note, you got an old picture of the Wu-Tang up in here too. I know you probably can't see that on YouTube, but well, whatever. I'll show it to you guys later. But yeah, it was like in the main. Where? I'll play it right here while I look for the pages to show you guys.
That, but
just showing you like this is how real hip hop I am. I was there during this time, like really there. I wasn't just like, oh, you were 2 years old when it happened, or you weren't even born yet. No, I was reading the magazines and following what was going on. You know what I mean?
More. Some would say at one point, Suge right hand guy. But my main focus was Suge Identities. It wasn't just the recording artist. It wasn't just the record club. It was everything that Mr. Knight was trying to invest in at the time.
So you're telling us that not only were you providing security, but you're also like an employee for Death Row Records?
I was both.
Okay. Were you drawing like a paycheck every 2 weeks as an employee?
I was, sir.
There wasn't no under the table stuff like Mob James would have been telling us?
We didn't do that. Right, we didn't do that.
And with regards to Mob James being paid, you're telling me that he would have been paid the same way with employee checks and so forth from Death Row Records?
Bob James wasn't one of those employees. Like I said, he was just called on special events. I don't think James made his money by guys in the line that were ballers or shot callers or whatever that he would bring to the front of the line.
So,
wanna be shot caller, doing installer. Wanna be a baller, shot caller.
Just drawing your attention
Thanks
back
for the likes
to,
coming in.
Let's say around 4 o'clock of Saturday.
It's like you can't even find the
Where
damn
were you?
page, man.
At the Luxor Hotel.
Okay. And did you ever? What happens after 4 o'clock for you?
I didn't head over to the club until, about 7:30. Got a call from Mr. Alexander and Mr. Shakur. Mr. Shakur was very upset that night because Mr. Knight, always late. And he was really...
Here we go.
He actually took a taxi cab, I don't know if most people know, over to the fight. Because he was like, tired of always coming to the fight late, waiting on Suge, calling me because most people call me because they know I usually can get hold of Suge. And they used to have phones in the hotel lobbies back then. And I remember him and Mr. Alexander calling me, and he told me he got on the phone because he was so upset.
See that picture of Diddy?
We taking the cab over there. We going over there right now. We'll meet him over there. You know, he had the song was the interest for for Mike Tyson to enter the ring on, and he wanted to be there. And he got impatient with Mr. Light being late.
Now, up until this point, you had developed into the person that if you wanted to get a show, they would call you, right?
In the streets, meaning when we out and about. He had an office staff, assistants, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Tessay, Roy, that were in the office. But generally, if I call Suge, he'll pick up.
But with regards to you, usually you would have been with Suge in order for the call to be made, right? They're calling you and like, hey, we're Suge now, he's right here.
That's correct.
I don't know if you can see
So
that on
this
YouTube, but
particular
you should
night,
get the idea.
Tupac is upset because Suge is obviously late and calls you.
His bodyguard Frank called, but he got...
This is what we had before YouTube or before the internet. Just for you kids that are in here, this is what we had before the internet. It was called magazines. This is what we had before social media. This was social media back in the days. You know what I'm saying? This was the social media. And just look at this too. See the year? 96. Right before Pac. You won't be able to see that on the camera on YouTube, but yeah, man. Historical archive magazine right here, man. All right. Let's get
out on the phone. You know anything about Mr. Shakur? He's a hands-on guy. And he eventually just said, hey, you can't get a hold to him, we gone. And they took a taxi over to the fight.
And so you have Frank Alexander, you have Tupac, and no other bodyguards protecting Tupac that night.
Yeah, Mr. Kevin Hackey was supposed to attend, but he didn't. He wasn't there, and I didn't know that he hadn't shown up yet.
But you are aware at that particular point, Tupac was the most famous rapper almost in the entire world, if not the entire world, and you only assign one person and another person calls him sick?
He didn't call him sick, he just didn't show up. But, yeah, I mean, it wasn't unusual for Mr. Shakur to roll around with one guy and his outlaw guys.
But once again, you're telling us it's only Frank Alexander that's...
See, the way, and this is why I wanted to play this part real quick, is the way that Keefe D's lawyer is cross-examining him is like, he's basically saying it in a way where it's like, hey, man, we feel like you possibly had something to do with this. Just like how he's saying about, like, oh, remember the YouTube? Like, you were the one that suggested that he should even do podcasts. I really wanted to hear how he cross-examines this. This is like a free YouTube podcast right here.
From your outfit, right?
That is correct.
And you also share with us that there's other people inside of 662 who are patting down the Mob James crew, but you can't send any more people over to be there for Tupac?
If I knew there was going to be an issue that eventually happened, of course I would have. I would have asked them to stay in the hotel.
Now,
I knew what was going to happen.
You are aware that this was fight night, this was Mike Tyson, and that everyone in the world would show up to Las Vegas to be there for the fight, right? There are so many people.
This is Mike Tyson in his prime, fight night. I like how the lawyer is saying, everybody in the world is going to be there, Reggie. Why didn't you assign more security to Tupac? Did you hear what he said? He said, well, if I knew that something was going to happen, I would have told him to stay in the hotel. Are we really doing this? The more and more that I hear the cross-examination of Reggie, Keefe may get off. He may get off. I don't know if he's going to get fully off, but I think we can hear by the cross-examination with Reggie that he's not telling the full truth. You could just, just look at his facial expression right here. I know for those of you on TikTok, you guys can't see it, but for those of us on YouTube, and make sure you guys are giving some likes for those of you that are on YouTube. Thank you. And thank you for TikTok for the likes coming in. I appreciate y'all, man. We got enough people up in here to get this thing going. Let's go. Look at his facial expression, man. He looks like he's lying. Listen, man, I know a liar when I see one. He looks like a liar. Or he's not telling the full truth. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And in your opinion, only if you believe that
Black Force, thank you for the follow.
Tupac was somehow going to get into a fight or something along those lines, would you have provided more than just the one person? I'm just asking for your clarification.
I would have had an army around him if I knew something like that was going to happen, or suspect something like that was going to happen. But the gentlemen that were with them, and the ones that you seen kicking on Mr. Anderson, those were security as well.
That was whose security?
Death Row style.
But once again, let me make sure I'm clear. You, at this particular point, only have one security guard with all these other people from, from Death Row Records who are not security guards. They're all gangsters, mob high roof.
Yeah, I trust more than I trust my security, yes.
So more than you would trust cops and off-duty cops and retired cops, you trust those mob high roof guys?
I do personally.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, after they go in for the fight, right? I'm assuming that Frank Alexander probably didn't have a ticket.
You know, that was always an issue with Mr. Knight.
Yeah.
He promised everybody that they can go to the fight. And when we get to the door, it's always an issue.
Right.
But one thing about him, he will get at least Mr. Shakur, one security in, if not both, and myself. He will make sure we got in.
Okay, so they all get in for the fight. And then for some reason, Bruce Seldon takes a phantom punch, falls to the ground.
Oh, you said one-eye symbolism on magazine pose.
In the first round within a minute and 45 seconds, right?
You call it phantom? If you say so.
Yo, the craziest thing about that magazine is that I can't believe that they put East versus West and who got the juice. Because remember, Tupac did the movie Juice, and then that was the whole concept of the movie Juice. You got the juice. Remember then when Q did the thing, or Omar Epps' character, Q, did the thing to Pac? Love that movie. And he's like, yo, you got the juice now. And he's like, spoiler alert, but I would hope that some of y'all seen the movie by now. Well, actually, Gen Z, you probably haven't seen the movie yet. You should go see the movie Juice if you haven't seen it. I have it right here on the wall. But, yeah, he's like, you got the juice. And he's like, nah, I don't want that.
At the tape, right? All we got is a syringe. So he falls to the ground. The fight is over. They leave the fight, right?
Hike up. You see him?
Yeah, and Tupac was very hyped up.
Hike up.
So did you get a call from Frank Alexander saying, hey, the fight ended early, we're on our way?
Not one. And that's normal.
Okay. And I want to make sure we're clear about the type of communication you had. So cell phones, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Ali, for the follow.
You had one.
Pretty much everybody had cell phones, but they were expensive. You called me after 7 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah.
But
he doesn't get it. But everyone
Black Force says those people at the trial are actors.
But I did have.
Yeah, I don't understand what's so funny. Like, it's interesting how everybody's like laughing during this trial. And like I said, if you go back and you watch the OJ trial, I don't think there was any laughter going on in that trial. That trial was very serious.
Next cell phones, we had about 8 to 10 of them. They did dual jobs. My guys knew it better be an emergency to pick up that cell phone. But the two-way.
Oh, you said, yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Untouchable Player. I was just thinking the same thing. Yeah, they're about to do a movie off of this. If it doesn't go into the movie theaters, it's going to definitely be on TV.
Walkie-talkies on the next sales, you could use it on the call. That's how we communicated. On that picture with Buntry, you'll see one hanging out of his pocket. That's what the type of next cell phones we have.
And so going back again to what Frank has, Frank does have one of those radios.
He had one, but later learned, after we do Monday back quarterbacking and stuff, that it was dead.
So he is there. He doesn't call when you leave the fight. Now, does he call you after the situation happens with Fernando Henderson?
No, sir.
They all rush out, right? They all go back to, I think, to Luxor.
That's correct.
But you don't know that because no one calls you.
I haven't heard anything. Didn't know it was an issue.
So you're still sitting over at 662. You're worried about
They had years to practice what they were going to say.
making sure the club passes inspections, and you're there and you're waiting. In the meantime, people get picked up.
Max says, why did it take so long? Because it was a conspiracy theory, Max. That's why. It's a conspiracy.
At the Luxor, and then they're transported all the way to Suge Knight's house.
I mean,
But again, you don't know. You just
yeah,
don't.
yeah. I just assume
You don't listen.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Now, at some point, they're traveling down Flamingo, and the shots occur at that particular point, right? But you don't know.
Correct.
And so you're sitting at the club, and you don't know.
I wasn't sitting, but yeah.
Oh, well, whatever. I mean, I'm sure you're working, right? So you're working, and your concern is making sure the club passes, and that.
Yo, I was just reading some of your comments. Some of your comments are wild. Yo, I wish I could read some of them out loud, but I don't know if I could read some of them out loud. Yo, those of you that are on YouTube, make sure you like this video, yo. Like, yo, can we get it to 5 likes on YouTube? We got like almost like over thousands on, or 7,000 on TikTok. Yo, let's get some likes on the YouTube. Helps the algorithm, helps the channel. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Thank y'all. I appreciate it, man, because I'm out here doing this. Real journalism. Real journalism. Look at that. Just when I ask that question, somebody jumps off on YouTube. Man, you guys are funny on YouTube sometimes.
The club passes for Suge Knight. Even though his attorney's present,
Oh,
all his
yeah.
cops are on the outside.
He asked me to like the video. I'm not going to watch it anymore.
You have the security proficiency of Mob James on the inside, right?
And about 25 to 30 of my guys.
And so, once again, yes, 20 to 30 of your guys.
Correct, yeah.
Retired police officers or off-duty police officers.
Shut up. Thank you for
And
those
they're
of you
all
on
there.
TikTok,
Correct.
though.
And at some point, you get notice that Tupac had been shot, right?
I got notified. Correct.
Was it through the next walkie-talkie stuff?
No, sir.
How did that happen?
Mr. Williams and Mr. McDonald ran up to me and told me.
Okay, none of your people, but two of the people that were associated with the death row people.
Without drops.
Okay, and they're
Well, Untouchable Player, I'm glad you brought that point up about how Tupac went to house parties in the hood. That's true. He didn't want security, but I don't think it was just Pac. I think that's the way rappers were back then. I think back then, if you were a rapper that had security with you all the time, you were considered a punk. You see, like that's what I'm saying. Like that was the difference of hip hop back in the 90s. Like I know some of y'all on the chat probably remember Gangstar, one of my favorite rap groups of all time, which needs to be on my wall. And you remember where Gangstar had the line
the ones who told you
or the
that hey,
song
something went down with
where it was like, I hate fake MCs who always act hard, you know, about basically rappers that talk all this trash, but then they walked around with security. You were considered a chump if you walked around with security and you talked trash in your records. So something happened where the script got flipped and they let it happen. They let it be all right. Like some of y'all said, maybe it was the tiny hats. Who knows?
Tupac.
Correct.
And so at that particular point, what did you do?
Hold on, yo.
Like I said, I didn't believe him at first initially. We're talking seconds now. Mr. Kalisa somehow, verified that, yeah, something's going on. And then me observing a few of the police cars that were assigned at the working the parking lot or the taking off license sirens going towards that way made me believe that something's going on.
Now, did Suge Knight ever appear at the club and continue partying that night?
I don't know, but I have heard James say that before. But
What about just from your Monday night sitting down with your people going over what should have been done better? Was there any conversation or any way that you learned that Suge Knight actually showed up to party the night of the shooting?
the party was over. The party was over. They probably were still there at the club, but it wasn't like no partying going on. Especially after people heard what happened. I can see that.
Now, we talked a little bit about the death row chain. Do you recall telling Detective Mogg when he visited with you that you sold your death row chain because of hard times?
I had a platinum one. That's correct.
Now, later on, when you were testifying in the grand jury, remember doing that?
I still have my gold one, if that's what you asked.
So, when the question is asked in the beginning about your death row chain, you never tell Detective Mogg, for instance, that it's a platinum one, right?
I don't know.
Well, let me just
Tell me.
There's nothing. One of y'all said pimp art. You said they knew Pac had the world in his hands at 25. They were scared of him. I agree that there's a lot of truth to that. There's nothing scarier especially to the government and the system than a young black man who has all that power, all that wisdom, and is young, and ready to go out there and put it out there. So you're right about that. Black Force, the tiny hats own everything. I think they even own the platform that you and I are communicating on right now.
The camera's on. You want to turn the camera on?
Oh, sorry. You were describing the chains as cheap. He said he had asked you, got a $300 chain? He said, yeah, one of those cheap little chains because they were messing around with the same women and they got one and he got me.
Yeah, Black Force says Netflix, exactly.
My presumption.
We talking about Kifi?
Yes.
Yes.
So what? What did expensive ones look like? Do you have a picture of those? And you said, yes, sir, I can show you the one that Tupac would have. And then the question's asked of you, Detective Mogg, did you ever get one of those chains? And you respond, yeah, I had one. And then the question was, what happened to it? And you said, shit, hard.
All entertainment is scripted. Interesting.
Times hit.
Man, y'all speaking some conspiracy theory facts over here on TikTok. I really like what y'all saying. Yo, for those of you on YouTube, you should come over to TikTok real quick and look at some of these comments. But make sure you stay on YouTube too, because YouTube's not gonna like the fact that I just said that. So never mind.
And Detective Mogg commiserates and says, yeah, I hear you. You said.
Well, actually, you don't need to do that. You can, if you can see the comments right here on the screen. I got the comments popping up on the screen right here. So. But like, look at some of these comments coming in from TikTok for those of you on YouTube. I think they're, or should I do it this way? Yeah, they're on the right hand side. Interesting comments, man, coming in on TikTok. I gotta say.
Got to get rid of it somehow. And then Detective Mogg asked, "What did you get for it?" And you said, "I got about $5,000." Right?
Yeah, that was the platinum one, or the white gold one. You can watch, and I'm sure you have several interviews, pictures of me with my gold chain on. I wear them on several YouTube videos.
But fair to say, of course, that, when you said you had one, it's not one gold, it's not one platinum in this book, right?
Like I said, the one I sold
agree
was
with you.
Now, in addition to that, later on, when you're testifying before the grand jury, the question that was asked by one of the jurors was, and I want to make sure I'm clear because I don't want to mess up I want to be accurate with you.
Whoa. You said Ice Cube was a Hollywood plant? How so?
Your Honor, I think this is improper impeachment or refreshing recollection. Not sure.
Let me just do this as a refreshing of his recollection, Your Honor. I just didn't want to.
So it's sustained. So I don't know that he said he doesn't remember.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You were asked by a juror.
Again, I think you have to ask the substantive question first. Determine whether
Mr. Blog, you're going to have to apply because your mic's not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think you have to.
You approach.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Everyone approach.
They got to mute the mic again. There they go. I thought we're supposed to be doing this coverage live. Oh, some things got to be muted though. I guess when they approach the bench, right? The government wants us divided so they can continue their criminal activities against us all. Yeah, I agree with that.
Sorry. So were you asked this question by a grand jury?
Again, Your Honor, I think you have to ask the predicate. He's trying to impeach and or refresh recollection about something of substance. You have to ask, procedurally, you have to ask the substantive question first, not what you were asked this.
Are you talking about the chain question?
Yes.
We've gone up and down about the chain.
And so I believe when he's already answered the chain things. I don't understand, are we impeaching or...
Now he's impeaching, saying that he's given it...
What about all the stuff that Ice Cube did with the Nation of Islam? What about all that? What are your thoughts on that with Ice Cube?
Inconsistent statement in the past.
Thank you for the likes.
Overruled. He can
Untouchable player. Appreciate you.
Do you recall being asked a question by a grand jury, do you still have your death row pending?
Correct.
And you had said, yes, you do.
I do.
You didn't say there was gold, you didn't say it was platinum.
Which double are you talking about?
You just said, I had my death row pending.
That's right.
Okay. Now, one of the other issues that we've talked a little bit about is and once again, I apologize. Maybe this can refresh my recollection because maybe I was thinking about something else. You have been convicted of a crime.
I am.
And with regards to that crime, it was a felony.
It was sales of marijuana.
No, back up here real quick. It was sales of marijuana and it was also embezzlement. Is that what it was?
No, it was
money laundering?
Money laundering.
Money
going in.
And with regard to those two things, that happened in California.
No, actually, the reason why I got in trouble because it went across state lines to Memphis. It's actually Memphis, Tennessee.
And because it was across the state lines, it was a federal case.
Correct.
And that happened way after you were a police officer.
Yeah, that's 2019. Well, 2017, I believe.
You know, I think a lot of these dudes became cops because they're really just crooked, and they just wanted to become cops so they could find a way to be above the law. You know what I'm saying?
And at some point, you become the general manager of Death Row Records.
That's in 1997, sir.
1997.
Yes, that's right.
So Suge Knight is in Las Vegas, and you were with him every single day. And in September of 1996, he just happened to get in this fray, and next thing you know, he's going to prison, right?
I'm sorry?
Let me ask you this. Why did Suge go to prison?
He violated his probation.
Right. So you knew, of course, that he was on probation, right?
The whole time I was with him.
You did?
From 1994, yes.
Yeah. And so you knew that the number one person from Death Row Records, the primary principal for you, potentially could go to prison if he got into a fight, for instance, right?
Correct.
And on this particular night, you weren't around for him when he was in this quote-unquote fight, right?
I was around with Mr. Knight about 70 to 80% of his life. So I guess a lot of 20%, I wasn't with him.
Okay.
Public, and when I say that, I mean public. Because a lot of times he laid up, sleep with somebody, and I wasn't with him.
So in the most important time of Suge Knight's life, of having your protection, you weren't there for him.
Unfortunately not. That's correct.
And then you became the general manager of Death Row Records.
By his calling, not anyone else.
All right. No further questions.
All right, State, any further questions?
Sort of goes on that last point.
All right.
In terms of who determined who's going to run Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison? Sorry.
All right. I think we're about there.
I'm sorry. Who determined? Who made you in charge of
All
Death
right,
Row
let me
Records?
make sure you guys can hear me.
He did, and I visited him 4 days a week.
We're about to do the analysis breakdown in just a second.
Anything further on that, Mr. Stamp?
Just one clarification. So
Okay.
Suge Knight made you general manager when he was in custody.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything else? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Of course. All right.
All right. Thoughts? Let's go ahead. We heard the testimony of Reggie Wright. We heard the cross-examination from both attorneys. What are your thoughts, yo? You said you forget his name, but that's him in the car. Well, I think you just said his name. His name was Suge, right? Anybody you knew in your hood that was somebody, where are they now? Good question. You said it was a church-like showcase to make us feel like we did something. It's all a show. Can't trust Reggie. He the feds. Probably was the spy the whole time. Well, that's what a lot of people are saying. And if you listen to the way this lawyer was cross-examining him, it definitely sounded like that's what he was saying. Was like, you're the one that told this guy to get on YouTube and start telling the story. If you look at it from a different point of view, it almost sounds like he was telling him to get on YouTube to tell his story. So because he knew that Keefe D maybe wasn't that smart to do what he did. And it almost seems like maybe he was saying it to know that he was going to incriminate himself and that Reggie would steer clear of it. Because I like what you said about the fact that, like, yo, he was the spy the whole time. He was the lookout. And then again, if you look at the other testimony from, what was it? Was it Mob James? He went on and said that Suge purposely hired gang members to be the fall guy. So there's just like, there's a lot of clues that are involved in this. It's not just a matter of, oh, okay, like this is their testimony and this is what they had to say. It's also like, yo, man, there's a lot of strange scenarios in this case. But yeah, we have to ask ourselves, why now? Why is it so long that this is happening? Why did they wait till now to talk about this? Is Keefe really just the fall guy? Tupac was about to have a 1 million man march. I could see that. Oh, Jesse's coming up with the conspiracies. I like this. So are you... I've had one person in the chat so far that thinks that Tupac is still here. Is that what you're basically saying? Because I never heard about the double either. I never heard about that either. That's why I can't remember his name either, because I never heard about him. Yeah, you're right about that, Black Force. It was called what did he call it? Well, he had they were starting the label in the East Coast with Nas, right? Like, wasn't he getting down with Nas? Yeah, not enough to convict, but enough to get paid. Yeah. Well, I mean, another thing is that doing years of podcasts and years of interviews, he probably found a way to speak his truth and know what to say and what not to say. Look at how they got all these black men in court, though. It's really crazy. It's like, no matter how successful you are, you still got all these black people in court. Why would a young kid leave when he was just getting bigger? Yeah, I agree. His auntie ran off to Cuba, and she was protected by the government. Come on now. You talking about Asada? I don't know if she was protected, because they actually said that they were trying to go after her. She was actually on the FBI's most wanted list. And I know that story very well because I studied her when I did the documentary. For those of you on TikTok too and YouTube, make sure you guys go watch my documentary that I did. I put out a documentary on Tupac. It's called Tupac, The 7-Day Theory. It's so real and so dope, and I think it's still one of the best documentaries to this day on Tupac. It's got over 1 million views. YouTube even flagged it. They made it age restriction, age verified, so you're gonna have to be logged in order to watch it, which I think is dumb because I don't really show anything violent or anything in the interview other than the MGM Grand fight. But other than that, there's nothing violent in the video. But, you know, the powers that be, they went and they flagged my YouTube video. Well, you know, luckily it got over 1 million views before they flagged it. I was getting, like, my Tupac documentary was getting too big. But make sure you guys go check out my YouTube documentary. I think, like, I explain a lot of this in that documentary, and I think it's one of the best ones. You could just click my profile right here where it says beatGrade, and then go to the link is in the bio. And you could just click that, take you right to the YouTube channel, and then just look on my YouTube channel for the section that says documentaries. But like I said, you got to be logged into YouTube, and you got to be over the age of 18. If you're under the age of 18, you won't be able to watch it, which is crazy, right? Like, they're trying to restrict movies. Like, oh, I have a rating. That's how much truth I speak. Is that some of my videos is just me talking like this or doing a documentary, and it's age restricted. Black Force says the little tiny hats don't want black folk to wake up. You're right about that, because that's why we have rappers like Sexy Red and Ice Spice, right? And all these other rappers that are talking about, you know, the drill rappers and all that. It's clear they don't want us to wake up. They don't want conscious rappers out there. I'll check it out. Yeah, I agree. I agree on that. We all seen Tupac balling and happy with money like he never seen before. Never complained about money. Yeah. Pac was over his head from day one. I was there that time. It was real. Interesting. Okay. Over his head because he was over everybody else. All right. Interesting. Thank you for liking the live. Appreciate you, fam. Let's see if we can get it to 10,000. YouTube, let's see if we can get it to 10. Okay, with the row, you mean? Okay, notice it all these black entertainers were rich. How come they don't own real resources and infrastructures? Great question. Because he was cosplaying. He was 25, Gouda. Nobody was touching Pac. He came to the row and then took Snoop #1 spot first. Let me say this. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing, too, is that Suge Knight, I said this earlier, but I'll say this for those of you that are probably just jumping in, that Suge and the label really owned everything. Tupac didn't own anything. Like the house that he had in Calabasas, he didn't own that. You know what I mean? He didn't own the house that was in Calabasas. You love saying that, the little hats. I'm just reading what some of the people are saying in the comments. These aren't all my comments. These disclaimer, the words said in this video do not express the thoughts of beatGrade. These are thoughts, subjective, that we are reading for educational purposes. Disclaimer. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Being slaves and consumers. Exactly. The only property he owned was his mom's crib in North Carolina. Okay. If anything falls, it's gone beyond Suge, not Pac. Well, Suge is already doing major time, so now they said that at the end of Pac's career and demise, they said that he didn't really own anything. Did you know that some people said this? I don't know if this is true or not, and I don't really want to research it, but some people said that when Pac, after his demise, do you know what they said? They said that he only had like $40,000 to $50,000 in his bank account. Did y'all research that part? They said that he didn't really have a lot of money. That's what his mom said. I think his mom went out there to say that he only had less than $100,000 in his bank account. Well, you said, and I believed it too. Are you talking about me? I didn't say it was a fact. I just said that's what people have said. But if you do remember, because I was there, Pac did go up on an interview right before this incident happened, and he said that he didn't own shit. He said that everything that he had, Suge owned. He said he would go to the label and he'd say, Suge, I need some money so he could go like buy some things or go do some things like for his mom and for other people. And then Suge would be like, oh, you want that? All right, well, I'm gonna just go buy it for you. Suge wouldn't give him the money. Like if Pac came to Suge and said, yo, I need that car, or I want this car, Suge would be like, oh, you want the car? All right, well, I'll just go buy it for you. You feel what I'm saying? Thank you, man. Appreciate you for the coins. Thank you for the likes coming in. Thank you, Kakama. Interesting name. Yeah, they said it should, like, there's interviews of Pac saying this, where it's like, he didn't really own nothing. Shout out New Beginnings. Appreciate you, man. That's how it's ran. Yeah. And you know what's funny too? Thank you for the follow, New Beginnings. I appreciate you. It's all about that. It's not BS, dude. Suge even said this himself. It's not BS, man. Oh, you thought Pac was a millionaire? Are you one of those that believe that? You thought when you saw Tupac, yeah, he owned nothing, man. You think that when Pac was flexing all that money on MTV, you thought that was real? Let me ask you that question. You thought that was real when Tupac was doing the California Love video and flexing all that money? You thought that was real? Shh, that shit was fake, dude. I know that for a fact, homie. That shit was not real. Pac was flexing all that money. Yeah, I'll give you a further note too. The money that he was showing in the camera. Here's another question. The money that he was flexing in the camera, was that even real? Was it even real money that he was flexing, or was it stage money? You know there's a thing in Hollywood that's called prop money, right? Yeah, shout out New Beginnings. You know what's up. These dudes believe everything they see on TV. Y'all believe everything you see on TV, man. Especially MTV. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta say the internet might be even worse now, though. The internet might, or it might be just as bad now. Yeah, I am you. You said most things that Pac did wasn't real. Yeah, man, just look at the comments, dude. Mostly everybody who's in the comments is saying the same thing. You're the only one in the comments that think that Pac was really about that, you know, like all that shit that he was talking about was real. You know what I mean? Look at Calabasas, dude. He did not own the house in Calabasas. That is a fact. Like, as a matter of fact, let me fact check that just to be sure, since I'm saying that on the stream. I know he didn't, because I know people that were in Calabasas at the time. But let me just see what it said. Let's fact check it real quick. Let's do a Joe Rogan. Let's fact check it. Or not Coachella, my bad. In Calabasas. Yeah, see? I just looked it up. I wish I could show you this on TikTok. I just Googled it. Did Tupac own the house in Calabasas? No. Google it. Google it right now, man. Google it right now. Google it. Just do me a favor, dude. Use the internet for your benefit. Google it. Did Tupac own the house in Calabasas? No. He did not, which I already knew this. So that's what I'm saying, man. I'm just using Google to fact check. I already know these things because I was there. It says, no, he did not own the house that was in Calabasas. The famous 6,000 square foot residence near the Calabasas border, actually located in Woodland Hills neighborhood of Los Angeles, was leased for him by his record label, aka Suge Knight. From 1995, so he didn't even have the house for that long. After what happened in Vegas, the house was gone. He only had the house for like, it's sad, dude. It's really sad if you really like do your research. Dude didn't own anything, man. Oh, you said I'm stuck in materials. You talking about straight money. That's the point I'm trying to make to you, fam. He didn't have any money. He didn't have any money. He didn't have enough money to pay the rent where he lived. Do you understand? That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. What good is having money, or having straight money? How are you gonna say? How old are you, dude? How old are you? This will answer everything. How old are you? You probably don't even pay rent. Probably talking to somebody who still lives with their parents. You know what I'm saying? I know all these Gen Zers, they still live at home with their mom and dad. You probably don't even pay rent, dude. He's like, wait, he didn't own the house. He didn't own the cars. He didn't own anything. I'm not talking about materials. I'm just talking about straight money. What else are you supposed to do with money? You know what I mean? Like, what are you supposed to do? Go buy a gold chain? Get out of here, man. What are you supposed to do with money? Go buy a gold chain? No. You're supposed, like, I think one of the most important things that you can do with money, other than buy food, is buy a place to live. Am I not wrong? Like, what else is there to do with money? Like, after you get a place to live and you have like the bare necessities like food, clothing, and shelter, then you go and buy a gold chain. Then you go buy a Mercedes Benz. Then you go get the women, like they all say, Dr. Dre, Snoop, DJ Quick, Nipsey Hussle, Scarface, Al Pacino. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. Fool, don't be no dummy. He's like, yo, he didn't own anything, but he had money. Yeah, exactly. Black Force entertainers are not rich. Trust me, they're not. Yo, I used to work in the record business. Just for those of you that don't know, that are just probably jumping in, I used to work in the record business. I knew a bunch of rappers that were portraying like they were rich, and these dudes were like all sleeping, like all 3 or 4 of them were all sleeping in a 1-bedroom apartment. Okay, but then like in their videos, they'd be driving Mercedes and Lamborghinis and Ferraris and have all these girls in the videos and be like in these mansions and stuff because it was all rented. You know what I'm saying? But then like in reality, because I used to have to go pick up some of these rappers. That was my job, to like drive around sometimes and pick some of these rappers up. So like I would go to their places, and it was like, I remember there was this rap group, not even just rappers, R&B singers too. It was like an R&B group. I was like B2K. All these dudes, I worked with Omarion and all them dudes. B2K, yo, all these dudes were sleeping in a 1-bedroom apartment at one point. Thank you, Black Force, for the shout out, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, man, I got you. Hold on. Andrew J says, I ain't saying nothing that you don't know already. Well, there's a couple people in the comments that don't know this. I know everybody in the comment section understands this except for a few people. But I understand. There's going to be some people out there who don't understand. Yeah, I got you guys. I'm just going through some of the comments. Wait, Suge Knight and the label stole all his money. Yeah, I heard about that too. Keynes, money and wealth are different. Exactly. Thank you. Money and wealth are different. Thank you. Like, please, I appreciate the people that know what's up. I know some of you already know this, but we have to educate those that don't. Young No Boy, or Young Boy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. All right, here we go. Let's take some people up. Yeah, see the banks. Facts. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Shout out See the Banks. Appreciate you, fam. Ice Cube made Friday. Go look at the actor's testimony. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm gonna let one of the homies up. You could jump up in here. You know, maybe I should take some calls from some people that disagree with what I'm saying. Monies and other people's monies. Exactly. There's money, and then there's other people's money. It's like, cause you could tell some of these people weren't around. See, like I asked the homeboy, I said, "How old are you, dude?" He still hasn't responded to how old he is. I could just tell by the comments, like who's a Gen Zer or not. I could tell. Yep. Debt as profit, no tax. Just make more than debt profits. All right, here we go. Let's let yeah, before I get up out of here, I was about to get up out of here. Actually went longer than I expected. We've been going for about 3.5 hours. So thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure you guys like and share the live. I'll probably take a couple calls from some people before I get up out of here. Make sure you like the live and you guys are supporting the stream. You feel me? Pimp, how old are you? You haven't answered the question yet. How old are you? Or you don't have to say your age if you don't want to. What year were you born? What year were you born? Were you born in the times of the internet? Were you born in the times of the internet? Like, in other words, did you grow up with the internet? Like, when you were born, the internet was already available to the public. When you were born, was the internet already available to the public? Because the internet been around since the 60s, probably before that, just for those of you that don't know. Internet been around since the 60s. There's documentaries and movies on this. So, were you born at the time that the internet... Okay, 27, so that explains it. Didn't I tell you, man? Under 30, he ain't knowing. See, that's the problem with people that were born in the internet age. And I want to just say this real quick, is that some of these people that were born during the time of the internet, they believe what they see on the internet. You know what I mean? Whereas like those of us that were here before the internet, we know that most of the shit on the internet is bullshit. That's why he believes that Tupac was already rich, because he's just seeing what was on the internet. He grew up with the internet. Didn't I call this out? Listen, man, I've been doing these streams long enough, and I love doing them. That's why I do it. But I've been doing this. I've talked to thousands and thousands of people by now. All right, I can show you the analytics if you don't believe me. I've spoken to thousands, literally thousands of people across the country. I can tell now by your comments how old you are. Yeah, we used to laugh at the internet. Shout out Quantum. What's good, fam? Yeah, I can tell by your comments. I've been doing this long, like I've been doing this and studying this, that I can just tell by your comments what year you were born. I could take a guess, and I could tell by your comments that you were probably under 25. But you're 27. I was close. He said, just because you're 27 don't mean you're not wrong. Nah, man, come on, man. You can't say that I could guess your age. I already said this. I said, were you born in the time of the internet? If you are 27 years old, that means yes, you were born in the time of the internet. So the fact that I'm able to guess this should show you that I'm pretty much an expert in my field of work. And I could tell by the comments that you were making that you think that Tupac was really who he portrayed to be on television because of what you saw online and a few Instagram posts that you probably read. Yeah, a computer then was like large rooms. Exactly, man. You called it out like an umpire, bro. Thank you, Trey Mega. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. It's like you could tell by the comments. Dude was like, Tupac had money. That's why I said, how old are you? City and state. That's the next question. City and state, please. City and state, please. You see my city and state. City and state, please. And how old are you? Oh, 27 years old, probably from Ohio. No disrespect to Ohio, but yeah. You know what I'm saying now. Called it like the internet, man. The internet, like those that grew up in the internet, I noticed like they believe so much bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like they like, oh wow, he was driving all those cars in the video, and he had all those women and all that money. He really was rich. They never really understand the terminology of Hollywood. James said you were born before they invented the wheel. Shout out, man. Hey, I ran out of info, has to make fact data. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Shock. Shout out to Shock, man. Yeah, you didn't hear what I said. I'm glad I read some of these comments. You didn't hear what I said, Pimp. I said, were you born in the time that the internet was released to the public? That's what I said. I said, yes, the internet has been out since the 60s. But were you born in the time that it was released to the public, meaning that people had public access to the internet? Like they were able to create an email address. They were able to use dial-up. When you were using the internet, dial-up wasn't even around anymore. You don't even know about dial-up, dude. Exactly. We had pagers. We had beepers. You probably already grew up with the cell phone in your hand. Like babies today, they're growing up. Like as soon as they're born, people put a cell phone in the crib. Like, I'm looking at these babies. I'm like, yo, man, the child is only like 3 or 4 years old. Do you think they should really be on the phone? The phone is the new babysitter. You know what I mean? But I mean, I'm not mad at that because I remember when I was a child, our parents used to put us in front of the television. The TV was the babysitter. That's what the phone is. The phone is just the new TV. The phone is the new TV. It's the new babysitter. These kids are born, and as soon as they turn like 4 years old, the parents are just putting the phones in their hands. It's just like, yo, man, I don't think that the kids should be watching TikTok at 4 years old. You said I was kicked outside. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because I was laughing with one of my friends about this, where we were like, yo, I remember back when we were growing up, we used to always go outside. You know, we'd be outside. And I remember when our parents used to punish us, they used to be like, oh, you need to stay home. You're grounded. You're grounded. Remember that? You can't go outside. You're grounded. Nowadays, these kids don't want to go outside. They want to stay inside. They want to stay inside and play video games all day. And then when they get in trouble with their parents, then their parents punish them by saying, oh, you got to go outside. You got to turn the video games off, turn off the social media, turn off your phone, and you got to go outside. They're like, I don't want to go outside. Like, it's so interesting how it's reversed. Oh, yeah, you're right. Spankings too, Quantum. Yeah, you're right. But today, you get arrested for that. Man, what our parents were doing to us back then, man, my parents would have been arrested for what they were doing to us back then, man. Yo, for those Gen Xers and millennials that are in the chat, did your parents ever used to make you stand in the corner? My parents, when my mom used to get mad at me, she used to make me go stand in the corner. She used to be like, you got to go stand in the corner for like an hour. Stand in the corner. It's like being in a jail in your own house. Yeah. Shout out Jahan for the follow. I appreciate you. All right, so I'll let some of y'all up. I feel like I should let people up that disagree with me, but where's the homie that was still in the chat that had some good points? They were a little controversial, so we got to watch that for the stream. But man, who are these dudes, man? These dudes from the Middle East be like trying to co-host with me. Dude, I ain't trying to co-host with you. Stupid. Get up out of here, man. This is an educational stream right here, man. Go play those dumb TikTok games with somebody else, man. I'm a professional TikToker now, about to be, you know, and YouTuber. We don't play those video games over here. But shout out to all y'all that are liking, sharing the live, running the stream up. Thank y'all, man. I appreciate you. Hold on. Let's make sure we covered everything. Did we? All right, here we go. Yeah, you're right. Come home when the street lights come on. Yeah, I used to be in Detroit and New York. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Quantum, for the like. Mac Measy says 21 viewers, bruh. Be easy. Yeah. Hey, check me out next week, dude. I'm not even going to show you what I'm about to be doing because I don't like to talk about things until they happen. But make sure you check the page out next week. Check the YouTube channel too. For all you haters up in here, I always tell y'all, check the YouTube channel. Check the resume. All you gotta do is click the beatGrade. Go to the profile. Go to the link in the profile. The link is in the description. Check the YouTube channel. I got the resume right up there for you. Vlog, thank you for the follow. Yo, you know how much, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, fam. I appreciate you for the donations. Yeah, man, we getting donations up on here. We getting likes. We getting follows. Yo, I'd say this is pretty professional. But yeah, check the TikTok next week because I'm about to be posting some stuff that's going to really rock your worlds. But in the meantime, check the YouTube channel, beatGrade. It's all around. Like they say, Google me. Shout out Vlog from Detroit. Or you from Flint, Michigan. My family's from Detroit. Shout you out. My family's from Detroit. Thank you, Untouchable, for the coin. Thank you. Check it out, man. Check it out, dude. We doing this professional. We doing this professionally. Check the TikTok in 6 months. Check the TikTok at the end of this year. Watch where I'll be by the end of this year. Watch where I'll be. As long as I keep this up, watch where I'll be by the end of this year. Sarkas, I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow, fam. Look, since this dude has been hating, we just gained like about 5-10 followers since he's been hating. Yo, and this is the thing too, man. I appreciate all y'all. Thank you, Trey Mega, for the follow. I appreciate all y'all too, because like I said, I say we, because we all in this journey together. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking at it like it's just me. We do all this together. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Quano. Yeah, man. Look, watch. Like I said, man. Just check it out. Check it out next week. I wanted to try to find the one homie that wanted to come up here. My bad. I know you was on earlier, and he said he wanted to come up, but you know, he was talking about Israel and all that anyways. So I don't know if we can let him up anyways. He might get it flagged. Yeah, Trey Mega, exactly. It's bigger than a live. It's a tribe. Yeah, Trey Mega, I know you wanted to come up here. Yeah, just so we can make sure that we get everybody up in here, and I don't want a bunch of people talking over everybody. But let me see if I can have a couple people come up for a minute or so. And then Black Force, I know Black Force wanted to jump up here. Let me see. Here, Trey Mega. Got you. Let's let you up real quick. I wonder if that's the Poetic Flacco. What's good, my man?
What's going on, fam? How you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking, man. How are you?
Man, I'm chilling, dog. If I was doing any better, I'd be twins, you know what I mean?
I feel you on that.
Pardon my voice, you know, I'm dealing with the Atlanta pollens right now, so I'm good.
No worries. No, we hear you. What's good? What are your?
I just want to come in. First and foremost, I had to shout you out because your layout is dope.
Oh, thank you,
That's
man.
why I had to follow.
Oh, thank you.
I always gotta, I gotta do a little surveillance before I follow people.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for all those little youngsters out there that's number jumpers,
yeah,
quote unquote, this is my backup and it's at 10,000. My main page is over 25.
Right.
You know what I mean? But my main page is like industry stuff, you know what I'm saying, with industry people. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is my sit back, kick it, bug out, and interact. And it's right at 10K. So
yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of followers, man. You got a lot of followers, and thank you for the follow too. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support.
Bro, like I said, I rock with what you're doing, and I rock with how you're doing it.
Thank you.
Because I'm real like. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off because
yeah. I saw some of your comments, so that's why I wanted to let you up because I saw what you were saying. Shout out Jay Boat for the follow. Yeah, no, you're right. It's about a tribe. It's not really about the numbers. I just wanted to say that real quick because listen, man, I was doing that on YouTube, bro. I was going viral. I was getting like millions of hits on videos, and then I wasn't getting paid for it. And I was just like, who cares about the vanity metrics at this point?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because you got these people. Look, you got these people on YouTube that are doing shorts and TikTokers, yo. You got TikTokers that got 1 million followers and they still got to do a 9-to-5 job. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about how many followers you have. It's about the tribe, the community, and the people that support you. So I agree with that, man. And yeah, like Quantum said, the authenticity. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, like real recognize real, bro. That's one thing I got to give you props on. You know what I mean? Like, you weren't in here just talking about fallacies and the fact that you respectfully check like these youngsters that come in. Well, I saw it online. Pop was rolling with money. No. Anybody who knows the game, there wasn't really much of us that were doing much of anything off music in the mid-90s, number one. Pac was in millions of dollars of debt when Suge got him out, number one. That's number two. Then number three, after everything was right at being paid off, like, because you got to negate all the stuff that he was being fronted, that guy ended up getting paid back off what should have been Pac's money. You know what I'm saying? Even the movie money, all that was going back to pay it off. And he was right there at the cusp. He was right there at the rim of paying it off, starting his own label, and, one thing led to another. That's all I'm gonna say on that, and I'm gonna leave that alone.
You know, you're not the first person that said that. If you could analyze a little bit or what you could say, you're not the first one that said that. Yeah, like he was about to get out of the contract because you know Money B, right, from Digital Underground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I met him a couple times too. Cool dude. And he said in the interview, he just did an interview with TMZ like earlier this week or last week, and he said the same exact thing, that Pac, he felt that Pac just had to fulfill his contract with Suge, and after he fulfilled his contract with Suge, that he was gonna go do his own thing, and that he was gonna go back to be more like conscious and positive and take out all the negativity and all the, you know what I mean?
I promise you, when it fell short with the Death Row East joint, Pac was like, "I'll finish his contract and I'm going to start a Muru Records." That was the whole thing. That was the whole movement right there. You got to remember, I did radio since '92, so I've been in the game since forever.
Okay.
Right? And when I say things like Pac got hit up at the studio the day before my birthday. It was November 28th when he got hit up. My birthday was the 29th, and I was down there that weekend. Before the street hits, and I ain't gonna put no names out there, and I'm not gonna give nothing to fuel conspiracy theorists. But Big and Puff that was all Haitian Jack and them. Everybody knew that. Everybody that rock with Pac would tell them that. A lot of people don't understand the reason. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna leave it alone. The reason Pac lost his testicles wasn't because somebody bust him there. He let off when he was pulling it out of his waistband, and this a fact. I have people that was at the Quad Studio that night. Like Big and them was only there to rock with Red Hot Lover Tone. End up being part of Tone and Pope. What was the beat crew? Tone and Pope. You know what I'm talking about. They did all the beats.
Yeah.
But that's back when Red Hot Lover Tone was still an artist. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, said all that to say this, man. Like a lot of the stuff that's been out there, real cats have known it for years, and now that it's on the internet, they've made it to this whole fairy tale. But keep doing what you're doing, man, because facts is facts, and the internet ain't gonna change that. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So keep doing what you're doing. Yo, and I'm gonna just say this. You have a future in hip-hop journalism. You know what I mean?
Thank you, fam.
If you haven't already set that out from somebody who's done radio for over 30 years, you have a future in taking this whole aura of what you're doing right now to the next level. So keep doing what you're doing,
thank you, fam. That means a lot coming from you, too, from being working on radio. I can tell by your voice. You sound like a radio DJ. You know what I'm saying? You kind of remind me of like a Funk Flex or somebody, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Look, when my voice is clear, it does sound like that. But like I said, the allergies is...
Nah, I can't even tell. But thank you though, fam. That means a lot coming from you. You know what I'm saying? I gotta definitely check you out because I know you said you in the industry too and all that. So we gotta definitely. Hey, that's what it's all about. Like you said, building the tribe and networking. So that's why I do this, man. So yeah, hopefully we can always build something together. Shout out Elvin for the follow. But you always gotta up your net worth to up your network. You gotta network to up your net worth. There you go.
Motto and creed I've been living by since I was 23. So with that being said, man, keep doing what you're doing. Just know, I'm Mega. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can check me out on here.
I will.
I'll give you access to my main page, so that'll put you in the circle with a lot of people that's in the industry.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I don't, I'll vouch for you because I saw enough to know that, you know what I mean, you on point like an index finger. You dig?
Oh, thank you, fam. Appreciate that.
So keep doing what you're doing, man. Just know I got your back like chiropractic, shoulder blades, car seats. You know what I'm saying? I'm guaranteed to hold the heat. Check me out like 3 strikes. Back like an echo. Check your man Meg out like a library book. Linking with you was a good look, yo. I'm out of here, yo. Be good.
For sure. Thank you, Mega. Appreciate you, man. Definitely. Send me the DM to your other page so I can check it out.
Say less.
For sure.
Less. Look. And for my Spanish-speaking brothers and sisters, hablo no más. Say no more. It's out the door. It's your man Mega. Peace.
Love it, man. Yo, dropping some facts, man. We got some real people up in here. That's why we get the people up in here. And yeah, I hear you. Yeah, much love to Mega, man. Mega had the bars. Yeah, man. You could tell the way he did that outro, man. He's a professional. That dude was a professional right there. Love it, man. Yeah, and I agree with him, man. TikTok is the new radio. I think it definitely is the new radio. Shout out, man. But yeah, one of y'all said this is all documented. People know this and what was going on. Shout out Batman. I think I seen you up in the chat before. You see, this is what it is though, man, is that even though people have heard this stuff before, it's good to go ahead and say it. Shout out Low Norris for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah. It's like it's good to have people go up here and say that, because there's some people here that don't know. You know what I mean? There's some people up here that don't know. Black Forest, I keep trying to get you up here, or Black Forest, I keep trying to get you up here and you keep jumping out, man. I know you wanted to jump up here. Usually I only let people up here that are following the channel, but you know what I'm saying? I'll do it for you, man, because I know you were commenting and you were up in here for a minute, so I got you. Thank you, the comeback trainer, for the follow. I appreciate you, fam. So, yeah, if, what's his name? Let me go back real quick to where you at? Where you at? What was his name? What was the dude's name? The hater. Yeah, Mac Miza. Hope you heard that, man. Dude was dropping some knowledge right there, man. You know what I'm saying? Mayweather said, let it rest. I mean, I hear you on that. They keep bringing his name up for royalties. That could be that's why we're asking right here, is it real or is it fake? Well, I mean, we ain't really talking about his legacy. Well, we are, but we're also talking about why the trial is taking place right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. It depends on what you mean fake. Was he gangster? No. Was he a follower? Yes. Was he a great artist also? Absolutely. I agree with some of that. Was he a follower? Like when you said is he a follower, Christopher? What do you mean? Is he a follower of what? Like what was he a follower of? Trying to figure that out. Thank you, New Beginnings, man. I appreciate it for the fingers. Thank you for the coins, man. I appreciate y'all. If we can get this stream to nearly $10, I can go buy myself a nice meal tomorrow, man. If you guys can help me to buy a meal, that'll be great, man. I appreciate all the support that comes in. Following Suge Knight into the gang culture. Okay, I can see that. Well, like we said earlier on the stream, that people that were friends with Pac, that were close to him, they all felt that Pac was just trying to fulfill his obligation to Suge. You know what I mean? Let's take a couple more calls before we get up out of here. Shout you guys out, though, man. I really appreciate all y'all that are joining in, that are jumping in here. Give me a second. Tupac and Biggie were both, you know the word, by police, not street thugs like they want us to think. I agree with you to a certain extent. I'm starting to believe he was a very good person, actor. I could see that, man. I could see that. Who was Flacco? Mod Soul. I'm just trying to go by the people that are in order here. Mod Soul. What was your comment? Trying to see some comments first of what people are saying before they come out. Exactly. We knew Puffy had paid to get Pac out of 30 years, and he big eye. You know, and I'm glad you brought that up, man, because like let's say if Keefe takes the stand, which I think he will. I think he will, because a lot of people said that he will take the stand. But the one thing that I wanted to say is, how come I didn't hear, although I guess like they'll have to ask Keefe these questions if he takes the stand, but how come they didn't ask the question to any of these other dudes who took the stand about Diddy. Like, I found that really interesting. What was his name? Mob James? Now, I don't know if he had a connection to Diddy or not, but they definitely didn't ask Reggie Wright anything about Diddy other than, are you aware of Bad Boy Records? That's the only thing they asked about Bad Boy Records. Is like, oh, are you aware that Sean Diddy Combs is the owner of Bad Boy Records? Like, I felt that was interesting that they didn't really ask him any of the questions. AJ says, do I think that Pac is still here? Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, Jesse says, what I don't know was he went to Italy to meet Versace to design the shirts. Yeah, you're right. And I put that in my documentary. Make sure you guys go watch the documentary, man. All you got to do is just click the beatGrade profile page and then hit the link that's in the bio or in the description. And then look for my documentaries. I got a great Tupac documentary. We cover all that, like how he got the Versace suits on and stuff like that. The leather vest that he's rocking. Pac was, broke in prison on the SA charges, couldn't get out, and sold his soul to Suge to get out. Sorry if that was a little loud for you YouTubers. Let me do that again. Well, some people say that might be true. Yeah, I agree. Very intelligent. Fake trial. Killed the MC. Oh, you shouted out my homie from Jurassic 5. Shout out. I told you. You know, it's funny you say that. One of my people's, I know Akil personally. That's my boy. And I said that earlier today. I said, it's funny that people think that Akil is Tupac. So listen, man, I know Akil personally. Maybe I got to say what's up to him again. But Akil has straight up told me that he is not Tupac. As a matter of fact, I might have to hit Akil up again and be like, yo, man, there's people out here that still think you're Tupac, dude. Shout out Akil. Shout out Jurassic 5. He had a lot of truths in his lyrics. Yeah, he did, MCAT, especially with the Machiavelli, right? Yeah, they defame him in jail. Yeah, you're right about that. Shout out ATL Moshan for the follow. I really appreciate you. Thank you. And still music realized after. You are right about that. They didn't ask about Puff's affiliation with the South Side. South Side Curse. Yeah, they didn't ask about any of that. And that's why I'm wondering, like, if they're gonna have Keefe on the stand, which I think he will take the stand, because even his boy Vlad said that if he was him, he should take the stand. Like, when you're going up against some serious charges like this, you got to take the stand. Yeah, untouchable player. You're definitely right about that. Y'all need to stop blaming Puff for what happened to Pac, is what Christopher is saying. Well, it's not that they're blaming Puff, and I'm glad that you brought that up. For all the Pac had money, heads, he could have paid the $2 million to get out. Exactly, man. You're right about that. Trey Mega, definitely, man. Thank you, man. Shout you out. You brought up some great points again, man. Thank you for jumping up on here. I think that Pac got word that there was a hit out and they put a plan to carry out the plan. Yeah, you see, that's the point that I'm trying to say. Lenore's, that was Biggie's brother's dude. Yeah. See, this is the point I want to say. Shout out MK Cap for the follow. This is the point I want to say, man. People wasn't even checking for Pac. Okay. We're all the Tupac baby mamas. Pac was smart, and he knew the government was going to get him like they got. Can I say the name? I don't know if I can say the name, but that's a great comment. I mean, isn't that reason why he did Machiavelli? That's the reason why Pac did Machiavelli, right? Yeah, man. I feel like I almost want to go and watch like old Pac videos now after this. Like, I think I'm gonna go watch a lot of Pac videos, and like I said, man, y'all gotta go check out that documentary. But this is what I wanted to say to the homie's comment. I think it was Christopher. I wanna say this to your comment, man. That the reason why a lot of people think that Diddy was involved, a lot of people think Diddy was involved for a lot of reasons, like how Trey Mega brought up about what happened over at the studio in New York. The other reason is because Keefe went on some podcasts. I don't know if it was Vlad or if it was what was the other one? I forgot. But it was one of those. It's like a Vlad or something. He went up there and said that Diddy offered to pay them $1 million to carry this out. So he was the one that went out there and put the rumor out. Not to mention that Suge kind of said that behind code words. You know, the fascinating thing about Suge too is that when you listen to Suge's interviews, and I suggest that if you do listen to his interviews, you should go listen to the ones that he did with Dave Myers, the owner or the co-owner of Source, the Source magazine. Because, you know, the Dave Myers dude started a YouTube channel. I don't know if he's still active, but yeah, he started a YouTube channel. And basically, he interviewed Suge. And his interview with Suge, I think, is one of the best ones, yo. I think it's even better than the one that Suge just did with TMZ. And if you listen to the interview with Suge definitely be speaking like in code words, dude. Like, he be speaking in such, like, it's like Suge be like speaking in riddles. You know, like Batman, like you got the Riddler. Should be speaking like that. Like, he don't tell you straight up what is what and what is this. Oh, and by the way, just to say this for the record, I've met Suge before, and Suge was cool with me when I met him. But for the record, Suge, he speaks in riddles. So it's like you gotta understand the lingo, you gotta understand the code words, and therefore you will kind of understand what he's saying. Because Suge is not a snitch. He ain't gonna snitch. They've already tried to get Suge to come on this trial, and Suge said that he will not go on the trial. Man, if Suge went on this trial, do you know how much of a viral moment that would be? If Suge did the trial, this would be such a viral moment if Suge went on the trial. Not to mention that Suge, you were in the car. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, Suge, dude, you were in the car. Like, you have to somewhat be at the trial. He ain't gonna do the trial though, because Suge said so himself. He's not a snitch, and he won't say anything, but he will speak in code words. Diddy character matches the results, and even till today. You're right about that, man. I wonder if Diddy's like able to watch this trial from prison. I'm sure he has special privileges. Yeah, I think a lot of people said that. Shout out Joe James for the follow. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, Quantum Frank. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly. He's speaking in parables. You said you went to high school with Suge and Ray. You mean Reggie? Suge getting caught up on his latest charges messed up the big plan. I think it was actually on purpose. Let me go down this rabbit hole with some of y'all real quick. What if? Because Suge did bring this up on the TMZ interview. Should we go back and play just a little clip of it? Maybe we should, just for reference purposes. What if Suge Knight is really incarcerated because they knew that this trial was going to happen and they didn't want Suge out there running his mouth? So they knew that the best way to silence Suge was to lock him up for what happened. Because Suge says that he's in jail for, we can't say the word, but he's in jail for what we know what he's in jail for now, currently, right? But when I listened to the Suge Knight interview, and I feel like I might need to pull this up just for context, because y'all know me, man. If you don't know by now, I be going and doing my research. Suge said that his trial, he should have won in self-defense, because technically he said the guy that he ran over with his car, which is actually, I'm not going to give too much information. I'm not going to say too much on this stream. I don't want to say too much. But you know what Suge did. For those of you that don't know, go look it up, because I was about to drop some jewels. Now I see what Trey Maker was like. I'm not gonna say too much. I get it, man, because you don't know who's listening. I'm like Kendrick Lamar at this point. Yo, is the hater still up in here? I'm a professional. Yo, 30 million later, know the feds are watching. 30 million later, I know the feds are watching. Man, we don't know who's watching this stream. We don't know who's watching. I'm not about to say too much. But I'll tell you this, though. I definitely know some things. And I will tell you that Suge made a great point, or an interesting point, I should say. I don't know if it was a great point, but it's an interesting point how he said, yo, man, how am I sitting here for something that should be self-defense when you got that white girl who, unalive, did that thing to that black man who was her boyfriend, who I think was a Nigerian, and she only got a few years? That's what Suge said. That was an interesting point that he brought up. And you know what was interesting? You know what else was interesting on top of that? Was that right after he said that, the interview got cut. Like TMZ cut the interview.
Thanks, Mike.
I was gonna pull up something, but I'm like, I don't know if I want to pull that up. That might be a little too graphic for YouTube. Let me watch it here first before I put it on the YouTube screen. But yeah. He's like, yo, he's like, what I went through, or what he went through should have been self-defense. But he said, but then this white girl goes and does the same thing or a similar thing. She gets off with a few years. This guy's gonna be in jail probably forever, is what they're hoping, or until he becomes a very, very old man. Let's be honest, they're scared of this man.
We are following the testimony and evidence presented in the Tupac Shakur murder trial in
They don't want him to be out, yo. It's obvious. They don't want him to be out, man, because they know that if Suge is out, they know Suge is a very dangerous man.
To be here testified about gang retaliation culture.
I don't want to send him to prison. Sure. Even though we don't like each other.
He got killed. I didn't even hear no shots. I just seen the crowd run. I was like,
damn. This is crazy, man. This is really crazy when you look into this. It's just, the whole thing is wild, dude. The whole thing is wild. Like, the reason that they're doing this today, let me just search it. Because I think it might be important that you guys hear this part that he said. I mean, it might not be that important, but it's kind of important. I mean, but I already kind of said it, but at least you can hear it in his words. You know what I mean?
$118.
Suge and Reggie played football together at Linwood High School. All right, for sure. 330-pound dude and got a gay graze. Wow, yeah, that's crazy. Suge knows everything. He won't talk. I believe. The trial is televised. Is it? I didn't know they were putting it on TV. I believe a lot of what Suge says.
We so caught up in look at me, look at me, look at me. We got to figure out how to fix this. Only way we can fix this is by putting everything on the table.
So, you know, Suge, I have talked to you. I have talked to you over the years about this, and there's something I don't understand, because you just said a few minutes ago that you are not into revenge. That's why you're not going to talk. But Tupac was a close friend of yours, and isn't there a difference between revenge and justice? That you said earlier that Keefe D is full of and that you were kind of scoffing at him. So do you feel like there should be, I guess what I call justice in the system, where he's convicted and maybe others come forward and are convicted as well? Or do you think they should all be shut down?
Well, I think it's no justice from a man come from the inner cities in the courts. I think it's all revenge. So we never get justice. So when you really look at it,
You have 60 seconds remaining.
Oh, how convenient that when he starts speaking some realness, he only has a minute left to get his thoughts out. You know, that's why I say go look at the Source magazine interview with Dave Myers. It's pretty good because I think that one was like over an hour long, where this TMZ one is only about a few minutes, 10 minutes. But I don't think they get to the gist of it until right about here. He said that there is no justice. You see, and that's what I had to say to the homegirl, the Gen Zer. No disrespect to Lauren, because I know that you've been up in here before, and I know that you make some valid points sometimes. But today, your points were off. And I mean that respectfully. Respectfully, your points were just off. This is where I do agree with Suge. And again, make sure you guys are double tapping the screen and hitting the like button. Thank you for those of you that are on YouTube. Make sure you guys are double tapping or liking and sharing the live. And hopefully some of you guys are subscribed to the channel too. Let's get the algorithm going. I'm actually going longer than I expected to. I was only planning on being on here for 2.5 hours. But yet, here we are again on here for nearly 5. Yeah, another 5 hours, yo. Another 5 hours. Another shift. Yeah, because you know what? Because when we speak on this hip hop, we got to keep it real. Thank you for the likes coming in. I appreciate you. Mohead, sup? Shout you out. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate you, fam. Man, I'm carrying this one right here, man. You guys got me going. See, that's the thing, man. I only plan to jump on here for a minute, but then you guys get me going. How did everyone forget about that 50 Cent documentary that was only like 3 months ago? Oh, yeah. What did he? Yeah, you're right about that, Jesse. Even Bone didn't want to snitch Suge, but Suge. But yeah, this is the point, though, is that it's like, yo, justice ain't going to be served here. Thank you, Miss Lady Dank, for the follow or for the share. I appreciate you. That's right. Let's get some more people up in here. Up in here. Let's get some more people up in here. Thank you. Let's go back to what Suge was saying real quick.
You just had it on your show. A white woman stabs a black man to death and kills him.
That's the part I wanted to hear.
Where he's convicted.
Well, not really, but I think it's important you guys hear this.
In the courts. I think it's all revenge. So we never get justice. So when you really look at it,
You have 60 seconds remaining.
You just had it on your show. A white woman stabs a black man to death and kills him, and they get 3 or 4 years. People had guns, and they had tests to prove they was trying to kill me. It was a hit, and someone dies, and look how much time I got.
Seems like Suge was watching yesterday. He made the reference to Courtney Plenty.
Yeah.
Getting out.
Yeah. So did you hear that point that Suge just made right there?
I think he gave us his.
And then all of a sudden when he makes, that's the one thing, man, about Suge is that whenever he makes a valid point, all of a sudden it's like it gets cut off. See, like I said, man, let's go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper. Thank you, Leanne, for the follow. I appreciate you. It was a 2-part Pox MGM. Let me say this, Suge. Yeah, I know. I know exactly what happened. Thank you, Slick. You know what I'm saying, for pointing that out. We know what happened, but that's not the point. I'm not saying what Suge did. What I'm saying is the reason why he said he did it, and he said he did it out of self-defense. Yeah, I remember it was at the Straight Outta Compton video or movie set. It wasn't at the movie set, but it was down the street from there. You know what I'm saying? But it was when they were filming Straight Outta Compton is when it happened. Yeah, let's not forget that when they were filming Straight Outta Compton, the movie about NWA, a lot of crazy shit was happening during the filming of that movie. Yeah, Suge is smart, connected, and dangerous. Yeah, but this is what I want to say real quick. What if? Yeah, I saw it ball out. I was just looking at it right now. Thank you, Lucy, for the follow. What if this dude was trying to clown for me having 30 people watching on TikTok. Hey, I'm happy with that, man. I'm happy that we got at least like 30. That's not including what we got going on over here on YouTube and Facebook. So, I mean, I'm happy that we got about 50 people right here late at night talking about this craziness, talking about these conspiracy theories. And this is what I know what people like to do on these late night talks is let's go down the rabbit hole a little bit. And let me say this. What if Suge is really incarcerated? Because like he said, shout out Philip for the follow. Like he said, he's should have self-defense. But yet he's in here for this situation. What if they really put him behind bars because they don't want him talking, and they knew that they were going to do this Pac trial, this Tupac trial. They knew that they were getting ready to do that. And so they said, yo, man, we can't have this man out here doing podcasts and doing interviews and stuff like that. He's gonna mess up the whole trial. He's gonna mess up the whole case. So the powers that be put him and Diddy in jail. But the interesting thing, and shout out Female Wolf, oh, for the follow. Thank you. Black for the follow. Okay, I see. We starting to pick it up now. I think there is some truth in all of this big story entanglement lies meant to cause confusion. Yeah, confusion and a distraction and weirdness. Everybody that's involved in this has been saying the same thing. Yeah, man. It's like the interesting thing is that Diddy only got a few years, but Suge is doing all this time. And then let's go back further to where Kanye West did that controversial Drink Champs interview where they told him, the network Revolt had to take down the video. I think they put it back up now. And interesting, the timing too. I was just thinking about this earlier. That Kanye seems a little different now, right? Like Kanye seems like, yeah, Reggie did look guilty. Shout out Jesus for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, that Kanye goes and apologizes for his Twitter rants to the Jewish community and apologizes to the rabbi, like one of the head rabbis in New York. All of a sudden, everything's okay now. He's back on tour. He's doing shows again. But remember, before that, all his tours were getting canceled. His website gets shut down. He loses the Adidas deal. All these things happen, right? Kanye goes on Drink Champs and says that Diddy is working with the feds. Way before the Diddy trial happened, way before Diddy gets arrested, Kanye goes up and says that Diddy is working for the feds. And then I remember Drink Champs takes it down, right? Or Revolt TV, which is Diddy's company. So that kind of makes sense. All right. Let's hope that the stream stays okay with this, because now we're really going through some conspiracy theories. But I thought it was kind of interesting timing. And like they say, man, for those of us that use our brains, there's no such thing as coincidences. And the fact that after Kanye goes and apologizes to the rabbi, the interview comes back up. Isn't that strange?
Poison me. And by the way, y'all done already fuck with me so much. Y'all already black mirrored me. You already made everybody think I'm crazy. You already took my family away. You already separated all my friends. I don't got no celebrity friends. Because when I was on TV, on Instagram saying, I don't know where my child is, and the Kardashians kidnapped my daughter in public, and I didn't have the address of my child, none of these niggas that want to say something
Travis
now.
gave you the address, though?
Travis gave me the address.
Right.
But as far as Meek Mills, Puff Daddy, whoever, none of these niggas, all you fake hard niggas, fuck you.
Wait,
hold on.
Okay.
All you fake hard niggas, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck who, because you can't shoot nobody anyway. And the reason why you got to talk is because you did a deal, you fucking fed. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to come at me, because part of the...
Kanye calling Diddy a fed way before the trial. Let's not forget this, man. You fed. Well, we're not talking about Kanye as a person. We're just talking about what he said. The point that I'm making here is that Ye was the first one who really went out there and exposed Diddy for being tied to the feds. And like I said, for everything that Diddy has done and everything that he's been accused of, it's really interesting how he only got a few years, yet Suge is doing some serious time. That's what I say. I find that very interesting. Thank you, Lala Johnson, for the love you so much. I appreciate it. I love you too. Thank you. Yeah, we're not really talking about, you know what I'm saying, his music in this particular scenario. What I'm talking about is the fact that Ye went up there, said this about Diddy way before the whole Cassie allegations came out, way before the whole video of Diddy doing what he did to her in the hotel. This interview came out. And I remember when this interview came out, everybody was saying, of course, that like Ye is crazy. He's on medication. He's bipolar. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's crazy. He needs help. He needs to get therapy. He needs to go see his therapist, right? And then all of a sudden, the Diddy Cassie situation happens. And then after the Diddy Cassie situation happens, Diddy goes on Instagram and says he did not do any of that and all of those allegations are false. Right? But then we find out that he was lying. Because then what happens? The video of Diddy comes out in the hotel with Cassie. And to be honest with you, if you want my honest take on this, and believe me, because I've been on TMZ too, my takes are usually correct. If you don't believe me, go look up on TMZ's website. You can look this up on TMZ's website. You don't have to go to my website, which it's on. Go to TMZ's website and look up the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef. Look that up. And you'll find my segment in there on their website. I called it already way back then that Kendrick had won this battle. And all the Drake stands, including academics, were trying to disagree with me. Just right there, man. I should be a multimillionaire. Just for that take. Make me a millionaire. I made a prediction that came true on television. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me props for that, man. On television. So my point is that I find it really interesting that Kanye goes up and says this, and then the Diddy video comes out with Cassie, right? And like I said, this is my take on it. I think that this is the only real reason why Diddy is incarcerated. I think Diddy is incarcerated because of the Cassie video. I think had Diddy never did that, and that video never showed him assaulting her, I think that he probably wouldn't have done any time, and I think he would have beat that case all the way through. Because he pretty much did beat the case. He didn't get charged for anything that they really wanted to get him charged for, like the RICO charges and all these other big charges and the manipulation. And let's also talk about the strange fact about how the military went into his mansion in Los Angeles and confiscated all of the videotapes, right? But we never saw those videotapes. Those videotapes were never presented in court. Not to mention that the Diddy trial was not even aired. Oh, we can all watch the Tupac trial, right? But you're not allowed to watch the Diddy trial. G30 says Suge is charged for that. Yeah, you know you can that you can do that in self-defense, right? Thank you, Lala, for the roses. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Lala, for the roses. You're wonderful. I really appreciate you. Hopefully you're following too, because we do this all the time. Too easy to discredit a person. So let me finish my point, and then I'll go back to your guys' comments. Yeah, you're right about that, Lala. Liquor company, yeah. And thank you for following. Like I said, because we always talk about these crazy conspiracy theories on hip-hop. We come from a different point of view. A lot of these podcasters and these people, they just talk about what's trending on Twitter. They don't really like go in deep and analyze it. So I appreciate all of y'all that give me the props, that like my takes, that say what's up. Because, you know, I think a little deeper than the average person. You know, I don't know. Maybe mushrooms had something to do with it. You know what I mean? A lot of these people probably never even, you know, I know I shouldn't say that, but, you know, I like mushrooms on my pizza. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean. Speaking in codes, I like mushrooms on my pizza. So therefore, it helps me to think a little deeper than the average person. And like I said, don't y'all find it strange? You know, like there's no such thing as coincidences. But don't y'all find it strange that they don't air the Diddy trial? And I said this earlier. They don't air the Nipsey trial, but they're going to air the Tupac trial when mostly everybody who was involved in that is not around or incarcerated. Very interesting. And not to mention that they're all senior citizens. I mean, literally senior citizens. Don't y'all find that a little strange? And then on top of it, like I said, to go back to Kanye. Kanye goes and calls Diddy a Fed, right? The cops, the National Guard, the militant, these dudes send a drone into the mansion, right? Go and confiscate all the videotapes. There's footage of this on TMZ where they go and they confiscate all the videotapes. Jose says he finds me strange. Well, thank you. You have to find me strange. That's the only reason. That's the only way I'm going to have, you know, obliterated your following is by being strange. You see, you're so regular. That's why you don't have an avatar or a following. Probably an agent. You're probably the FBI on this stream. Using a fake TikTok profile, aren't you? I see some of y'all say some of the most dumbest things. Like the federal agent, like, man, listen, man, I've been doing these things so long that I can tell when an agent jumps in the stream. You are an agent, dude. I find it strange that you have an avatar and you don't even show your face. I find you strange. I find you probably to be an agent. Too smart for you, dude. I'm too smart for you secret agents. Dude has an avatar with 30 followers and no bio. Dude is a federal agent on the stream. It's all good. Well, I'll tell you what, man. You're either an agent or you've been brainwashed by the agency. Either way, like the Matrix, you've been infiltrated. You remember in the Matrix? Like the agents could like run around and like turn themselves into certain people who were unaware. But those of us that were aware, those of us that were out of the Matrix, they couldn't get into us. They couldn't transform themselves into us. That's who you are. Mr. Smith, exactly, Southside. This is a Mr. Smith agent in the chat. He's been infiltrated and like they changed themselves. So it's like even if you aren't an agent or you don't think you're an agent or you aren't aware of being an agent, you have been brainwashed and manipulated by the agency. You know, it's like those people who think, and I know there might be some opinions of people that don't agree. It's like some of those people who think that Sexy Red puts out good music. You've been infiltrated by the industry if you think that trash is real music. If you think that anybody that's going out there promoting degeneracy and like F my baby daddy, and you think that that's real music, you've been infiltrated by Mr. Smith and the agency. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Yo, and thank you for the likes coming in. Let me finish my point, please. Speaking. Let me finish my point. What I'm saying is this. They went into Diddy's house, right? And they took and confiscated all of the tapes. But those tapes have still to this day not seen the light of day. Not even on the 50 Cent documentary. And then some of y'all go and say, oh, well, the 50 documentary was cool, right? The 50 documentary was cool. But how come 50 wasn't able to get those tapes? You know why they weren't able to get those tapes? Because we all know that there's very powerful people who are on those tapes. There's pictures. And just for context, I mean, just looking at this picture alone, should tell you that there was something going on with Diddy. Now let's see if the internet tries to scrub this, because they definitely do scrub a lot of things, like all the J-Lo naked pictures that were online. They sure scrubbed all those pictures from the internet of J-Lo. Hey, let me tell you something, man. I was on the internet when the internet first came out. If I knew that the internet was going to turn into what it turned into, I would have saved those pictures of J-Lo. Because let me tell you something. I mean, I got them in my head right here, but I got to tell y'all, I seen some crazy pictures of J-Lo. And let me just say, they were nice. She was doing a lot of stuff to get to where she got to. Let's just put it like that. J-Lo was doing a lot of things to get to the level that she got to. Jenny from the block. You know what I'm saying? She was doing a lot. Yeah, but just this picture alone with Diddy, Kanye, and the Prince. I forgot, who was this, Prince Harry or something? Like, just this picture right here should tell you all you need to know. The fact that Kanye is also in this picture should tell you that Ye knew probably about Diddy's things. Oh, and side note, isn't it interesting that after the Diddy trial happened and Diddy got arrested, and you see all these pictures with Jay-Z and Diddy doing that toast at the Rock Nation brunch, and Jay-Z's like there doing the cheers with him and like throwing up the sign. Watch, someone's gonna take that and screenshot and say, once I get famous and become a multimillionaire, they're gonna say, oh, I mean, I'm already a millionaire, but once I become like, really, really wealthy, then they're gonna say, oh, he's part of the Illuminati. Look at him, he's throwing up the sign. I'm using it for context, yo. I'm using it for context. But, it's interesting how they were throwing up that sign, right? And then all of a sudden, Jay-Z goes out and says, oh, he's not my friend. He ain't my friend. But just this picture alone should tell you everything that you need to see. These guys are at a party together, partying. What do you think was on those tapes? Who do you think were on those tapes? Are we the only people who say to ourselves, maybe the feds went in there not to necessarily arrest anybody, because they didn't. Maybe they really just went in there to get those tapes because they didn't want those tapes getting out. But why did Diddy have those tapes? Why did he have those recordings? Why did he have those cameras in the room? Because he knew that they were hanging or holding the Cassie video over his head. Y'all ever see the movie I, Robot with Will Smith? Y'all ever see the movie I, Robot? Ahead of its time. Yes, you're right, Lala. Blackmail. Ahead of its time. Check this out. Remember when Will Smith was asking the hologram all the questions? And he said, you need to ask better questions. The hologram told Will Smith, you need to ask better questions, for the answers are limited. You know what I mean? You are asking the wrong questions. And then when Will Smith asked the hologram the correct question, what did the hologram say? The hologram said, that, sir, is the correct question. That's what I think is happening here. I don't think that we're really asking the right questions. I think the more important question should not be, well, it is an important question what were on those tapes and why was Diddy doing what he did to Cassie and why was Cassie trying to run out of the hotel room and what was in that bag and why did he grab that bag back and then walk back? What was in that bag? Oh, we don't know that yet. We don't know that still, right? We don't know what was in that bag. Right? We don't know. But this is the bigger question that I want to ask. Is who was in charge of that videotape? Sound the alarm. Who was in charge of the videotape?
Now tuned into the motherfucking greatest. Now tuned into the motherfucking greatest.
The hotel was in charge of that videotape, and we must say this. That Diddy, it was said, and this was in the court filing, right? This is how Cassie got some of the settlement money. This is how she got some of the settlement money. She got some of the settlement money because of that hotel video. This was in the court document. I actually read this. Thank you for the likes coming in. I appreciate y'all. Let's see if we can get it to 20,000 on TikTok. We're almost at 20,000. Let's get this stream up to 20,000. This is the other part that I want to say if we go down this rabbit hole even further. Diddy paid the hotel $50,000 to conceal that video because he knew that that video was going to ruin him. Right? And so the fact that that video was hidden from the public. And do you know how long that video was hidden from the public? Do y'all know? That video was hidden from the public for about over, what was it? Like 2016? Something like that was when the incident happened. Well over 5 years. Thank you for the likes coming in. Appreciate you, Miss Cookies. Thank you, my man, Untouchable Player. Appreciate you for still being up in here rocking with us. We got a secret agent in the chat. Y'all check the dude in the chat. Secret agent. Homeboy said, you've been on here for 5 hours. Yet he's been on my stream for probably almost the last 30 minutes to an hour. Keep contributing to the chat, Agent Smith. You're an agent. I already know. You're talking trash behind an avatar. That is code word for agency. Now, one thing I was going to say back to the point. Back to our regular scheduled program. the right question, I think, or shall I say I know, but the right question is, who was in possession of that video? It's interesting how so many people will say, oh man, that tape came out. The tape came out. I can't believe that Diddy did that. And yes, that's true. There's definitely some truth in that. But the other point that I want to ask is, well, how come that tape had stayed hidden for so long? And on top of that, man, you had Diddy doing events in Miami. He was doing like Revolt TV seminars, because I was actually going to go to one of them. He was doing Revolt TV seminars. He was doing conventions. He was being a notable speaker. He got the key to the city of New York City from the mayor's office, who was also a Freemason, by the way. I did a little bit of my research on him. He's also a Mason. And I'm like, yo, man. And then all of a sudden the tape comes out. And then it's like, like you were like, did you remember that Diddy was also nominated for a Grammy? He was also nominated for a Grammy the year, I think, that or right before the Cassie thing came out. Because I remember it was like right at the end of the year, right? It was like right before Christmas. It was like, yeah, Merry Christmas, motherfucker. Merry Christmas, mother. So the Grammys were about to come up. Diddy was nominated for a Grammy for the Love album. And then all of a sudden it's like, nah, we can't give him the Grammy anymore because of that video. No, you can't do any more conventions. No, this and that. Or actually, I think it was the trial came out. Yeah, and then the video came out. So who was controlling that video? Agent Smith. That's who. Agent Smith, who is probably in the chat, was controlling that video, was holding that video, just dangling that video like this. He was just dangling the video right over Diddy's head. Like, all right, puppet, you do something wrong, boom. You do something wrong, that's it. That's it. Once you do something wrong, we're going to put this video out, and that will be the end of you. And that's the reason why Diddy was trying to hide that video for so long. Because he knew that that video comes out, that's it. His career would be over. Now, he's very lucky because in some ways, or I'd say in a lot of ways, he beat that case. This is why Cassie moved out of the country. Did y'all forget Cassie moved to Japan? She said she doesn't want to live in the States, I think for a lot of other reasons that she didn't say. She got her $30 million and she bounced out of the country. I don't blame her. You know why? Because she knows what some of us don't know. Man, this girl was doing the freak offs, yo. You don't think that this prince in this photo was part of the freak offs? You don't think that this prince was on that tape? I think he was on those tapes. I think he was on those tapes doing something. And Kanye knew.
And that's why you gotta, you know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck because you can't shoot nobody anyway. And the reason why you gotta talk is because you did a deal, you fucking fed. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta come at me, because part of the deal for you to be a do all that and get out of jail is that you promise that you gonna go pull my co-car. So y'all niggas shut the fuck up about me. Now let me say it calm. You niggas shut the fuck up about, you shut the fuck up about Michael.
Right.
Yeah, that was a lot of profanity right there. So hopefully the stream didn't get flagged. It could be real or fake, but literally every witness is affiliated with the celebrity. Even the girl from the 96 interview, she claimed Pac was sports fan. Shout you out, man, if you're still here with us on YouTube. Are you? Oh yeah. You talking about? Okay. Yeah, the Vegas thing. All right. Yeah, man. I think Ye knew a lot that we didn't know. But the whole point why I bring that part up was because what I'm saying to y'all is that he already knew something about Diddy that we didn't know. And I remember when that Breakfast Club. They've really fallen off, by the way. I remember when Kanye did that interview because anytime Kanye does an interview, I always listen to it. Not because I believe everything he says, but I know he's going to say some things that are interesting, to say the least. And when I saw that interview like right when it happened. And I was like, okay, he's calling Diddy a Fed. Interesting. But I remember, like I said earlier, when all that was happening, there was so many people out there that were like, oh, Ye is crazy. He doesn't know what he's saying. He's bipolar. He needs his medication. And he was like, nah, this is what's up. This is what's up, right? And to fast forward to this, let me finish my point on this. To fast forward to this, then all of a sudden, Kanye does his whole song. You already know what happened, right? Those of us that were paying attention, you already know his Twitter rants. He was talking about, the tiny hats, went on his rants, right? Lost his accounts, lost his money, lost a lot of stuff, right? Lost his friends, like he said in that interview. And then what happened? Then, all of a sudden, he apologizes to the rabbi in New York. I thought that was interesting. I was like, did Ye get the call? Ye must have got the call, right? He got the call where it was like, hey, he got the call. Like when he walked off of Tim Pool's podcast, he was there for like 2 minutes, and he's like, oh, he got up. He's like, yeah, we're done. Why? Because he got the call. He got the call, man. And now if you look at Kanye, this is the point that I really want to make here, is that now if you look at Kanye, you will see that he is a different person now. I believe, and this is just my theory. Ooh, man, I'm surprised that they're letting me roll with this. I guess TikTok must like me now. Like I said, man, I'm professional. I'm successful at this because when I used to talk about this stuff, my streams used to get flagged right away. I guess TikTok and YouTube is starting to like me now. They're letting me ride a little bit more. The thing that I'm saying is that after he went and he apologized to the rabbi, you know what's really interesting? Is that now all of a sudden he's like, he went up and he apologized, and then he started saying that he was bipolar. He said, yeah, he's bipolar, and that he has these issues, and he struggles with bipolarism. And I thought that was really interesting that he said that. I was like, yo, what's he talking about? And even if that is true, why do you feel the need to go up and say that? Why do you feel the need to go up and talk about what's wrong with you? And then he seems like such a different person. Like he's not as animated as he was. He's not as animated as he was. He seems very calm, almost as if he was like on medication. Like they've medicated him and they've cloned him. Okay, no, I don't want to say those words. I'm not saying those words. I take that back. I don't want to say those words because that's like a bad word to say. But you know what I'm saying, right? Is Kanye really the same Kanye? Because it seems like after he went and did his apology, then he's like, yes, there's a, have you ever seen the movie Get Out? I know some of y'all may understand the movie Get Out, right? Remember Get Out? How many people in the chat have seen Get Out? Listen, man, we got like nearly 50 people 50 people up on here on this stream right now. Thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Ye was cool for a hot minute. Tyler says, yo, what? Thank you for joining in. We're going down a rabbit hole tonight. Pac knew it all. Exactly. And I pulled this up on the screen for those of you that are on YouTube, where Vibe magazine put up the article about, is Tupac crazy? Isn't it interesting? Because that's the same exact thing that they were saying about Ye. It's like they have their code book. You know what I mean? They called Tupac crazy on Vibe magazine. Vibe magazine was like such instigators, right? They ask, is Tupac crazy? And then now Ye became like the next kind of Tupac, and now they're saying, oh, is Kanye crazy? But you see, the interesting thing with Kanye, Tupac was still like, nah, F that, F this, F that, right? But Kanye went up there and said, like, you know, he apologized. He said he has a problem. He has a condition. He's bipolar. He needs help, and he needs to seek therapy. Yes. Shout out, man. I appreciate for those of you that saw Get Out. Yes, man. Thank you, Teddy Alpha, for saying that you saw Get Out. Exactly, man. You remember the movie in Get Out. Great movie, by the way. One of my favorite movies. One of the most realistic movies, too, right? And what he says, remember when the guy, he takes the picture and the flash happens? Sorry, spoiler alert for those of you that haven't seen it, but it's not going to really ruin the movie. But if you haven't seen Get Out, I suggest you go see Get Out, especially if you're black. You got to go see Get Out. You have to see Get Out. Or if you're a person of color. Andy wrote, shout you out. You seen Get Out. Cool. Yeah, and when he tells the guy, get out, get out, get out. Remember? And then they take him in the room. They take him in the room and then they hypnotize him again. I think right there is the point where they did to Tupac. I mean, I'm sorry. Kanye. Not sorry. But yeah, that's what they did. They did that to Kanye. I think they took Kanye into the room, and I think when he went and apologized to the rabbi, that was part of it. They took him in the room, like the movie Get Out, and she did the thing with the teacup. She started turning the teacup. And they did that to Kanye. Cheers. Yeah. They hypnotized him, man. He's been hypnotized. He's been infiltrated. They turned him into an agent. I think Kanye's been Let me not say too much. But yeah, I think that's what happened to Ye. Because I was just like, look, man, I've known Kanye before he became famous. I've never seen this side of him before. Like, oh yeah, you know, I was wrong. Or he said he's wrong, and he's bipolar, and he has a problem and a condition. And then he went and then he apologized and said that he was sorry. And now all of a sudden he can go do his interviews again, and he can go do his concerts again, and he can go and sell his Yeezy designs and his new albums. I think he just put out a new video today too with Don Toliver. I haven't checked it out yet. But yeah, man. Paper Swag, who actually looks like an agent in his profile picture with your glasses, dude. You look like Agent Smith in your profile, but you said you'll never understand losing those things to fame and living with that choice. How do you know? How do you know what I've been through? Do you think you know me? It's funny how some people jump in the chat acting like they think they know you. Dude, you don't know shit about me. All you know is what you see on the internet. That's all you know. Dude looks like an Agent Smith in his profile picture with the sunglasses on. And we were just talking about that. It's funny how when we start speaking the truth, we get the agents. He said, read the comments. Dude, I'm reading all the comments. Why don't you go back and read them? You know how many comments are up in here? Let me go check real quick how many comments we have in this chat. I've been reading all the comments. When did you jump in? Let me see if I can pull this page back. It's not letting me. All right, here we go. Yeah, man. You know how many comments we have here? On this stream so far? We have over 1,000 comments on this stream. And over 1,000 people that are watching the stream in total. Why don't you go read all the comments? Motherfucker. Why don't you go read the comments? Go read all thousands of the comments. Why don't you go back and scroll up and read all the comments yourself? Why don't you do that? Yeah, read all the comments. Read all the people that are up in here. The only people that we got up in here, other than the smart people that are here, is we got a few dumb agents up in here. That's all we got. We got a few people with avatars. They don't even like look at my profile picture. You see my profile picture? I got my face on my profile picture. Those of you that are talking trash, y'all don't even have your real faces on your profile pictures. You don't even want to show what you look like. That's the funny one. That's the funny thing. These people that don't even show their faces got so much to say. I got my face right on the profile picture. Which sometimes I'm like, yo, maybe I shouldn't even be doing all that either. I got a homie that knows a lot of stuff too. I tell him, hey man, you got to come up here and speak your mind, dude. Let these people hear what's up. He's like, man, I ain't going on the internet and talking shit. I understand why. Because some people don't want to deal with these degenerate idiots on social media. I get it. I get that some of my friends don't want to come on social media. You know what I'm saying? Some of my friends, I tell some of my friends, I'm like, yo, man, why don't you come up in here and speak? Because, you know, I'll have phone call conversations with them and we'll be talking about the stuff that we're talking about now. I'll be like, yo, man, you got to come up on my stream, dude. Like, come up on here and say that, man. Like, you know, people that I know that really got something to say that I've had conversations with that I know that they like real and they're going to do some real talk. They're like, man, I ain't going on the internet saying that. I'm good. Thank you, Real Legends, for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah. Tyler says you're white and you love that. Yeah. They cloned Tyrone. That's a good movie, Uncle. Yeah, Untouchable Player. You're right about that. Pac was CIA for sure. I thought that for like 10 plus. First person who has said that. I heard that about Diddy. I don't know about Pac. Andrew, yo, sorry, some of your comments are coming up a little delayed, but you said that's a great question. I assume you're talking about the video, right? Yeah. Juan says, you know, I like the Dodgers. Yeah, they're cool. I mainly rock it for LA. DMDJS, yeah. They were reading off of scripts. The trial was acting. Yeah, I was hearing that from a lot of people. Yeah, you're right, Untouchable Player, for sure. You said tripped you out when Rubio said the other day that Tupac was his favorite rapper. Yeah, I feel you on that. Thank you, Tyler, for saying I'm speaking facts. I appreciate it. Yeah, homeboy said, read the comments. For the most part, other than the two agents that are up in here, everybody's saying that what I'm saying is facts. Thank you, Andy Rue, for the rose. I know you were trying to jump up in here, so I'll have you up on here real quick, and then Tyler, I'll get to you. Let me let you up in here and share your thoughts, especially since you donated to the stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Share your thoughts, please. How you doing?
It's what I got, but
Hey, no, thank you, man. Anything helps, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, man, and it's wild. It was wild when I saw Marco Rubio tell me, he said Tupac was my favorite rapper. I said
Yeah.
What? I said, what?
That's crazy.
And then all the stuff you're talking about, and then the trial is happening at the same time. I'm like, man, it's been 30 years, bro.
Right.
It's been
Right.
30 years. Now you're trying to figure it out? What is going on?
It's very strange.
It's very strange.
Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that all the guys are old, they're all senior citizens. Like literally senior citizens. Keefe's like 60 plus years old.
Yeah, yeah. He's 60 plus years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
Him,
30
Suge.
years? I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but I'm like, are you kidding me with this?
Well,
Are you kidding me?
I agree.
And I'm supposed to take this seriously? I'm supposed to take this seriously like it's the justice system giving justice?
Yeah. Thank you. That part. Yeah.
Goddamn break.
Yeah. If it can't be more of a conspiracy, I don't know what to tell people.
Brother, and I try to stay away from conspiracy theories. I try to, but it's like this one's, they're making it hard for me.
Well, exactly. Thank you. And you see, and I'm glad you brought that point up, because that's another point that I want to make, is that that's what I was talking about with the Kanye thing. A lot of people were saying that what he was saying were conspiracies and conspiracy theories, and then after that video came out with him and Cassie, it's like maybe a lot of the stuff that he was saying was true. And then you start to see that some of these conspiracy theories are actually real. Homeboy said, "What's the topic?" Yeah, read the header right here. Is the trial real? We're talking about the Tupac trial. Thank you, Miss Cookies, for the light. Yeah, Andy, I appreciate you, man. You're making a great point, man. Great point.
I'm just going to mute myself and listen, if that's all right.
Oh, yeah. No worries. Yeah, I mean, I was going to just get a couple more people up in here. Like I said, we've been going for a minute, but I appreciate all the comments that are coming in. You guys are making some good comments. But let's get Tyler up in here. I'll let you stay up. Tyler, where you at? I know you were trying to jump up in here, and then 420 King, I'll get you up here before I get up out of here. What's good, Tyler?
Hey, what's good, bro?
Oh, not much. How you doing, man? You can hear me? That's the funny thing, man. People request to come up and then they don't say anything. I'm like, I hear that all the time.
Sorry, I connected to my Wi-Fi.
Okay, word. Yeah, what's going down?
No, so, yeah, obviously Tupac got that hit out on him. And I feel like it was always, like, everybody knew it and dropped it in their music. For years and years and years, knew Diddy had a hit out on Pac. And then Biggie died, which I think he had something to do with that too. And the thing is, with when you're talking about EA, I think that when, like, from the get-go, when him and Kim split and like they made him out to look all crazy, they admitted him to a place and had him on all these meds, and then he got off of them and he's like, they're trying to make me look crazy. And I mean, he was saying some pretty wild shit, but the thing is, he turned, like, most of the stuff that he was saying was right. Like, I don't know.
No, you're right about that. It's like people were saying that he was crazy, and it's funny. You might not be able to see this because I posted it up on YouTube, but there was a Vibe magazine article that came out that they said the same thing about Tupac back in like 94, 95. Like, is Tupac crazy? And there was a cover. You can Google this, where there's a cover of Pac on the cover of Vibe magazine, and he's in a straitjacket, looking behind him, and like he's in a mental ward. And they're saying, like, so, like, he actually took the picture for the Vibe magazine cover, and it says, "Is Tupac crazy?" And it's a picture of him in a straitjacket. And it's like funny how these psyops and these agents did the same exact thing for Ye. It's like they just run the same playbook. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real. Yeah. I can see that.
It's like the same playbook. They just go back and study history, and they do the same exact playbook. Like, I don't want to get too crazy on the stream, but it's like, I don't like to talk about too many politics because that's when things happen, especially on the stream. But I'll say this real quick. Yeah, I'll say this real quick in the parables, that it's like, if you look at what happened to Trump, and then you look at the president that was way before that, it was a similar situation. If you look at what those scenarios and the details of both of those things, they're very similar. It's like they went back and they ran the same exact playbook, and it's just like, yo, man, these guys are not really doing anything new.
They keep on going.
Yeah, they know what works.
The same outcome.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like they're testing us.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like they just keep running the same playbook. Like, oh, this person's doing that. Okay, run this play on them. Oh, this person's doing that. All right, we did this play back in 1930 and it worked. Let's run it again right here. Oh, this play. Like, you don't think that they have all these files of things that they did within society, within the government, and then they ran those plays?
100%. I think there's that, but I also, dude, I think that there's influence on other things. I mean, like you said about politics, kind of like in a religious aspect, like Tupac, his last album was Killuminati,
right?
And he like had Hail Mary on there. Like, he had so many songs on there, and he like was saying he was gonna die in all of them. Like, it just, I don't know.
And that's actually one of, I like that album better than All Eyes on Me too. Machiavelli.
Yeah,
you know,
real.
like that's.
Yeah, you're right.
Actually, I
like it too.
Yeah, I mean, and I read the book too. It's a good book. You know what I'm saying? It's an interesting book if you read the Machiavelli book, the book that inspired him to change his name to Machiavelli. It's a pretty good book. Like, fake all your enemies.
Isn't it so similar to what, like, that's why people thought that he really didn't die and was going to come back 20 years later, because like Machiavelli did?
Wait, repeat that? I want to make sure I heard you correctly. What was that?
So, like, for a long time, like a conspiracy theory, I guess, people forever, since he called himself Machiavelli, and a lot of his songs, he was like saying he could die and like if he came back and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So like Machiavelli, I think Machiavelli died, or he faked his death and then came back 20 years later, and
to take revenge on his enemies.
Like, he was gonna come back 20 years later. Yeah.
Exactly, to revenge on his enemies and to manipulate his enemies. So that's exactly what it was. You know what I'm saying? And man, you know, you're right. You did your research. You know what I'm saying? So that's good, because like sometimes we got people.
Tupac, bro, I think that he's, I don't know, I think he's the greatest, to be honest with you.
He's one of them. He's one of them. He's one of them. Nobody was making some good points. About how they threatened Kanye's whole family, and now he's all pro-Israel. Exactly, man. You could tell that. Like, that's what I meant when I said earlier about Kanye got the call. He obviously got the call because he switched it up like completely. He completely switched it up, and then he went and apologized. And it's like, I was just reading what some of the comments were saying, and it's just like, yeah, man, you could tell that this dude got infiltrated and he got threats. I'm sure he got some threats. Well, obviously he got threats, but I'm sure he got like a serious threat that he had to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying?
It just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, other than that, there's no other way, dude. Like, the things that he was saying on Twitter or on X, I mean, and like, for real, like.
And then he went and apologized.
How he switched it all up like that,
and then he went and apologized to the rabbi. I pulled up the picture right here for those on YouTube. You know, if you guys are trying to look at some screenshots, you can check it out on YouTube. Like, I'm like, as you're talking, I'm pulling up some screenshots. But man, it's like he went and apologized, and it was like he had to say he was sorry, and I didn't mean it, he didn't mean it, and that, you know, he was wrong, and he's what was it? Yeah, he said he's bipolar, and it's just like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing, man? And I get it. You're right. He said some wild shit, so he probably had to go back and clear it up. But it's just like.
But also think about if like we had a camera on us at all times. Like, the thing is, we say, I guarantee you say wild things like.
Yep.
I don't know, if we had a camera on us at all times like they do, it'd probably drive us freaking crazy too.
Yeah. I think that being a celebrity is definitely crazy, and that's why you hear all these crazy things happen to people who are in Hollywood, and that's why you hear like all these weird stories and all these people that are in Hollywood, like, you know, I guess you got to say the word unalive themselves and stuff like that, and they do like weird, like, when you're like, it doesn't make sense. Like, they have all this money and they have all this fame. Why would they do that to themselves?
Don't you think? Do you think that some of that has to do with like, I don't know, like conspiracy type stuff, like the Illuminati or like rituals or?
Well, I mean, I had a feeling that's where you were going with it. Like, have you seen the movie Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise? It was probably before your time. You sound a little young.
Nah.
You should go watch that movie and then get back at me. Go watch Eyes Wide Shut. I'm surprised you ain't seen that movie. Or you haven't heard about it? I mean, it's starring Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman.
Wasn't that Stanley Kubrick? No.
Yeah, directed by Stanley Kubrick. It was his last film, actually. That whole movie's about what you just said, the powerful people who run the world, and that, like, it's a crazy movie. It's actually so crazy that Tom Cruise even did the movie.
I'm gonna get out of pocket here for a second because I think the Illuminati is code word for capitalism, and Pac was a communist, and he got taught well by his mother.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Well, yeah, exactly. And you sound like you knew about Kubrick. So did you see the movie Eyes Wide Shut?
I did.
Yeah. What'd you think of it, by the way?
It's been a minute.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I think
listen, I'm an old head. I'm unk.
that's what they call me too sometimes.
When I watched it, I was young and I probably didn't fully get it.
You know, it's on Tubi right now. If you have Tubi for free, it's on Tubi. I was just watching it the other day. I mean, I've seen it a few times already, but it's one of my favorite movies.
I'm gonna give it a rewatch.
Yeah, go watch Eyes Wide Shut. It's all about like what Diddy and all these guys were doing. It's all about the freak offs and all that stuff. Yeah, shout out Nat Dread for the follow.
Right.
Yeah.
I know what I know about the movie. That sounds about right.
Yeah, it's about the freak offs. It's about all the judges and lawyers and all the people who run this stuff. And Tom Cruise plays a doctor. He plays a very rich, successful doctor in the movie. And it's starring Nicole Kidman, who's also his wife at the time. He was married to Nicole Kidman when they filmed the movie. It's such a crazy movie.
I'm remembering now.
Yeah.
So capitalism.
And that's what the whole movie was talking about, is that there are these secret rituals that go on within the world. And it's really interesting if you dig deeper down that rabbit hole, is that it was Kubrick's last film.
Believe it.
It was his last film too. That's the other crazy part about it. Like like all of a sudden he does this film and then he's just not here anymore. Not to mention, I don't know how much I can say, but I just want to try to educate you guys. Not to mention the book Beware of the Pale Horse. You heard of that book? A lot of people have it, which is funny. But you go back and you read that book, and I'm just having some fun here. You know what I mean? But it's like I'm just having some fun. But go Google what happened to that author. It's really strange. You know what I mean? It's really strange what happened to that person who wrote the book. You know, but yeah, go.
I gotta bounce. Thanks for having me out.
Hey, thank you for the donations. I really appreciate you. Go check that movie out too. I think you can see it for.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for your TikToks.
Oh, thank you, man. I jump on here about 10 p.m. Eastern time, so thank you, man. I actually went a little longer, but you guys had me going in the chats. So thank you for the donations too. I appreciate you.
Thank you, man. Take care.
You too.
All right, see you, bro.
Yeah, Sage, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you too. You said you have that book, but haven't read it yet. Yeah, Polished Pride. Yeah, man, it's a crazy book, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, Polished Pride, and some of y'all gotta go and read these books, man. And Marianne, thank you for the follow. Thank you for 20 King for the follow. Thank you, Tyler, for the follow. I appreciate you. You said you saw something in Vegas. It's like an intersection as well. I didn't even know that they had that there because I went to Vegas and I didn't even see it. Yeah, man. Y'all got to go and read these books because some of these books, I think, are telling a lot of truth. actually a lot of these books are telling a lot of truth. And I think a lot of these books have been kind of scrubbed from the internet. You know, it's like if you go back in history and you study history, you'll see, what did they do, man? They used to take books and they would burn the books. But like one of my favorite bands, Rage Against the Machine, like what they said in one of their songs was they ain't got to burn the books. They just remove them. So there's a possibility that a lot of these books have been taken out of the libraries. They've been taken out of the school system. It's actually funny how I don't really hear too many people talk about that book or other books that I've read. The only books that I hear people talk about are like books that I don't even really hear people talk about books period anymore, to be honest with you, now that I think about it. But when I hear people talk about books, they're definitely not talking about books that have a lot of knowledge in them. That's the interesting thing. And I would have ended this stream a long time ago on YouTube because I could see it, the numbers are kind of falling off on YouTube. So actually what I'll say on YouTube, for those of you that are watching on YouTube, you might want to jump over to TikTok because we got it on and popping over here on TikTok. I appreciate all y'all on TikTok. Usually I jump up out of here, but you know, when people are jumping in the chats and they're saying some good things and bringing up some good topics, I keep it going a little longer. And luckily it's not, you know, it's late, but it's not super late. It's not super late for me, at least. If you're on the East Coast, it's kind of late for y'all. It's like 5 a.m. over there. But for me, it's not too late. It's too late to apologize. Shout out Polish for the follow. I really appreciate you. But what I'm going to say, though, is that they take these books out, right? They remove these books, and it's like they don't want y'all to know this knowledge. I was just talking to some of my family the other day, and I was like, yo, I remember, and I'm not going to say it on the stream because I think I've already said enough. But I was like, I remember back when I was in high school, I remember they used to teach us about like certain rulers and certain people, emperors and people like this that like controlled parts of the world. You know, back like in history class and stuff like that. And I find it real interesting that I don't think they teach that stuff anymore to kids or people in high school. Like, how many of y'all know about Alexander the Great? I don't hear people talk about Alexander the Great. And I'll just say, like, keep in mind, we're looking at Tupac right here, right? Did we forget that Tupac accomplished all of this by the age of 25? And my boy who was on the chat, he made a good point. He made a point where he was like, he was very educated by his mom. Yeah, you know why? Because his mother made him read books. That's why. His mother made him read books. So he was really educated like that. And she didn't make him read the books that you have to read in school. No, she made him read the books that would give him knowledge. Let's not forget, she was a Panther, right? But, you know, and this is one thing I want to say since I'm on the topic. Yeah, Beetle speaks, and I see your point. This is the point I want to make while I'm on the topic. And yeah, I see you, 420 King. I remember I promised to get you up here. I was actually about to jump out of here, but, you know, if you want to jump up on here real quick and say a few things, I got you. I'll just make this point. Hold on, I was just looking at something. Yeah, the fact that he was 25, that he accomplished all of this by 25, right? Okay. And it was making me think about American culture, because fortunately for me, I've been out of the country. All right. And when I've been out of the country, I see how kids act in other countries, especially some countries that would be considered third world countries. Even though I got to tell you, I've been to some third world countries that are cleaner than South Central Los Angeles. That's something they don't teach you on the news. Yeah, I've been to some countries, third world countries, that are cleaner than South Central. I've seen more trash on the ground in South Central and in downtown Skid Row than I saw in some places in Africa. All right? And that's the truth. I'm not exaggerating. That's a fact. I got pictures to prove it. But the point that I'm making is like, yo, when I was in these countries, I would see that the kids act very different for the most part. That these kids already acted like adults. They didn't act like little kids like the way they do here. And the whole point that I'm making is like, yo, do they teach about these emperors and these leaders anymore who were already running empires when they were just teenagers? I don't think they teach that in school anymore. Like, I have yet to see someone, even adults, okay? Even adults for the most part. I have yet to see someone come up to me and say, what do you think about Alexander the Great? And you know what's really funny? Those that people that don't even do their research, they think that Alexander the Great was after Jesus Christ. Alexander the Great was before Jesus Christ. He was BC. For those of you that know what BC means, yeah, the dates that he ruled the Roman Empire was BC. Before Christ, right? And this dude was already running an empire by the time he was a teenager. So my point is that I think that young people are very capable of being intelligent to do remarkable things. But we baby them and we say, oh, well, they're just a kid, or you're just a kid. You don't really know. I don't think they did that with Pac or Pac's mom. I don't think Pac's mom did that with him. I think she raised him to already be intelligent by the time he was a teenager. And that's why he did the things that he did. Westside Bonnie says the government created Tupac. How so? The trial is fake as you're live. Everything is AI nowadays. Well, I can assure you, Nelson, that this is not AI. I can assure you. Tupac exposed the government for what it is. Yeah. It had a lot to do with the epidemic. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I know you was trying to jump up on here. 420. Let you up here real quick. Say what you got to say. And then I'm out of here. What's good, yo?
How you doing today, brother, man?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing all right. This is what I want to say on this. There was a lot of things about the Tupac murder that did not really make a lot of sense. That's why everybody had these conspiracy things. Like, how is it a 400-pound man is sitting directly beside Tupac Shakur in a small BMW, and they pull up in a white Cadillac and they fire shots, but Suge Knight don't get hit?
He did get hit. Well, he said he got grazed in his head, but yeah. But I feel what you're saying. You mean like really hit?
Yeah, he really didn't get hit, and he's way larger. He would have been more of a target than Pac would have been.
Yeah, you're not the first person that said that. Also, the fact that Suge also doesn't want to speak at the trial.
And also the '92, it's a '97 video. They asked Suge Knight. They said, if you knew where Tupac was, would you tell? If he was dead, he would have said Pac is dead. He made the statement with Pac, you never know.
Oh, you talking about like right after it happened?
Yeah, he said with Pac, you never know. But see, Pac had a futuristic pen, because if you listen to the song, Keep Your Head Up, he said, we make some babies, we're going to raise some babies. Now what happens in here, in the world today? The music that he put in the song Keep Your Head Up is now happening now with the single mothers, because the fathers is absent.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening now. It was definitely happening back then, but yeah, it's happening now too. It was definitely happening. I think that's been implemented since the 50s and the 60s, especially since for black people, even before that, but especially for black culture. But you're right, it's even more so now. It's definitely increased. It's increased for sure.
Yeah, and also if you listen to a lot of his lyrics, everything that he said back then that people thought he was crazy is now coming to life. Like when he said we'll never see it. Back then he always said, one day we'll see a black president. He said that, right?
Yeah.
Obama happened after years later, right?
True. Thanks, T-Bone.
I mean,
yeah.
Tupac, he knew. I think Pac had a vision. I think God gave Pac a vision of what was to come, so he knew what to write. That's really the only way to explain that.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's part of rapping, right, or poetry and all that. It's like being able to kind of have intuition and understand foresight and know what's up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's really the only way he could have known.
Yeah, Polished Pride. She said that's been happening since the civil rights, after the civil rights. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And it's funny, too, she brought that point up, because I was thinking about that, too. Like, if you look back at the civil rights and you look at those pictures, it's like, man, not only has not much changed since then. I was talking to one of my relatives about this, but he was even saying, like, he thinks things have gotten worse since then. Like, it's gotten worse in the community. You know what I mean? And it's just like, yeah, man. But you're right. Like, he definitely prophesized a lot of things on that. And you're right. I mean, I always love Keep Your Head Up when I was listening to it. But, you know, since you made that point, I think I'm going to go back and re-listen to that song from, like, a different point of view. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying on that? And another thing about Pac was Pac had no chill. He had no filter. He had no fear. He was going to say whatever he wanted to say, and he didn't care if you liked it.
Like kind of like what Ye was doing, until they did the Get Out on him. But yeah, intuition, that's the right word, Lynn. Thank you, intuition. Yeah,
you know, Pac was real.
Absolutely.
He kept it 100. He didn't care, and if you listen to that song, in the last song that he made in Pac's life, in the CD Pac's life, he predicted his own death.
Yeah, I remember that, especially with the song "I Ain't Mad at Ya." He when he did that video, and it was like right before it happened, which was really eerie. That was like an eerie video too, because I remember when he did the "I Ain't Mad at Ya" video. I remember seeing that on MTV, and I was like, "Yo, what is he doing? Like, what is he talking about?" And then I think it was like after that, boom, you know, he goes to Vegas, and then that happens. What's it called? Untouchable Player, who I know been in the chat for a minute and been around since then. He said that Pac said that he was not ready to see a black president. I don't know if he said that he wasn't ready or that the world ain't ready for a black president.
He was talking about we ain't ready as
yeah, exactly. That's what it was. Yeah, I remember that line. Yeah, I remember that. That's why I was able to call it out. Yeah.
We ain't ready to see a black president was his exact words that he used in that track. But years later, we had one, which was Obama.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part.
And here's another thing about Pac, though.
Yeah.
See, as a child, you know, Tupac's mama said in the interview, in a '98 interview, she said, As a child, she would make him read books for punishment, and she always made him read Machiavelli books.
Okay.
She said Machiavelli was his favorite book. Now, let's talk about who was Machiavelli. Machiavelli was in the Civil War days. He faked his own death 13 times by stealing the dog tags from the deceased soldiers to fool his enemies before he was hit with a sniper.
Yeah. I got his book. Yeah, I got his book. Or I read the book. I read the book is what I should say. I read the book.
Yeah, and let's think about this. Tupac, he read Machiavelli's book, so he knew how to play it out if he really wanted to make people think he was gone but not be gone.
So you think Pac is still here? So do you think he's still around? I see you, Dr. Fillmore. I see you.
I think to a point that I don't think he's still around. No, I think he really got killed that night because, there's no way you're going to take 5 bullets to the chest and not make it. You can't fake that.
50 Cent kind of did, but yeah.
I mean, 5 bullets to the heart, the face and the heart is 2 different things. 50 Cent got hit in the face, Pac got hit in the chest area. So, I mean, yeah to a point that Pac may have took him that night, but I'm saying in an instance, if he wanted to, he could have played the cards because he had the knowledge.
Absolutely. Well, that's why he dropped Machiavelli, right? That's why he dropped the Machiavelli, because he already knew it was coming.
And in that Machiavelli album, he made the statement. He said,
I hear you, Polish. Yeah,
he
go ahead.
made the statement. He said, even if they kill me, they never take the life from a real G.
Yeah, he definitely was putting it out there, man. He definitely predicted a lot of things, even including possibly his own fate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Tupac, man, he didn't care. I mean, he knew what his mission was. He went for his mission. He didn't let nobody stop him from getting to his mission. He did what he had to do.
So, what do you think about this whole trial? What are your thoughts? And shout out to those of you that are following right now. I appreciate all y'all.
I don't think the trial is real because if they got him, if they got Keefe D on it now, that would mean they would have had to had that information and evidence stored just so they can use later. Really? That makes no sense.
Yeah. It don't. That's what a lot of people have been saying for the most part. That's what a lot of people have been saying. It don't make no sense. Yeah.
Like, okay, let's put it this way. Let's say me and you, okay, we go out, we riding down the road, okay, I gotta use TikTok words. I go pum somebody, okay, and
yes,
I'm the one that pum this dude, okay. They know I did it. They're not going to wait no 30 years to put me up under the jail.
Right. Well, that's what Suge said too. That's what Suge just went up and said on TMZ. He was like, "Yo," he said what he did was really out of self-defense, and he said a girl goes and does the same thing, and she gets a few years, and this dude's doing like major time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and all that is called sexism in the courtroom. The judge
True.
sees a female.
True, especially a white girl too, and a big black man who also was in charge of the record companies and the record industries and getting the money.
We already know the racism in the courtroom. It ain't no joke.
Well, not just that. I appreciate you saying that, but not just that. But I think also the point that Suge was like figuring out how to take millions away from all these powerful people too.
Yeah, cause Suge, he was crooked. Suge, he owed Snoop Dogg money. He owed Tupac money. He owed Dr. Dre money. He was sued by multiple rappers for the royalties that he owed. That's why Death Row had to go bankrupt.
Yeah. You know what I also heard too? This has never been put online, but I know people in the industry who told me this. They said that like Suge, like speaking of Suge owing Snoop money, they said that Suge like slapped Snoop Dogg one time in the studio, but Snoop, I think they asked Snoop about that in an interview, and he went on to deny it. But of course, I heard from like people that were there, they were like, "Nah, man, that dude used to be up in the studio like punking everybody. He'd be like beating the shit out of people just because they didn't." I heard he beat up an engineer because he rewound the tape too far back. You know?
Yeah, and Suge was violent like that, but the one person he did not play with was Tupac, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because when Pac was in prison, you remember when Suge Knight, he was in prison when Pac was in prison for the suspected R that he did. I can't say that on TikTok, but the R that he was supposed to have done.
Yeah, or you could say SA. You could say SA. Yeah, Nonito, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you could say SA. That's what some people say. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, yeah, the essay that he supposedly did that they had no evidence that the girl fabricated against Pac.
Exactly.
Okay. Suge Knight came to bail Tupac out of jail for $3 million, and he said that if he bailed him out of jail, he had to sign to his label. Tupac told Suge Knight the only way he would sign to his label is if he can do his own music.
I remember that. Yeah. Yeah.
And first, Suge Knight did not agree to it, so he left. Pac said, all right, cool. I just sit here then. He stood on his business until he was able to do his own music, till he could speak from his own soul.
Yeah, true. And that's what we said earlier. I'm not sure when you jumped in, but that's what we said earlier about, like, his homies from Digital Underground. They basically were saying, like, obviously Pac had kind of changed his style. And, they're not the only ones that said that. I know some other people that were saying that. And then they just thought, like, he just wanted to fulfill his contract with Suge and then get out and do his own thing and go back to being more, like, militant, be a leader, and more...
and let me interject when you said that part, because Tupac, he made this statement. He was going to leave Death Row.
Yeah, that's what Untouchable Player just said. He owned Suge 4 or 5 CDs, or albums. So, and
it wasn't far after he threatened to leave Death Row that the tragedy went down.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's the same exact story with Biggie, too, which is interesting. But, yeah, true. Niccolo was before the Civil War, though, wasn't he? I was just looking at what some of the people are saying. When you say the Civil War for Machiavelli, you mean like a Civil War that happened in medieval times, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's because that's what someone was asking. They thought you meant the Civil War afterwards.
Yeah, I'm not meaning the Civil War in general. I'm meaning the medieval times where Niccolo Machiavelli was doing what he did.
Yeah, man. I mean, those are some good points, man. But like you said, the trial is a weird thing. And like I said, I mean, I don't really cover the trial too much, but I could see that it's definitely got some people intrigued. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
and another
maybe
thing
we should cover it.
Trial.
Yeah, GG, shout out. Yeah, what's good? What's your thoughts?
Okay, they said in the courtroom, they said that they made this statement in the courtroom. They said, Keefy D, we have the gun. We had the evidence. Listen to that word. We have the gun. We had the evidence. Why didn't they, if they had all that, you see what I'm saying?
If they had all that, what are you trying to say? If they had all that, what?
If they had all that, why is the prosecutors, why didn't they push forward then? Why didn't they get Pac justice then?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know the answer to that question, really. You know what I'm saying?
We do.
Yeah, it's obviously that there's other people involved in this. You know what I mean? Like, there's other people that are clearly involved. Even his brother or stepbrother, Mopreme, went up to say this, that he believes there's other people that are involved, but he's going to just watch the trial, see how it plays out. But he thinks that there's definitely other people that are involved.
Oh, there was definitely other. And P. Diddy was involved with it.
Well, I mean, like, not even that. I mean, like, people that we don't even know their names. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't even know their names. We don't even know what they look like. But they're involved in this as well. And they're powerful people. Very powerful people. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, and that's something that we would just have to wait to see how it play out.
well, I think that they're the ones that are playing it out in a way. I'm not saying that I fully agree with all of that, but I feel that there are possibly some entities, you know what I'm saying, that are like pulling the strings. You know, like Keefe D, for instance. I think he's really just the fall guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he could be, because if you think about it, if he was really the one that pulled that trigger,
They said it's the
wouldn't
people
he
who
been
own the house.
bragging about it?
Yeah, true that. You're right. And he never said he did. He never said he did. You know, the whole boy said it's the people who own Brentwood and Calabasas. He could have a CD trial. What do you mean, Lynn, by CD trial? I hear that all the time. But what do you mean, if you could explain a little bit better about a CD trial? But yeah, if Keefe did that, there's definitely a possibility that he would be bragging about it. And now it's funny that he's going up saying, well, I mean, it's not funny, but it's interesting that he's going up saying like, oh, the book ain't real, or it was all fake, it was all fabricated and all this and that. And that's what they're trying to say. The cops are trying to say the reason why they didn't arrest him back then was because they didn't believe him. Exactly. I'm just saying what is being said right now in the trial, you know what I'm saying, is that it's just really interesting how like, I don't even know why this dude would go out and write a book, to be honest with you. I don't even know. Oh, you meant a speedy trial. Yeah. Not okay, I thought you said CD trial. I was like, what? Yeah, speedy trial.
Yeah, and also, let's not forget that the police department was involved with that.
Absolutely. And Biggie, too. Thank you, Common Sense. Appreciate you for the follow. Yeah, and Biggie. There was all kinds of undercover cops that were around when that happened.
Because if we remember correctly, didn't Tupac sorry, TikTok, didn't he Pum 2 off-duty officers?
Yeah, he did. He got into a fiasco with them. But he also didn't know that they were cops, though. But yeah, they happened to be off-duty.
Exactly, and he explained that in the courtroom.
Yeah.
But still, let's think about this. We know how the police work, especially with people of color.
Yeah, they were probably following him, looking at what he was doing, monitoring him. He was being monitored.
Waiting on the right moment.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Kendrick has even said the same thing in his lyrics. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like there's no way that you could become a famous rapper or a famous anything. And I appreciate you saying, like, yeah, especially with black culture, it's no way that you can become like a super celebrity and that the government ain't watching you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let me tell you how the system works. I say this as a mixed person. Let me tell you how the system works. It is designed to keep the black man down. It is designed to keep the black woman down. It is designed to make the white T men and women to be above us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why the hip-hop sounds so degenerate right now.
And, like, okay, when you take somebody like Tupac, as powerful as his brain was, who can take the things that the government was trying to do, decode it into music, put it in the music to where only the real ones can decode it and they won't understand it, he was a threat.
Yep. What you saying is the same thing that Kanye West said in an interview too. It even goes even beyond that, if I may. Like, it even goes deeper than that, where it's not just about the lyrics and all that. It's also like certain tones and frequencies and basses that they use. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I make beats too, so it's like I understand like all that sonically and the frequencies, and it's like they know that they can put certain sounds in the music.
Tupac knew how to exactly do it because he made a lot of his own beats.
Yeah, I mean, I think Daz did a lot of the big ones, but yeah, he did. He probably did some of them, or he was very much in tune with what was going on. And Sugar even said that this man was like always in the studio, like he just always wanted to be in the studio. And yeah, man, they understand. Like the powers that be that run the record industry, they know what they're doing. Like this is all by design. Like the artists that are getting signed, the artists that are famous, it's all by design. It's not just coincidence. Like they are controlling like who becomes viral now and who doesn't become viral. Like they're controlling that, you know, and then they're putting certain people in front of the camera. You know what I mean? Dr. Fillmore, yep.
And you know the reasons they only put the certain people in front of that camera is because that's the ones they ain't gotta worry about.
Right, because they'll do whatever it takes for the money. They sold their souls and all that, right?
Exactly. They ain't gotta worry about them uncovering what the government wants to hide.
Yeah.
See, Pac wasn't like that. Pac was like, I don't even care what you think. I'ma say what I gotta say. You don't like it, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's true. You can't do that when you get to a certain level in the industry. And you're right, to go back on one of your points, because everybody that's done that, they've all been pretty much silenced one way or another. Yeah, I was just looking at what some of these people were saying. Yeah, man. No, I appreciate your takes, man. You're making some good points. You know what I'm saying? They doing it, content creators. Yeah. So you feel what we was talking about though earlier, huh?
Yeah, I feel exactly that, because you can't. There's no way it couldn't be set up. There's no way.
Yeah.
It had to be set up just perfectly for Tupac to be at the right spot at the right time for all that to go down. Yeah. And the fact that we can't forget the most important detail, and they said this today at the trial with Reggie on the stand, where they said, this happened right after a Tyson fight, which was like the biggest fight in the world, I think, still to this day, when Mike Tyson's like in his prime. And you're going to tell me that you didn't put extra security on Tupac? You know, especially after they hit him up. Did Tupac get a phone call to come to the fight before that? Didn't Sean P. Diddy Combs call Tupac and invite him to the fight?
I think I heard something like that. You're right. They didn't really cover that in the trial, which is really interesting, too. They don't really talk too much about Diddy, or at least not yet in the trial. They only talk a little bit about him, but they haven't, like, talked about what Keefe was up there saying, like how Keefe was up there on Vlad saying, like, Diddy was the one that hired them and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And 50 kind of portrayed that in his documentary. So I thought that was really interesting that they left that part out. Have you been watching any of the trial?
Yeah, I'll be watching it on TikTok when I see the things that come across my For You page about it.
Oh, do they show it unedited on TikTok, or are they showing the whole stream, or just like little clips?
Like little clips that I'm.
Okay, because I've been watching it on YouTube. You should definitely check it out on YouTube. I'm sure you know about Vlad, right? And all these other dudes, because Vlad's like one of the reasons why Keefe's even in this situation. But Vlad is, Vlad is streaming it. I just wanted to let you know, like, Vlad is streaming it on his YouTube channel. The full trial, unedited, unclipped, like the whole thing from beginning to end.
Go check that out.
Yeah, I was playing it earlier. That's probably why we've been on here for. Yeah, we've been on here for so long, because I was playing the trial earlier. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because here's another reason they wanted to silence Tupac so bad for. Tupac was threatening to bring down the whole government.
Yeah.
In his last album, he said this, in his last album, Pac's Life, he said they never trust us. He said it's time to fuck the government the same way they fucked us.
Yeah, I mean, all that. I mean, he was like one of the first people to come out and talk about Illuminati. You know what I'm saying?
You see what I'm saying? He knew way too much, and they wanted to silence that.
Yeah, he was talking about what was going on, and other people weren't. Well, I just want to get to this comment real quick. Heidi, she said, "I'll kill the MC." Another person, man. It's funny how many people know "I'll kill the MC" up in this chat, but I never hear them say that. In case you don't know, "I'll kill" from Jurassic 5.
Yeah, he's the one that said he Tupac.
No, he doesn't say it. Everybody else is saying that he is. He doesn't say it. I know I kill personally. He doesn't say it.
Everybody's trying to say that he Tupac, but man, he is not Tupac.
Yeah, I don't think he's Tupac here. He do look like him kind of though, but yeah.
But he's not Pac, because Pac's voice was. He
Yeah.
had a one of a kind voice.
Yeah.
You could tell Pac's voice.
Yeah. But that's good, I kill, because that's funny. We talk about hip hop all the time on this channel, and I never hear Jurassic 5 come up until today. I've been hearing a bunch about Jurassic 5. or Akil from Jurassic 5. But yeah, Rod says you don't mess with Vlad. I mean, it don't matter if you mess with Vlad or not. I'm just saying Vlad is streaming the uncut version of the trial. He's got a camera in the courtroom. You know what I'm saying? You should go, and he's put up clips like the Reggie Wright testimony. That's an interesting one if you haven't watched that yet. You should go check that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to though.
Oh yeah, it's interesting, man. He looks like he's straight up lying on the stand. He's like straight up looks like he looks like he's definitely not saying everything. Yeah, go look at the Reggie Wright and go look at the what was the other dude? Let me pull it up. It's Reggie Wright and Mob James. Those two clips are up right now. So yeah.
All right, I'm definitely gonna do that. But before I jump off here, I want to make one. Before I jump off,
Yeah.
brother, man, I want to make one more statement on about Pac, man.
For sure. What's good?
Do anybody remember after Tupac got out of prison for the essay that he supposedly done, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he made this statement, he said, "The media lied about me. The fans is lying on me." He said, "They took all my money. They want to make me the bad guy." Does anybody remember the way the reporter looked at him and smiled?
I don't remember the reporter smiling at him, but I remember that interview because we actually did a documentary on our YouTube channel. So, you know, just also because I know you know what's up with Pac, I'd like for you to check it out because you sound like you know a lot about this history. If you go to my YouTube channel, you can just click on the beatGrade on my profile, and then the link is in the description. And you don't even have to type anything in. You can just click the link, go to the YouTube page, and just look up, just scroll down to my documentaries.
And look right here, look at this comment when it says yes. This minute I said that, the comment said yes. Their reporter the reporter said, Now, why did that reporter have a smile after Tupac made this statement? They took all my money, they made me the bad guy.
Yeah. And he was saying that he had been framed.
Yeah. Why did she have a smile for?
I mean, I think a lot of these reporters, first of all, they don't know what the hell they're doing in the first place. They're just reporting whatever they're told to do. I don't think that they're real journalists that really care. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think that has something to do with it. But, yeah, man, I think that it's all, like I said, I got the image up of Vibe magazine right now where Tupac is in the straitjacket. You know what I'm saying? It's just like.
You know the main reason I think the reporter had a smile?
Tell us.
They got the chance to see another brother down.
Oh, well, yeah. That's I mean, that's a given. That's a given. I mean, look at him in the courthouse.
He didn't stay down though.
Yeah.
After that, he got right back up and got that same bread right back.
Yeah. I mean, that's happening right now in the Keefe trial. You see all kinds of reporters and the people in the courtroom smiling and laughing. It's really strange. Like, that's happening all throughout the trial. Like, that's what I'll say. If you go watch the trial, like, from unedited, and you see, like, the whole video, not just, like, a little clip, but, like, the whole video horizontal, you're going to see there's all kinds of people sitting in the background laughing and smiling and joking. It's really strange. You know? Like, it's like, shut out, right out.
And to me, that's not right.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Why are we going to laugh at somebody else's pain for?
Yeah, that's sad. That's the way people are, man. That's the way people are. You know, some people want to see your downfall. You know, I mean, come on, that's social media in a way. Like, if you post negative stuff on social media, it always gets more traction than the positive stuff. You know, unfortunately, that's what people like to push, the negativity. They like to see your downfall. You know, but yeah, man. Now you should definitely go check out that documentary, and everybody in the chat, man. Because like I said, I think I got one of the best.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, it's already got over 1 million views too on YouTube. You know, 1 million views on YouTube is way more powerful than 1 million views on TikTok. I mean, 1 million views on TikTok is still good.
TikTok ain't really all that. I mean, it's just an app you get on. You know. You do what you do, but.
Yeah. You get 1 million on YouTube, that means you really moving the needle. You know what I mean? So it's like my Tupac documentary got like over 1 million. Plus, they flagged it too because, you know, I was on there speaking some realness like how we are now. And they flagged it to where.
They don't want to hear that though.
Yeah, they want you to be over 18 to watch the video. You can't even watch the video if you ain't logged in. So just want to put that out there.
They don't like. It's set up to where they don't want, if you speaking the real, you speaking the truth, they ain't want to hear that. They want that sugar-coated lie. It's been that way. It's been that way even when slavery was around. They wanted the sugar-coated lie. They wanted, just tell me something to ease my feelings. Nah, man, we're going to tell you what's real, and you take it how you want to.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Just Keeping It Real says, how is it racism when the Bloods and Crips were involved? I knew you were about to get up out of here. I was too, but I'll let you take that question if you wanted to real quick.
Now I'm going to answer that question. Racism ain't just white on black. You got black on black crime. You got white on white crime. You got racism in all. You got racist in all racism in all races. I'm trying to say.
Yep, that's true. That's definitely true.
I mean, you got black people that's racist against white people.
You got black people that are racist against black people.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm going to say. You got white people that's racist against black people. You got mixed people who's racist against white and black people. Racism ain't all one color.
Right.
Racism is in all races.
Right. I agree. You're right about that, because it's like, yo, I walked into the grocery store the other day and I had a bag on, and one of the guys, and these all black people, and they looking at me like, hey, you can't come through the store with that backpack or with that bag. They're looking at me like I'm like, they thinking I'm gonna steal something. I'm like, yo, man, first of all, I got the money to buy what I need to buy here, and second of all, these are my own people accusing me of trying to steal something. I'm like, yo, y'all are black people and y'all looking at me like I'm gonna steal something. I was just like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you know what's funny is that I got another store that's down the street that's owned by like the white people, and they was actually treating me better than my own people were.
And you know, it's sad, but it's what it's coming to in this world. You know what I mean? It's like they want to divide us. Let's just keep it real.
Oh yeah.
The government wants us divided. They want blacks and whites not to be. They don't want us to come together as one, like Dr. King wanted us to. They don't want to see Dr. King's dream come true.
True.
So how do they divide us? This is how they do it. We're gonna make sure make it to where you got white people's going to treat the black people better, so the black people turns on their own kind.
Goes back to the Willie Lynch theory, right?
Yeah, so black people turn on their own people, and now we ain't got to worry about killing black people. They going to do it for us. That's the government's motive.
Exactly. Yeah, two people said that. Well, I mean, a lot of people said that, but yeah, you know about the Willie Lynch theory, right?
Yeah,
how he tried to like how to control your slave.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing.
Or maybe it's a Jim Crow. Yeah, Willie Lynch and the Jim Crow, but yeah, all that, man. Yeah, you're right about that, man. I always thought about that too when I was younger. I always thought about that with the Bloods and the Crips, and I was like, yo, why we doing that to each other? It don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying?
But you see how I just like put that into life of exactly how they play that shit.
Yeah, they've been doing that since slavery, brother. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, so it's.
And you're right about that.
The only way it's going to change is for us to come together and overthrow the government. That's the only way that's going to change, for all of us to come together. Don't matter if you white, you black, you mixed, you Puerto Rican, it don't matter, bro. We all come to motherfucking together. We target the government. That's their worst fear.
I agree, man. That, you know, hey, you said it real, man. Like that's and you know, I just wanted to add on top of that I don't even think it's just about us being independent. I think they also teach that in relationships too. You know, it's another subject, but not to break up families and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
And also, let's go to the schools. I know I said I was going to get off here in a minute, but I'm going to put this out here too. Let's go to the schools. In all the history lessons. In all the history lessons, it's all about what the black people had to go through. It's not about oh, the white man did this. They put it all on the black person. It's not on the white person that did it. It's not equal in the history books. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. I'm not sure when you jumped on, but we were just speaking about that earlier. That
And a lot of those books is missing in schools these days.
a lot of them are missing in schools these days, and they don't talk about figures. They don't talk about rulers, emperors, people that were running countries and doing certain things. They don't talk about none of that.
Nah, they don't want you to know about that.
Yeah, they don't want you to know about that. And yeah, man, no, you was right. We were just talking about that earlier about the schools and the school system.
And you know, like Tupac said, and he even said it. He said, even when they kill me, they'll never take the life of a real G. He said, but my real one's gonna feel me. You know what he meant by that, right?
Absolutely, yeah, man. I mean, I go back to when Pac was putting it out. You know what I'm saying? I was listening to all that when it was dropping. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember when Tupac dropped Tupac Applause Now. I mean, he was a different rapper back then. But you know what I'm saying? Shout out Sales Nails. I appreciate you for the coins.
He didn't come out with he didn't come out exposing the government at first.
Yeah, he waited till it was like Me Against the World was when he started kind of going in that direction.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
He didn't, at first he was just putting life experiences out.
Yeah.
But then he started targeting the government because he was becoming a target.
Yes, I agree.
He said, if you want it, I'm going to let you hit it. He said, you don't want to do this. He was basically saying, he was basically giving them a message. You don't want to go that way with me, but if you want to go that way, we can do it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Marcus says, When My Homies Call. Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs by Pac.
Yep.
That's one of my favorite songs by him. Yeah, man, I appreciate your takes, man. I mean, I think there was one person who wanted to get at you, but you know what I'm saying? I was probably going to just say a couple more thoughts and jump up out of here myself, but just keeping it real. I didn't know if he was agreeing with what you were saying or maybe like here and there agreeing. I'm not sure, but if y'all want to say what y'all had to say for a minute, I could let y'all real quick. E Collects, thank you for the follow. Let me see.
Yeah, go ahead. Let them say what they going to say.
Let me see real quick. Yeah, he was donating, so I'll definitely let him up real quick. Hold on. It was tripping out for a minute. Yeah, Keefe D played with Suge. I don't know if it was Keefe. I thought it was Reggie that played football with Suge. But maybe Keefe did too. I'm not sure. Chat. Man, some of y'all are funny in the comments, man. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe they jumped off. I'm not sure. But let's see. Oh, okay. You from Compton. Word up. The CPT? Yeah, man. Where are you calling from? Where are you calling from, 420 King?
I'm in North Carolina.
Oh, okay, word. What's it like out there? What's the temperature like out there right now? Like, I mean, like the people.
82 degrees.
Well, yeah, that too. But I mean, like, what's the people like out there? What's it like? Is it cool? Is it racist? Is it all good?
It depends on like what part you. I mean, you know that I got like a racist neighbor beside me. I got another racist neighbor down the road, but for the most part, they chill.
I thought North Carolina was like kind of like updated. I thought that was South Carolina where you got to watch out.
No, certain parts down here, like my neighbor. I'm gonna tell you what my neighbor did. This is how racist my neighbor is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't even home, and one of my homies, he come over because I told him, I said, all right, bro, if I ain't home, just come sit on my porch. I don't give a fuck, you good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, well, my neighbor comes over there. He goes, what you doing? He said, I'm sitting on my homie's porch, man. What you doing? Why you asking questions for? He was like, you need to go, and started pulling a knife on him.
Damn.
And then his wife come out there saying, I can't say it on TikTok, obviously, but the N-bomb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She started calling him the N-bomb with a hard R, and he looked at her. He said, "Be glad I'm in a good mood. I'm going to leave before I get in a bad mood, and neither one of y'all are left standing." And he just walked off.
Damn. That just sounds like an individual just got something going on with him. But is that how the city is, though, or just this dude?
It's just this dude. I mean, most of the city, like I said, most of it, it's chill,
Yeah.
relax.
Yeah, I got a couple friends out there. I got some friends in Raleigh. They tell me it's pretty good. It's pretty cool out there in Durham. Is that how you say it, Durham or something?
Yeah, like Durham.
Yeah, they say it's pretty chill out there.
Yeah, like it's like most of North Carolina is chill, relaxed. You ain't got to worry about the racism, but you do got a couple individuals that.
Yeah, I mean that's everywhere. That's everywhere. Yeah, it's just that you hear about it more happening in the South. But yeah, I see your comments too, Street King. Yeah, I remember he was in a drama class and he was in the theater. I remember that. Here, let's let just keeping it up real quick. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on with the show. Yeah, it seems like I try to let how people request and then you request them and then they jump off. But maybe I got to get him up later. But yeah. Maybe I'll get him up later. But yeah, no, thank you 420 King. I appreciate your comments, man. Hopefully we can get you up on the next one. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna probably get a couple of more people up in here.
Get me some rest for work.
Oh shit, yeah, I feel you, man. You guys are 3 hours ahead, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't gotta be at work till like 7. I slept pretty much half the night. But,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you, man.
I didn't get up till maybe 3 something, so I slept pretty much half the night.
Oh, okay, word. Jumped on here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do tree work and stuff.
Oh, okay. We'll shout you out, man. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, you ain't working too hard. If you still up in the chat, you can chime in. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to jump up off here, though.
All right, for sure. I'm going to talk to you later. Appreciate you, man.
All right. One love, bro.
One. All right, let's get one more caller up in here before we get up out of here. I just wanted to say this. I got you just keeping it real. Let me say this real quick. Those of you that are on YouTube, I see some of y'all are jumping in and out. I think I'm going to end this. I'm going to keep it going on TikTok for a minute because I see we got 60 people up in here jumping in and out. I mean, 50 concurrently, but we got at least about 60 people up in here, which ain't too bad. 2,000 total. Thank you, Sell Nails, for the gifts. Thank you guys that are all giving up the coins. I'll probably keep it going for a minute because I see a lot of y'all be jumping up in here. Man, y'all are weird, man. How y'all jump up in here at like 6 in the morning East Coast time, or maybe because all y'all are going to work or listening on your way to work or something. I guess I don't know. Because it's like we jump up on here like in the evening time, and it's like, and then as soon as it hits my time, as soon as it hits 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, just boom, just the stream just starts to skyrocket. Oh, okay, I feel you. Your kid woke up. Here, let me let you up though. But yeah, those of you that are on YouTube, jump over to TikTok. You can just find me at beatGrade. It's beatGrade all around. BEATGRADE, like a beat, like a music beat, grade like you graded paper in school. Come over to TikTok because I think I'm gonna end it on YouTube in just a minute. But yeah, because we popping on TikTok right now. All right, let me let the homie up real quick. Yo, what's good? What's good? I know you said you wanted to say something real quick.
So check this. Like when Pac got arrested, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Suge bailed him out, and Pac made all the music. Pac was still in debt, and the same ordeal happened with Biggie and P Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning they both wanted to leave and start their own record label. That's why Pac ended up with the Outlaws. He was already on his way. But when he ended up checking with the debt with Suge didn't want to let him go.
Mm-hmm.
I respect everybody, but I'm going to give it to you on facts. Okay? So you have to understand the music industry. And what happens is that they ended up agreeing to off each other's top people, but you have to understand Biggie and Pac's position. And when you do that, they automatically get entitled to their musical royalties. So all of Pac's extra music, all of Biggie's extra music, it went to Diddy and it went to Suge. And you guys gotta understand just the way people are with like power in general, right? People want control and money. And you're like, well, why would they do that? Well, they would do that because if they allowed them to have their own control and then they start their own record label, they would automatically take over the music industry. And where would that leave Suge and Diddy, right?
Right.
Now, you have to understand that Suge's, right? He's from Bompton, right? He's B. So, and Snoop, he's a Crip. Okay, Keefy is Crip. Reggie's family is Crip. Reggie's dad was a lieutenant in Compton, right? So Snoop was supposed to be in the ride, dipped out, which left Suge with Pac, right? Snoop is homies with Warren G, which is Dr. Dre's half brother. Warren G is the one that introduced Snoop to Dr. Dre. But you have to understand the rules. Like, people just understand these artists, but they don't understand the background. And
No, I appreciate what you're saying. What you're saying, we all know this. We all know this already, and we were talking about this.
So Snoop was with Warren G when the phone went off at the time of the issue of Pac.
Yeah, he said this on Drink Champs. He said this on Drink Champs.
Pac got in a beef with. Pac got in the beef with the Crips.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it was all tied in. So when Keefy D went after Suge, what went down was that Suge was actually double crossed. He was in on the deal because they were already planning on how to get away with it, but he wasn't expecting it to go to another extent of him also being taken out. So now you have to understand the situation on the street at the time when Pac was getting hit. Meaning, he's out the car and he's getting hit, right? Anyone's natural response is to climb back into the vehicle. But with Pac's body build versus Suge's body build, in Suge's mind, you also don't want to get hit. So with that being said, he grabbed Pac, and this is a speculation.
That he used him as a shield.
He used him as a body shield,
Yeah.
exactly, which is why he only got skinned across the dome.
Yeah, a lot of people
Which
have
is why
said
he
this.
lost control of the car
Yeah.
and wrecked his thing and wrecked his rims. Is the only explanation that comes across. Now, they did do, because I'm like 14, 15 at the time. So Compton ended up having to do a raid. And this came from Reggie Wright's dad, who was a lieutenant at the time, who organized it. And they actually found the pew. But Keefy D's friends and tied in with the White family. But again, he's also a Crip. And, Suge, he's still a Blood. So what happened was that during that thing, it's not a racism thing, dude. This is a hood shit. So what goes down is that during that, they didn't do no forensics on the pew when they found it. Compton didn't do the forensics on the pew when they found it. They sent it into transit and it got lost supposedly got lost in transit to Nevada. That's why I was listening to this trial too, because I wanted to know about that specific detail, because everyone in the neighborhood were talking about it. Then, at that time, when this happened, they ended up setting construction cones and roadways, and other people were getting hit, like unalive. There's a lot of stuff that was happening at that time. And what's crazy is that during this time, they had construction cones and stuff, and they were cutting off streets, right? Because they already knew all these people's patterns, right?
Yeah.
And tell me how the hell they ended up getting, unaliving everyone in that fiasco, right? In that situation. And they all got away with it.
Yeah.
And we're like, wait, how the hell did they even go to the car wash when there was a construction thing over here and they had that over there? Like, wait, another fool got blasted? So it was all organized with the police. But when you have the police of Reggie White's dad being African American, and then you have people involved in this case, that's why I was saying down below, hey, I understand what everyone's saying, but we can't go too far off the road and stay more on track about this situation. And the whole reason why this is coming about now, 30 years later. For those that don't know, don't speak on feelings, assumptions, and accusations. Stay on logic and facts. What happened was Keefy D had a pro offer. A pro offer, you need to understand the terms. What happened was that he was able to help with a case to try to solve it, but he wasn't granted full immunity. Full immunity grants someone to actually speak about the matter, no matter what they say, and then they don't get in trouble. But what happened was that for some reason, he wanted to go ahead and write a book, and he thought his pro offer gave him full immunity.
Right.
So when he wrote the book, and then he went on Vlad, and then he started speaking about this matter, and everyone else did too. Don't forget, he thought he was getting the right information from Reggie White's father,
right,
who's a lieutenant, right? So that's why KVD is a big hitter, because he was able to get away with all the unalive things that he did in the hood because of Reggie's dad. You have to understand how it happened. So then now,
I want to just stop you right there. Wait, I hear what you're saying. I want to let you know I'm from LA too. Hold on, homie. I'm from LA too. I'm not just rocking the LA hat for fashion.
Yeah, I know it's a cap, so I didn't know how.
Yeah. So it's like I was there too. Everything you saying, like I appreciate it. Like you dropping some facts, but it's like everything you saying, we had covered a lot of that already earlier. So it's not like people don't understand or don't agree with you. Like that, we were definitely.
No, a lot of people don't, bro.
People in the chat that are probably jumping in now. We've been on for like 5-6 hours, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like there's a lot of people. You're right. Maybe a lot of people in other chats probably don't understand, but most of us that were in here, like we've definitely like you said, like when you brought up the Warren G thing, he said that on Drink Champs. Suge said that on his interview with Source. You know, like yeah, we definitely know about this. I remember what was going on in LA in the streets at the time when this happened. I was there for all of this. You know, I was about to. We probably about the same age. I was about 15, 16 when a lot of this shit was happening too. Yeah.
Yeah, because like you know, with DJ Quick, and then you know, because he lived on Spruce Street.
Yeah, I know Quick. I know Quick personally.
A cool dude.
Yeah, David.
And that's the thing too.
Yeah,
so
I know David personally.
Easy check this out. So with Easy E being Crip, right? I think there is going to reveal even Easy E's shit.
Well,
after all this,
I mean that's a good point.
And then the crazy part is Snoop Dogg, when he was on the phone with Rowan G, and then he heard about the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, check this out. Then all of a sudden, Snoop, he's been friends with P. Diddy. Diddy's still there. And then all of a sudden, Snoop ended up buying Death Row Records.
Yeah, which he owns right
wild.
now.
And then Long Beach had an issue trying to get into the rap game, but Suge prevented them from doing so. Also.
Right.
And now they own Death Row Records. Bro, like, it's going to spill a lot. And I think the reason why they tried to sugarcoat this and let it go, obviously for us that really know, is that they didn't want the drama to get as bad as it may get.
What do you mean the drama? What do you mean the drama?
If it goes down if it's as serious as people are speculating in the hood, you know, with it's a Long Beach Compton deal.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of double crossing, a lot of realness of the stories, how things are playing out.
Yeah.
Everything's. Why do you see all these weird faces in the court trial? Just with the wrong string pulled and the wrong thing said. I mean, it's huge, bro. Everyone could laugh or whatever, but
no, it's definitely that's why we're doing the topic.
Those that know what's up, yeah, like it gets this serious.
Yeah, I was just looking at what some of the people were saying in the comments, but it's like, yeah, man. I mean, no, that's good to like rehab
has
that.
His hands dirty, yeah, because nothing with his side comes without him knowing, and you know he had his own involvement. Suge and Pac, they had their own issue too, you know, but yeah, it's just
like the fact that Snoop had the walkie-talkies and they already knew what was going on when it happened to Tupac and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I mean, I think I got a video right here on my TikTok where I covered that. You can see it right here on TikTok, like where we covered that, like about Snoop Dogg and the walkie-talkies and Warren G and all that. So it's like, no, I hear what you're saying. I mean, you're right. There's some people that don't know, But then I think there are some people, and you sound like you said you've been watching the trial, like the real trial.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people upset still with Eazy-E passing too, man. That never slid under the rug.
Oh, I agree with that too. Man. There's a lot of people that feel that way with E. There's a lot, man. I mean, a lot, especially with LA rappers and West Coast and New York rappers.
Yeah, and people think it's just about the person. Nah, it's like Eazy-E was he. For those that knew him, Eric, man, like he was a cool dude. You know, everyone's about their hustle and stuff like that, but he would go and like buy kids ice cream in the neighborhood and stuff like that. Like,
oh yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of people just don't understand it.
A lot of these guys are nice people. I mean, I've met Suge a couple times, and Suge was always cool with me. You know what I mean? Suge was always cool with me when I met him. You know, so and Snoop.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I work with Daz. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm saying, like, I do beats too. So it's like I did beats with Daz in the studio. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you're talking, like, I was there.
Oh, okay. So you're part in his video that he shot in Long Beach.
What his video shoot?
Him and Corrupt, yeah.
I didn't. I just was in the studio with Daz.
They were up there not long ago. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is like way back. I go like, man. When I was working with Daz, this was probably like maybe like 10, 15 years ago. You know what I'm saying? When I was working with Daz, I was working with him way back in the days. But I'm sure if I ran into him, and like Quick too, man. David, I know Quick is David. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's my boy. Like Quick is, I've met Quick a few times. So it's like, yeah, man, I'm definitely, you know, mingled with some of these people in the industry. You know what I'm saying? I don't know Suge personally because Mistress was asking, but I've met Suge a few times. I met him a few times. I wish I would have known what was going to happen because I would have took a picture.
Yeah, it's all respect to the chat and your channel. You know, it's like people don't understand. Like when it's Compton, it's small and like a lot of people know everybody. Like it just doesn't form without anybody knowing. Like everyone's all aware of everything. Just like when you know, remember when they got exposed, the police department.
Oh yeah, you mean Rampart?
And what I'm talking about is when they killed when they did Wallace, who was going to USC.
Yeah.
And the PD has to get away with undoing an innocent person in order to be recruited to their clique.
Yep. Yeah, they talked about that in the trial with Reggie Wright today, or yesterday.
Oh, they did?
A little bit, yeah.
I didn't pay attention.
Did you watch his whole testimony?
And then they ended up finding the 5 cliques of the sheriffs. Of the police. Yeah.
Did you watch his testimony or none of it? You didn't watch any of his testimony?
And then Baca ended up making these PDs in Compton all sheriffs, dude. And that's what got Baca in trouble.
Yeah. He talked about that on his testimony about what happened there.
So I was like, wait, how bad is it? Like, man, you want to talk about corruption and opening our eyes to the way the world is? It's unfortunate, but...
Well, you said you in Compton, right? You're in Compton?
Yeah, East Side.
Okay,
yeah,
word.
Off Murr, Lindsay, and White.
Nice. Well, I mean, Compton PD's whatever, but... I mean, I'll tell you this, man. I've been around a little bit, too, and around the country. I think L.A. got some of the most crooked cops, man. Still to this day. Like, LAPD is, like, some of the most crooked cops, man. So, it's like, I think they all in it for some.
Yeah, it's because California is, like, the honeypot with the money.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's California and New York. Like, we already know.
Yeah, although I didn't get the same vibe from NYPD that I get from LAPD. Like, I don't get the same
but I mean,
vibe.
as far as the money. No,
the money. As far as the money. I'm just on as far as the money, you're right.
The United States.
Yeah, the media.
Everyone knows it's either Cali or New York.
For sure. Starting to be some other states now, but yeah, definitely Cali, New York. But like as far as the cops go.
Yeah, but we've carried it a long way.
Oh yeah. The cops like in LA, man, it's just like I feel like the cops in LA, they always up to no good. You know, like, they always up to something. Like
you're not lying about that.
Especially in South Central. Man. Like they trying to hustle you in South Central. They like they trying to come up on you out there. Compton cops never really messed with me too much.
They're performing even harder now on Imperial, man.
Yeah. Well, y'all got the sheriffs out there though. You got sheriffs in Compton, right? It's like the sheriffs.
Yeah. Well, because Baca made all the PDs
into
sheriffs.
Yeah.
And the crazy part is we also had PDs that were felons.
Yeah.
That were given separate opportunities, and they even had convictions of like doing bad things to women in the cars and all that.
Yep.
And before they were even investigated, yeah, all of a sudden he just promoted everybody.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, man. They do. Yeah, there's some other little strange stories that went on with LAPD that just kind of got swept under the rug, like some of them taking out their own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just like gets swept under the rug. But yeah, man, Don, thank you for your thoughts, man. I appreciate you.
Stay blessed, man. Yeah.
Let me ask you this real quick before you get up out of here, since you're from Compton. What are your thoughts on Kendrick?
As far as what?
Like, as far as rapping, do you? I mean, it sounds like you know a lot of heads from Compton. Do you know Kendrick or Game and all them? You mess with any of them?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know. Like, Kendrick actually used to live in Compton. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he moved out to Eastville.
Yeah. He lives
out in the IE.
Well, I think he got houses all over California now, or all over the country now.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, based on how he started. You know what I mean?
Like how he started.
A lot of these rappers, they're youngsters. We know, like, their uncles or their
tell you the truth, I think Kendrick's in Brentwood now, just to let you know. I think he's in Brentwood.
Yeah,
he bought like a $40 million mansion in Brentwood.
You know, and that's the thing. Like, we've never shown no hate or animosity. It's always like, oh hell yeah, like another cat making it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he definitely made it.
And then whatever decisions and people they choose to hang out with, then that falls on them.
Yeah. But you respect him as a rapper?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was just wondering what your thoughts were. I will say this about Compton. The thing I love about Compton is that, man, y'all got some banging ass Mexican food spots out there. You know what I mean? I'll definitely say that. Yeah, so it could be better, but I mean, compared to other parts of LA, I feel like y'all got better little hole in the walls. Mom and pop. I like the mom and pop shops. You know what I'm saying? Y'all still got a lot more. A lot of the other parts of LA. It's so sad it got gentrified. You know, like I'm from like the west side of LA, like Venice Beach, all that, and it's just like Venice got completely gentrified.
Okay.
Yeah, Venice got completely gentrified. I mean, I used to be out there. I'm all over the states now, but it's like, yeah, but Venice is like, I consider like Venice, West LA, like my home. You know what I'm saying? That's like part, or was. I don't know. It's like it ain't the same anymore. But I'm just like, yeah, man, it got completely gentrified. So the one thing I like about Compton is that it seems like y'all still, for the most part, are taking care of your mom and pop shops out there a little bit better than other parts of LA.
And then, you know what? What was weird with that just happened? I don't know if it was because of SoFi, being built in Inglewood.
Yeah.
But
yep.
A lot of heads, people moved to San Bernardino because of the Section 8 ordeal.
Yeah.
The rent was going up.
Yeah, it's going up, and it's crazy over there too.
They started cleaning up the neighborhood, pushing people out, as how they use the word.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, then they're buying these homes, and they're increasing in value, and they're putting the whole city like in a weird dynamic.
Man. Inglewood is like bougie now.
Maywood, Carson, Hart. Yeah.
Inglewood's like expensive now.
Like Harbor City, Wilmington. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I don't even like Inglewood anymore, man. I used to love Inglewood, but I don't even like it out there no more. Like, you can't even park nowhere out there, man. Like, the parking is horrendous out there. It's like downtown LA now. You know what I'm saying? Out in Inglewood, because not only do you have the SoFi, but you also got the Intuit Dome out there too now. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, I think they're planning on knocking down all these houses and just building like
crazy
individual properties. Yeah, like they're planning something.
You got so much going on in Inglewood. You got the SoFi, you got the Intuit Dome, and then you also got the Kia still, or it used to be the Forum, but now it's like the Kia. So it's just like, it's just crazy in that area, man. Like, all the people that live there, you're right, man. It's like, that's messed up. That's messed up for them, man. But yeah, we gonna see what happens, man. It's like you said, man. People got to get organized and get rich, man, because it's definitely something's going on. You know what I mean? But
right,
yeah, man.
Right,
try to get you on the next one,
bro. Like, yeah, since my kid fell back asleep, I'm gonna go and knock back out too.
Well, hopefully you was feeling some of the stuff we were saying, right? You was feeling some of it. Yeah. So yeah, appreciate you. All right, man. Have a good one. Stay blessed. Yeah, and that's cool, man. I appreciate some of y'all that were allowing me for the recap. Yeah, man. I mean, homie was making some good points, but some people jump on and they probably don't hear that we already had talked about a lot of that stuff already, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? But I'll let people get off their little thoughts and say what they got to say. Yeah, man. It was 30 years ago. Who cares? Tony, I think I seen you up in here before. Snipe said you're not feeling Kendrick like that yourself. Why is that? Why is that? They did the best they was gonna do to run the road off Tupac unreleased music, Chirac says. Yeah, not only that, but Also, shout out to homie Crooked Eye. I think he was trying to like have it come back up. You know what I'm saying? From LA to Las Vegas and back, a 8-hour round trip. He couldn't make it back to LA. He flew to New Jersey. Who were you talking about right there? Who was that, man? Pro, I'm going through some of your comments. You said they need to lock them up, that effed up hip hop. You imagine if Tupac and Biggie never left. Man, if Tupac and Biggie never left, that'd be crazy. But you know what, though? I think we have a new version. And I know some of y'all might disagree with this. But you know who I think the new version is? I think the new version is Nas and Jay-Z. Like, let's just be honest, y'all. Whether you guys agree with it or not, and let's just pull up an image for context. Whether you guys agree with this or not, Nas and Jay-Z are the closest thing that we have to Tupac and Big, that are still like currently active, that are still doing their thing. They are the closest to Tupac and Biggie that we have, and they are the closest to the generation that we have. Oh, Napoleon, yeah, man. Funny, the man who ran changed his name. Are you talking about Diddy? It's almost $1,800 for an apartment in California in the ghetto. Yeah, you're right about that, man. They gentrified the crap out of LA. Houses in Compton, because I got some of my friends in Compton. Houses in Compton are going for like $500,000. Although Compton ain't too bad though now, man. I think they're kind of making Compton a little bit nicer. I'd say Compton is better than South Central. I love my beard. You said Nas, you think is better with storytelling. I agree. I mean, Nas is my favorite rapper. Or even though, you know, I'm West Coast, but I feel that Nas is my favorite album or favorite rapper. His first 2 albums are some of my favorite albums of all time. You know, like, come on, man. He got so many classics on Illmatic that it's just, come on, man. Let's just say. But, you know, they're all part of the golden era. Thank you, Candy, for the share. I appreciate you. So what do you guys think, man? Yeah, and let's say, for some of you that are just jumping in, man, you guys didn't hear my rant earlier. I was going off on some conspiracy theories earlier. I mean, you know, I like to let people up here, and I appreciate you guys' takes, but I got to really say, no offense, I think you guys like hearing my rants and my conspiracy theories, because when I go off on my conspiracy theories, I notice that's like when the numbers like go up and everybody's like, yo. And then when I let people on, sometimes it's like, you know, then people start jumping off. So, and it's like, I don't want to be rude and not like let people share their ideas, because, you know, I want to run this like a radio show. But I'm starting to notice a pattern here, is that you guys prefer to hear the rabbit holes and the conspiracy theories more than what other people have to say. Shout out Carmen for the follow. I appreciate you. And thank you for the likes coming in, Sell Nails. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for some of the gifts, Sell Nails, that you threw in there. I really appreciate it. It really helps me. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming off of a 3-day fast. I've been fasting for 3 days. So the money and the donations that you guys contribute are very helpful, because I feel like I'm very hungry in a way, and I feel like I can go buy some food, but I'm going to wait for my fast. I got to do another day. I like to do a 72-hour fast. So I'm coming up upon 72 hours, but after that, I think I want to go get me some tacos. So thank you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you guys. I appreciate, I got to do a little cleanse. You know what I'm saying? So, and it keeps my mind right too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it keeps my mind right, keeps me focused. I mean, to tell you the truth, fasting actually gives me more energy. That's the reason why I've been able to go for nearly 7 hours right now. I'm going on my 7th hour right now, about to be 7 hours. It's because I'm fasting. But yeah, think after this fast, I'm going to use some of the donations that you guys sent me, and I'm going to go buy some tacos with that. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, appreciate you, Nonito. Yeah, you said, I feel they throw us case after case to distract us. Yep, the David case, man, that's a crazy one right there. The Nolan case, yeah, now this. Yeah, you're right, case after case. But you know what, though? I want to speak on that, too. Nolimsky or Nolimkey. I want to speak, yeah. I say again, look at Napoleon. Oh, I know about that. I was going to say I was going to go on the whole Outlaws thing. The whole Outlaws thing is really weird. Napoleon's like really like the what? Napoleon's like the only one from the Outlaws. Nonito says, how often do I go live? Thank you for asking such a great question. I go every day. Just about every day. About 10 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you guys jump on me. I'll be back on here tomorrow too, man. It's like a shift. 7 hours. I've not eaten for 15 to 18 hours several times weekly. No, I said 72 hours, Mike. Not 7 hours, 72. So coming up upon 3 days. Coming up upon 3 days. 3-day fast. Sometimes I push it to 4 days, but we'll see. I think I'm going to just do 5. Yeah, man. Appreciate you. Okay, you're in Connecticut. Shout out Nonito in Connecticut. Shout you out. I like Connecticut, man. I've been to the Connecticut before. That's a beautiful city. I like Connecticut a lot. I thought if I ever moved to the East Coast, back to New York, I mean, I used to stay in New York, but I stayed in Queens. But if I ever moved, and I was in Brooklyn for a minute too, but if I ever moved to New York, I've always thought that I wouldn't mind getting a house in Connecticut. I thought like Connecticut was like a real beautiful city. I like the trees out there too. The trees are real nice. But yeah, I go 10 p.m. Eastern time. Yo, Gypsy, what up? Gypsy in the house. What's up? Shout you out. Gypsy in the house. You just got home. Sorry you late. You're very late. I've been going for 7 hours. You're super late. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for tuning in, Gypsy. I appreciate you. I was about to be up on here for a little bit longer. Since you jumped on, maybe I'll stay on for a few more minutes. You know what I'm saying? And then also, it's funny. Like I said, now that I'm going, the numbers increase. Isn't that interesting how that goes? You said you go months only eating every other Sabbath. Wow. Okay. I hear that, man. Yeah, I agree with you too. No limit key. Okay, got you. That's a dope name. You said all I'm gonna say is guilty. He guilty till they proved it. Yeah, you're right, man. You said you have zero concerns about a rapper meeting consequences. Lou, interesting. You go months. I just wanted to reread this comment. You said you go months only eating every other Sabbath. So what? You only eat like every other Sunday? Yeah, Gypsy, thank you for being up in here. Oh yeah, you're right, Dr. Fillmore. Connecticut. Yeah, I guess it's a state. My bad. You're right. I was in Portchester, Connecticut. You're right. I just always considered Connecticut a city because it's only like 30 minutes away from the city. You know, but yeah, to be clear, I mean, this is like so long ago. I was like in college at the time. But to be clear, yeah, I think it was Portchester that I was in. But yeah. Oh, okay, Saturday for sure. Are you which is okay with me. I have no problem with that. Are you Jewish? Because I know the Jews. I know y'all are not allowed to be on your electronic devices on the weekend. So they say. Y'all are not allowed to be on electronic devices, cell phones, and all that stuff on the weekends. Shout out Sell Nails for the GOAT, the clap, and the good job. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Sell Nails. Thank you. Thank you for your donations, Cell Nails. It really helps me to keep going, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you. Let's keep it going. You said you was going to say that you're in New Haven, but Portchester is in New York. Yeah. Like I said, man, this is like a long time ago when I was in college. I just remember I took the train out there from, what is it, Port Authority? Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful place, though, man. I love Connecticut. Overall, that's the point I'm making. I love Connecticut. You don't do religion, but you consider yourself a child of Eden, the place of first man. The child of Eden, isn't that out in the Middle East? Thanks, Nonito. I appreciate you for being on here. I know it's late or early where you are, so thank you so much, man. So let me ask you guys this question for those of you that were in the chat. I know we had some ladies in the chat. Homeboy was talking about something else, but I wanted to ask you this. Let's go down another conspiracy theory while we're here, because we got a good amount of people up in here. T30 says, why did I move to LA out of all those places? I'm from LA, you know what I'm saying? So LA's my home, you know, that's where I'm from. So it wasn't that I really wanted to move to LA. It's just like the city that I know, because that's just where I'm from. But New York, I kind of feel like is like a second home to me, along with Detroit. I got a lot of family in Detroit, so I go to Detroit a lot too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, LA is my home, born and raised. Nah, it's all good. It's all good, man. I got to tell you, man, like sometimes I ask myself, why did I go back to LA? Because there ain't a damn thing happening in LA. I'll tell you that right now. There's nothing happening in LA. I've actually, not, you know, to toot my own horn, I've actually become like more famous than a lot of the people in LA that I was trying to work with. Like all the people in LA that I've been trying to work with, I feel like I'm already like more famous than they are. And they still hate. Like LA's like really filled with a bunch of haters. There's like a bunch of haters out here, man. So sometimes I ask myself, like, why am I even in LA, dude? There's nothing but a bunch of haters out here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just be hating. But let me ask you this for some of you that are in the chat. I got a question for y'all. And you too, Gypsy, and those of you that were around that understand hip hop. Oh yeah, Cell Nails says facts. Are you in LA too, Cell Nails? Let me say this. Someone brought up Faith, and I saw that come up in the comments when I was looking at stuff earlier. Someone had brought up Faith Evans, and I wanted to ask this question. Do y'all think that Tupac really hooked up with Faith Evans? Because it's really interesting to me that Faith has gone on to do a few interviews, a few podcasts. I know she was with Stevie J, and one of my homies worked with Stevie J. Not only did one of my homies work with Stevie J, but he actually lived with Stevie J. He was roommates with Stevie J. And I don't know, like at the time it didn't really click in my mind, but I feel like I should have asked him that question. Like, yo, did Faith, because, you know, Faith and Stevie J were together for a while, right? And I feel like, yo, did Faith and Tupac hook up? Did they really hook up when they took that picture? Let's pull it up for context. What do y'all think? I have to go back to the comments. I mean, I know the comments is probably like way down deep in the comments, so I'll have to look it up. Thank you, Miss Cookies, for the likes. Let me see real quick. One of y'all were saying something about Faith. I saw that pop up in the comment section, and that made me really want to ask the question. And thank you, Mistress Music, for the follow. I appreciate you. You said, heck yeah, she did. She wanted to hurt Biggie. Damn, that's crazy, man. That's cold. Yeah, because I always thought, like, it's interesting that I never hear them ask that question. Oh, wow. Is TikTok not letting me go back to all the comments? I mean, there's like a million comments up in here. Thank you guys so much, man. A lot of feedback up in here. But somebody was saying something about Faith, but you said, yeah, so you think, damn, if she did that, that's scandalous. Because it's like, wasn't Faith, listen, I didn't mean what is Tupac's religion. I'm just looking up on Google what it says. Okay, let's see what Faith Evans had to say about this real quick. I just got to hear this real quick. So you said, yeah, Gypsy says you think they hooked up for sure. So this might be a close interview that they asked her the question. Because I always wondered that, like, was it fake? Because I think, like, they asked her that.
Little Dragon and Appreciation. We have another thing in common, which is our name has been put in songs before, which...
Is that Melissa Ford? Oh, yeah, that's Melissa Ford.
We were not depicted at that favorably.
Right.
You know, Game had his fun, you know, with
You
Melissa.
in that Honda Accord, baby.
And at the time, I was driving an S550, motherfucker.
And she got an $80,000 truck right now.
Exactly, but I digress.
Give me a cocktail.
And here's the thing: is just Game putting my name in the song made people. It insinuated that we had some kind of prior relationship, and it went sour, and this was his sour grapes.
A lot of y'all are saying that you think she did. Let's see what some of the comments say. You say, so someone's saying, some of y'all are saying, yes. Miss Cookie says yes. Shirez, I know the song Hit 'Em Up. That's what we're about to get into with Faith. Melissa Ford's talking about Biggie or Game. I don't really care about that. I don't care what you got to say, Melissa Ford. And I know you hooked up with Ice-T.
And took that on the chin because when I first heard that record.
All right, we're going to play what Faith has to say in an interview about it in just a second.
You have the red on it. You guys just took a photo. It was just a photo. Oh, no, that was...
All right, we're going to get to that in just a second. Listen to the song. He said Faith came and visited him that night in his lyrics. Yeah. Well, you know, Tupac could just be saying stuff too. She confessed 2 weeks ago that they did on social media. Oh, just 2 weeks ago? Damn. You know he broke her off. Damn. No, I think he took that picture with Faith just on some friends, but the media made it worse. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I don't think that he hooked up with her in that photo, but like people had said that you said that he went and hooked up with her later that night. Mr. Williams. No, Pac didn't know when she came to visit him. Okay. Mr. Williams is still educating Americans. Okay. It's like no people in the courtroom. I would say yes, but WW getting it in. Pac WW is getting it in. I said Faith was still fighting for Biggie music royalties. She visited him. Yeah, true. My question is, why aren't they getting Suge? Well, Suge is already incarcerated, so see, Pac didn't know she was with Biggie. They used to get him to sign. I think Pac knew. That's why he did hit him up. Lenore says, what did I miss? We're talking about Pac and Faith Evans, if he really hooked up with her. Wasn't that what Biggie was doing it? He said this in his song and not hit him up. Other songs. Please tell us the song. Pac knew she was with Big. Exactly. They even portrayed this in all the movies with him. Tupac was a ballet dancer from the East Coast. He was literally the opposite of what he claimed. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. I needed a laugh. Thank you. I needed that laugh. Thank you so much, Pickles. Tupac was a ballet dancer? Isn't there a video, we'll pull that up, of Tupac and Jada Pinkett dancing, and it looks like really weird? We got to keep this picture up. This picture of Diddy, the Prince Harry, Prince William and Harry, and then Kanye is just hilarious. I'm gonna make a beat tape, and I think I'm gonna make this my album cover for the beat tape. I'm gonna do like an album that's just beats, and I think I'm gonna use this picture for the album cover. Let me pull that up real quick. Tupac dancing with Jada Pinkett. Yeah, because the way he's dancing in it, it looks really funny. Like he looks like he's like almost doing ballet in the video. Yeah, here it is right here. Oh, great. It's on TikTok. Tupac was a ballet dancer. Let's play this real quick. Too bad you guys can't see this on TikTok, but you can actually search it. It's on TikTok where he's dancing with Jada Pinkett. There ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong. That's how people used to dance back then. I'm gonna like this because I might have to go back. The craziest part is that they're dancing to Will Smith. That's the crazy part. They're dancing to Will Smith or Fresh Prince. Parents just don't understand.
I'm just cruising around the neighborhood. Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, fake trial. Yeah, did you guys see the video? You can look this up. I just searched it right now. It's on TikTok. Just search Tupac, Jada Pinkett dancing on TikTok. You'll see the video for those of you that are in the chat. Tupac dancing with Jada Pinkett or Pinkett. Will Smith. Parents just don't understand. It's on TikTok. You said if they didn't, but for real, because everyone was talking about the pics going around, but I never seen them get online. I seen them back in the day. Yeah, I seen him online. I seen him back in the day too. Yeah, he was in school. He was 16, 17. Pac was still a kid. I think it's a fake trial too. Whoop whoop. Yeah. All right, let's hear what Faith had to say. I mean, this was a long time ago, but you're right. You said that she just came out and said that it did happen. Well, I'll say this for Tupac. Good for him, because he definitely got her in her prime. Even though she looks blitzed in this photo. She looks faded in that photo. We're just pulling the photo up right here. Let's see.
When we first met.
God,
That
so
was just when we
photo.
first met. I didn't even know him. That was,
Okay.
you know. But no, there was articles and stuff saying, you know, when he said that, Shook said, I took him on a shopping spree and traded him my wedding rings, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a violation.
So that song actually came after that, if I'm not mistaken. However, you also got to factor in the fact that that Big
Yeah, she denied
had
it.
the song Jay-Z record where he said if Faye had twins, she probably have two Pacs. Now, mind you, when I first heard that record, Big and I were together. He played it for me, and I'm pretty sure he played it without that verse. Maybe he was still writing it, you know. But when I heard it again a few months later, my manager played it. She's like, "Did you hear?" She was pissed. She was like, "I'm fucking gonna fuck Big up. No, fuck that. Why would he?" And I was like, "What?" She's like, "You ain't hear this record? You ain't, you know?" And I was like, "No." And then she played it for me, and I was like, I was pissed at him because that was never an issue with us, whether I was pregnant by him or Tupac. Like, that was never something he never asked me that. Like, are you pregnant by me or him?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That wasn't an issue between us.
Right.
So it was very shocking. And it was something that I just really kind of dealt with it. I just kind of sucked it up and took that on the chin because I knew that he didn't think that. And I knew that wasn't the case. But at the same time, we were dealing with the fact that we were separated. I didn't go on his tour because he had a girlfriend and another.
Oh, so Biggie and her were separated at the time. So they were married. Why she end up with Stevie J, Puff friend, while they were married, and he knew she was married to Big. I know the whole Stevie J thing is weird. Since this is, I got a homeboy, like I said, who works with Stevie J, so I might have to call him up I never really asked him that question. Like, hey, what happened with Stevie J and Faith? Like, did Faith ever tell Stevie the truth? Because my boy works with Stevie J.
Other girl and da-da-da-da. It was just so many dynamics. You know, I was just like, I'm not giving it my energy. I was actually probably maybe 6, 7, I want to say kind of halfway through my pregnancy when that song came out. So I was still doing shows and everything. I got people, you know, saying shit after the shows. And I'm like, nigga, fuck you. You know what I mean?
And this is why her and Cardi should do a song.
Oh, well, I was just, I'll let her finish, but I was
That's so funny you said that. I just thought about
No,
that.
because I was just about to ask you. So, because I just introduced Cardi to Monica in Miami this weekend. I love Monica, but they're not going to do a song together. But if I put y'all two together and y'all make a song, how do I get paid?
He said,
you got to write on it, I guess.
You got to publish a little publishing.
If you write something, right?
What if I just do like
we don't need you to put us together, like, you know.
No, but I want to get. Listen, I know you don't need me to, but I need the check.
You got to write something.
But where is it going to come from, boo?
I don't know publishing. If I just
Even
do
if
like,
you come up with a concept.
What if I make a sound on the album or something? What if it's a mixtape situation? I'm on it. Anyway.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no, I saw your interview with Vlad TV. It was a really good, really honest, because you're also an author and you've written books.
I was like, who is this gay dude? Oh, that's Jason Love. Damn, Jason Love lost a lot of weight, man. Good for him. Shout out Jason Love. Yeah, this interview might be a little old now that I see Jason Love. He looked like Jason Love looked like a fat Puerto Rican right here, man. He definitely, that dude must have did some Ozempic and all kinds of stuff, man. I was like, who is this dude? I've seen him, I've heard that voice before, but that face don't look familiar. Now I know. Damn, Jason Love, that dude must have did he do surgery? I think he had some work done, huh? He didn't just lose weight and do Ozempic. That fool got some work done because he looked like a completely different person now. He don't even look like the same person anymore, man. I think that fool did some plastic surgery, man. His face don't even look the same because, you know, when people lose weight, they still look the same. Jason Love don't even look like this anymore. That's crazy, man.
And in your book, you detailed the experience, the whole Tupac craziness experience.
Mm-hmm.
My question was, is just as women in the industry, how do you all take that when guys just put that on you and not say something?
She said it right when she
That's
said
a good question.
you took it on the chin. I
Right.
mean, when Game said that, first of all, I heard the song.
Melissa Ford, please shut up. Please shut up. When Game said that, nobody cares about you and Game. We're talking about Tupac and Faith. And Melissa, you were supposed to be on the Joe Budden podcast. What happened? What happened? She couldn't take it anymore? Yeah, Mr. 77, you said it ain't revealing no truth. Yeah, Shiraz, I got the song pulled up. Don't forget, they were making his album, yeah, and he was recording going back to Cali, exactly, which was a big mistake for Biggie. He said, I made my money, and then Faith came and invaded prison. Wow. Shout out Trendsetter. Jason Lee definitely had some work done. Yeah, man, Miss Cookies, for real, man. Jason Love don't even look like the same person. That dude don't even look like the same person anymore.
And I thought it was funny as shit because Melissa Ford, Honda Accord, Grammy
Right.
Awards, it rhymes. I'm like, I didn't.
And that's the funny thing.
Melissa Ford, Honda Accord, Grammy Award. Melissa Ford, Honda Accord, Grammy Award.
Think Big did stuff like that too.
First of all, I heard the song and I thought it was funny as shit because Melissa Ford, Honda Accord, Grammy
Right.
Awards, it rhymes. I'm like, I didn't.
And that's the funny thing. Big did stuff like that too. Like
Yeah.
he would say something that it was very vaguely have to do with real life, but it made more sense in his song or in the rhyme or the, just to make a joke out of it too. Sometimes, you know. So I get it.
Yeah, so I did not anticipate that it was going to take wings like it did in my case. And so when
The first show me and Melissa did here, I called her Uber, and it was a Honda Accord.
I was like, I'm not getting in that motherfucker.
But the funny thing is, even back then, I'm the listener that, you know, and this probably was after my situation, but you know, that listens to that like, well, that don't mean he fucked with her. He probably just making a, you know,
because
a rhyme out of it because her name. You right?
Thank you, Larissa, for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Right, you know.
But not everybody else is that,
Think like that.
it thinks like that.
Right,
And so
right.
I ended up on red carpets and every media outlet was asking me about this. And I was just like, okay, so
Oh my God, Melissa Ford just wants to be the center of attention so bad, man. She's just trying so hard. I gotta say, like, no offense, but I just cannot sometimes stand women like this. Like, she just like, and I was on red carpets and Grammy Awards and BET Awards, and I don't know.
What am I supposed to do with this information? Like, what do I do? And the only thing that you can do is be composed and tactful and try to deflect.
Right.
You know?
It is what it is,
what it is.
ain't
Sorry,
what it ain't.
It's a great
I got
car.
a movie in movie theaters right now. Check it out.
Honda Accords are great cars. Even if you
Yes,
did.
they have a high resale value, the highest of any car on the road right now.
They also are the number one car that's stolen. So
Yes, so
anyway,
people.
Yeah, crazy. All right, so I was looking at these interviews, but I didn't see this question asked, so I'll ask it. Did you ever see Tupac after he did that song? Like,
Good
did you ever
question.
run into him?
Good question, Jason.
No.
That's why you're a journalist. Good question.
Did you confront him when it happened? Did you call him and be like, motherfucker, what the?
I didn't have any contact with him like that. Once I did the record with him, and then
She told the story how she
I
showed up
left
at the
LA
studio.
like immediately.
She
Like,
showed up to
you
the
know,
studio.
within days when I started hearing people, because that wasn't social media time. But we went to that Clive, the Waiting to Exhale thing. Then we were in the studio maybe 2 days later, and then maybe 2 days after that.
So yeah, she sounded like what's his name? She sounded like Faith is sounding like Reggie Wright right now on the stand, where she's like, I didn't know anything and I didn't do anything about it. Like, you're gonna let this guy call you the B word, say that he hooked up with you? That's why I effed your B. You know what I'm saying? That's why I effed your. That's why I effed your B. And you're just gonna sit there and say, yeah, you allowed it to happen and you didn't say anything about it and you didn't care if you ran into him and this and that. It's just like, all right, so I'm happy that I asked that question for you guys. You guys pretty much answered my question, because that's a question that I've always wanted to know is, yeah, I wanted to know your thoughts. Like, did Faith hook up with Pac? But I guess you guys answered that question. Thank you. Because that's a question I've always been wondering, to tell you the truth.
It was just somebody saying something that they did the interview. I don't know if the article was out, but
I don't know if the article was out.
I just started hearing things, so I was like, wait a minute, it's time for me to go home because I got to talk to Big. Because at this time I was avoiding him because I didn't want to be on that bad boy tour, beating somebody's ass every day. So I'm like, I'm going to go out here and make some money writing songs. Never knew I was going to meet Tupac. I was just randomly at the club with the dude and his group that I was writing for that night.
You said they was meeting in Virginia, where you at, and what was that? I can't see that what it says, but thank you for the follow. You said they was meeting in Virginia, where you at, and was going to Fuse, Machiavelli record, and the commission together. Yeah.
And Nikki Gilbert. And Tupac happened to be with Tretch, who I knew already. Oh, my boy want to meet you. I didn't, it wasn't nothing to me. Big had always talked about him, but I didn't know him. So, I mean, it didn't feel like anything.
That was one person we forgot in this chat was Tretch.
Thing strange at that time. He was bigging me up. I love your record. I love your music. Let's do a song together. So, I mean, there was nothing strange in that at that moment to me, It didn't feel strange until I walked in the studio and saw all the Death Row people, because I didn't know he was on Death Row. And prior to that, my only experience with Death Row was the Source Awards, which I still wasn't 100% clear on what that was about with the Suge and Puffy thing. I didn't know what that was about.
What made you want to cold call?
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like she's guilty. Guilty. That's what it sounds like to me. Sounds like that she definitely slept with Pac. No doubt about it. Oh, this is from the movie too, man. I pulled up the wrong one. That's the homeboy from the movie. But yeah, it sounds like she definitely did that. Damn, what a retaliation, man. What a crazy scenario, man. Tretch, something wasn't wrong about him too. What do you mean by something was wrong about him too? Yeah, you said, yeah, she's deflecting. Yeah, she straight up was deflecting. Like, it's like, man, let me tell you something. I can tell when someone's lying, and it definitely sounded like, and I'll tell you right now, there's two people in this stream who I feel like were lying. Reggie Wright on the stand. This guy right here on the stand of the testimony that we played earlier. And for those of you that didn't see it, you can go back on my stream and watch it. I don't know where it was. It was probably about 3 or 4 hours ago. It's like you guys got me on a natural, you know, crazy, man. But yeah, this guy, Reggie, who was on the stand, and Faith Evans. Those are the two people that I think that I heard lying right now about everything that they're saying. And to also go back to this point, when they interviewed or put on the stand the homeboy before him, Mob James, I think his name was. Where is? Let me make sure. Yeah, Mob James. They asked him, did Reggie Wright, and you know I have to use the right words, right? They said, did Reggie Wright, or did you, or they asked him, Mob James, they said, did Reggie Wright have anything to do with what happened to Tupac? And he was like, no. I said, why do you have to hesitate, man? Like if somebody asked you a question like, hey, did this person have something to do with this? You would just say, nah, not at all, right? You wouldn't sit there and say, well, no. Yeah. Put that man on a lie detector test and let's just have everybody go home. What's the whole point of having this whole trial? Just get a lie detector test and let's all go home. And let's save the tax dollars. But I get it, like I said earlier, these lawyers, these judges, these jurors, they all need to get paid. And that's why I think they're proceeding with this bullshit. But it's like, did Reggie have anything to do with Tupac's? No. And then they asked him the question. I wish I knew the timestamp of it. Let's see if I can find it.
Meet you, general manager.
Okay, I'm about to try something brand new. So
after this, we'll play it. See if I can find it. If they would have merged together, yeah, Ro and Bad Boy, yeah, that would have been interesting if Tupac and Suge could have got along just like Tupac and or just like Drake and Kendrick. Imagine if these two black people were to get together. Diddy, Kanye having beef. Diddy, Suge having beef. Tupac, Diddy, Tupac, Biggie. It's just all this black on black crime, right?
Are those problems, and I'm not asking you to get into specifics, but are those problems meaning issues with other people who might be gangbanging or might be trying to threaten folks?
Correct, yes.
And you are somebody that Suge relied on to be able to protect his roster of music artists and other things like that.
Correct.
And after you were asked to help out with...
question. I think it was Reggie.
Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Yeah, Keepy's lawyer.
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what Suge paid us for working. So that was two different entities, Reggie and Suge. The homies was there for the Suge night. Reggie Wright hired his company
Suge had the motive too.
Watch over Suge Knight.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes out in the trial. I mean, we got this week. You know what I'm saying? Toolbox. So let's see what happens. Suge fell out of the car. The one thing that homeboy that jumped on earlier, the only thing that he said, I mean, everything he said I already knew, including what he said that I agreed with, or a few things. But he was one of the few people that made a good point on some people say allegedly that Suge used Pac as a shield when the you know the boom boom started happening.
Right. So his security did. We gonna
once again, the intent was to protect 662. The shots had run. It's not that big of a deal. He's gonna be okay.
That's what came back to 662. People that went to the scene, and everybody said Tupac was talking. So everybody came back to the club saying he's gonna be all right. So people just went back to, you know, me.
Right. Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes. I don't, and what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send.
This is a big part right here.
So that's why I'm here where I'm at and where I am, because kids, I'm teaching them never to be like their papa, to be, and I'm not proud. I can hurt him, and I was wrong.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me help you out with this.
Okay.
So these people right here, what they want. So outside of that South Side we're talking about, yes or no answer.
Okay, let me. Was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood, as well they did mine. But Orlando,
I'm gonna try to see if I can pull it
him,
up for you.
and certain other people were being assaulted because people wanted to kill
that just jumped in that didn't hear it.
Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
I'm not the only one up in here. No, they weren't the only one. It's his neighborhood in particular. Right. But they were the main subjects of a gang war. It was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you. Stop. Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're clear, okay, for these people. In terms of that information, none of those people were there, right?
Let me see if this is it right here.
What people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood, or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bear their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody?
Yeah, I hear you.
They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that
a tense exchange with a witness in the trial against Dwayne Keefe D. Davis.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in Las Vegas, listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me, were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't answer that without my question. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
I am focused. Very
focus on this.
I think it's coming up right here.
You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
Right? I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who that was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
I ain't saying shit.
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not going to explain.
He said, talk to your lawyer, dude. Your lawyer's tripping. He told that to Keefe. He said, talk to your lawyer, dude. Your lawyer's tripping.
Yeah, I can't talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay, let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
A phone conversation. People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only takes 3.5 hours to get home.
Sure.
Yes, it wasn't a problem for people to.
For those of you that you can't see, this is one of Suge's security or private security. Mob James talking about what happened in Vegas on the stand, giving his testimony, and he did not want to be there. He was subpoenaed.
Find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones. They texted people. They let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting.
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies. They had all kind of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever.
So that's what I said. Like homeboy that jumped on talking about the walkie-talkies. It's like, dude, yeah, we already know this. We've been watching the trial. I already knew this before the trial, but it's like, yeah, if you go back and you look at these phenomenal testimonies that will probably be in a movie later. He said this in the testimony. That's what I said. Like, man, some of y'all got to understand. Some of us are already paying attention.
But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Okay. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. Like, it was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
Now, the night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie, an XL thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie Wright?
Here we go.
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in his pocket. I don't
Notice that every time you ask him a question about Reggie Wright, he always pauses.
know what he had on his hip.
But you were the head of securities, but you're telling us you did not have any type of
Right way security has nothing to do with the gangbanging security, power rules, whatever you want to call it. They had nothing to do with us.
Okay.
The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
Let's see.
Let's see here.
Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think the state had asked this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California?
Yes.
By a police officer?
I don't know. He was in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court in Victorville.
And then that court in California said you have to show up here.
And in that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing.
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in detention court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And like I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem.
They're going to definitely make a movie about this. That's for sure. They're going to make a movie. You get ready, Netflix. This is about to be on Netflix.
Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here.
Tupac trial coming to a theater near you.
I'm not finished.
Starring Tom Cruise.
Send him to prison. You are.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just answer your questions, we're going to have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good for him.
Right. And once again, I just want to, look, we're just trying to figure out who shot Tupac.
I like the fact that he's not snitching.
That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, that's it. Right?
Was I in entourage when Tupac got...
That's the beautiful thing about people from the original generation and not these like new generation. I mean, no disrespect to the newer generation. Some of y'all are cool. But I like the fact that the older generation, they still believe in the code of the streets and don't believe in snitching. Whereas you watch the A$AP Rocky trial or these other like youngster new trials, they'd be like, so who did it? Him, right there, Your Honor. Him, right there, like 6ix9ine. It was him. He did it. But I like the fact that the older generation, they still believe in like not snitching.
Got shot. No.
Like him, Suge.
Okay.
They don't snitch. If you notice that, like if you guys go and you watch these trials, you notice the trials with the youngsters, they're all just snitching on each other. Like Gunner's like, he did it. It was Young Thug. Young Thug did everything. But you watch these OGs, they're like, I ain't saying shit.
Else, right?
I was at 62. I mean, that ain't hard. That's easy math.
No further questions.
Anything further, Sage? No. All right, we've got one more phase, and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? All right.
You're telling us that you were there. Right. And once again, I just want to look.
Tell me something that we're going to have a...
Real quick, so you can find it.
I'm not finna send him to prison. Talk to me and tell me I don't want to talk. Like I explained, that running and put my grandkids in the court. I had to go to court and do it.
The only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena.
I don't have no other reason.
We're going to build the platform.
Here, let's just get through these ads. I just want to see if we can find this one part. If we can't, it's all good. You guys know where this is at. This is on Vlad's. The only reason why I'm playing Vlad, I know some of y'all don't mess with Vlad, but the only reason I'm playing Vlad is because he's putting the whole case.
All right, I get what you're saying.
Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, or certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was supposed to gangbanging security. Yeah, I don't know how much.
Now, the night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie?
Las Vegas, that shooting? Yeah. It wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. It's the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only takes 3.5 hours to get home.
You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, okay, like who? Focus on this. My question to you is this. You went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that bear their arms and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody. They stop.
That guy is a bunch of other people who were involved in what?
In the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow.
Man, he hates being there.
When I told you no.
Correct. So
I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say something is wrong.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton, and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Was there? Can you describe?
I just noticed this right now. Look at this right here. You see that tattoo on his hand? You probably can't see it on YouTube, on TikTok, but let me just zoom in. You see that tattoo right there on his hand, on that lawyer's hand? That's interesting. I've never seen a lawyer with that kind of a tattoo. That looks like he got a tribal tattoo on his hand. And you know, tattoos mean things. Wonder what that means. Yeah. Maybe it was the other lawyer. I think it was the other lawyer or the prosecutor who asked him that question. Let me see. If not, you guys can find it.
That night. A lot of things happened weeks and weeks after that night. Me or anybody else bringing up the dead is wrong. Living the life in how and relive this situation again.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Then I'm not going to speak on Orlando. Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time. Is it fair to say that your reputation and your standing in the neighborhood would require... No, that's my fault. I asked, would that being in the life that you were, if somebody like Tupac is...
You would have to go. There's some rules that you wrote. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It wasn't no, oh, you get a pass. No, I would have shot him, to be honest.
So then you had mentioned, I'm not going to ask you to go into any specifics, but you had mentioned that after what happened here in Las Vegas, there were issues between the neighborhoods. How long did that last? Was it like, all right?
Let's go. Because it really wasn't our beef. This was between Suge Knight and KPD. And people put themselves in situations, like myself. I'm guilty as everybody else. Like myself, I put myself in a situation to protect something and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with me. I get it. But we did things for all the road.
Have you ever done before?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the district attorneys prior to your testimony here today?
Once.
And is that what you're referring to?
So yeah. Well, there's a point. I mean, he's on this stand going on here, man, for like an hour and a half, going up against
no, that's my fault.
Everybody, man. And it's like, it's just crazy, man, how this trial is. But
Evening, I'm Brian Loftus.
I'm Denise Valdez. So this is day 2 now.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna say it. They're not gonna say it on the news. That's why I went to Vlad's channel, because at least Vlad is pulling up. Let me see if I can pull up the transcript. Vlad is like putting up the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? He's not pulling up just like a little part here and there, where they're just gonna show you like little clips. But yeah, man, it's pretty crazy.
I asked, would that being working as the head of security.
My name's Steve
It's pretty
Chen.
crazy if you guys haven't watched it, but he straight up asked him, "Hey man, so did Reggie have anything to do with Pac?" And it's not funny. It's not funny. It's actually kind of sad, but you know, hey.
A few months after that.
Okay, so we're talking about the start of Death Row Records. Reggie wasn't part of Death Row Records initially, but you were.
Yes.
And then Suge Knight, was he the boss of Death Row Records?
Yes.
Okay. Was Suge from the same neighborhood?
From the mob?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Suge was. He was guilty by association.
Okay.
He wasn't from the neighborhood. He lived in the neighborhood. We looked at him as somebody from the neighborhood. When he started Death Row and started to recruit us, then yes, he's from the hood.
So I guess there's a difference between living on a certain street versus being from the hood.
Yeah.
And how would you describe that difference?
I look at it, you have three different type of friends in the neighborhood. You got gang members, you got gang bangers, and you got men that just guilty by association from living in that area.
Okay. And can you tell me what the difference between a gang his roster? Were you familiar with the South Side concept?
Right. Anytime you're dealing with the gang life, signed to Death Row.
And when he
I think Tupac inherited the beat between Suge Knight and Puck.
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
And we all fell. Some of us fell victim to it because we allowed ourselves to be a part of the BS, should I say? And that was a situation between record companies, not gangs. So technically, it wasn't our business. But when you had 20 men just fresh out of prison and didn't have a way of getting the things they wanted, getting a paycheck from Suge, we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Now, was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is Southside.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Piru and Southside?
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when...
Who's going to run through this prosecutor real quick?
Do you recall any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested?
Don't ask me that right here. I'll say that.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about September 7th.
We were having issues.
Similar to the kind of security you were asked to apply in the whole Snoop Dogg situation.
All of my people were there to make sure nothing funny happened at 662 in that manner. But if anybody remember that night, it was so many Metro and everybody.
Now, you said you were there to be on the lookout for something. What were you?
You said I was on the lookout for nothing.
I apologize. You were there. You were there in order to ensure there weren't.
I didn't say I was on the lookout for
You were
nothing.
there providing security to ensure that
Damn, look at Keefy D, man.
Crips did not initiate any violence. When you were there, was Reggie Wright Jr. with you that night at September 7th, 1996 at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Reggie doing there?
Reggie's job was to watch me and make sure I don't get in trouble. Everybody knew how I was. So Reggie, everybody else went to the fights. Reggie was there to watch me with the people that was there.
And I'm guessing that you were not the only person there making sure there wasn't any problems at Club 662.
I'm positive it was 30, 45 rules there.
And again, that was to make sure that there wasn't any violence that occurred at Club 662.
Right.
When at some point that night, do you learn that Tupac or Suge had been shot?
That night, yes.
Can you tell me how you learned about that?
Well, people was coming back and was explaining that Tupac and Suge just got shot. Everybody was in a uproar. A lot of people started even trying to get over there on Cobalt. We couldn't leave because we didn't pay to do this here. It wasn't too long after people started coming back, like Heron, because that night he was on his head. And
he came back, you said he had a bandage on his head. But
the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
Some people would describe being shot in the head even
Well,
slightly.
He described it as that. I mean,
Yeah.
you're wrong.
All right. So when you find out, well, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Found it.
Impossible.
Tupac and Suge.
Thank you. That's real journalism right there. Notice they throw an ad up right there, right when I find the part I'm looking for. That's real journalism right there. You guys got to give me props. I know it took me a little minute, but I found it. He asked him the question, did Reggie Wright have anything to do with Tupac? He's like,
was coordinating.
Impossible.
When you found out that Tupac and Suge.
I can't believe that I was searching this on YouTube, and I don't think anybody has pulled this part up. I think this is one of the most important questions and parts of the testimony from Mob James. When he goes up and the prosecutor asks him, did Reggie, who, for those of you that don't know, he was the undercover cop. Not undercover, but off-duty cop, I should say. But everybody knew he was a cop, but he was off-duty cop, I should say. But he was like he wasn't in his uniform, right? And a lot of people are saying that he was actually some of the police that was coordinating. There's rumors that Reggie was one of the police that were there during the Tupac incident. And he was like the police that like made sure that, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? So it's just interesting that I'm glad I found it. Thank you.
Were shot. So when you find out, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie the murder of Tupac Shakur? That Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
Shakur.
Impossible.
And I say that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Impossible.
Way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Impossible.
And I say this because you're aware that
impossible. Impossible.
The murder of Tupac. Did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
And I say this because
impossible.
Did Reggie Wright coordinate what happened to Mr. Shakur? Impossible. Look at his face. Look at his facial expression right here. For those of you that can see the video. Because I'm also showing this on YouTube real quick. Like, look at his facial expression. Are you going to tell me that he doesn't look like he's lying right there? The dude looks like he's straight lying. Yeah, Sean says Tupac will always be that. Yeah, I can agree with you on that. He said, like, why wouldn't you just say, like, if they ask you a question, hey, did so-and-so have something to do with this? Especially a serious question like that. You're not going to just say, nah, he had nothing to do with that, or no, he had nothing to do with that. Shout out C to73 for the follow. I appreciate you. You said you have that photo. You have this photo in your room. Yeah, it's a classic photo. They asked the question. We're playing the court take right here where they asked the question to him. Did the undercover cop or the off-duty cop that was working with you guys, did he have anything to do with what happened to Tupac? And he goes and he says, I want to make sure I save this video.
Impossible.
The murder.
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
coordinating were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
If you're running your own business,
they're like, oh, you're playing that part too much. All right, I'm just gonna play it a few more times. It's just interesting.
I mean, and I say this of Tupac Shakur was coordinating. Appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware of Tupac Shakur.
Look at that right here. Look at right here. Watch right here how he looks to the left. He's like, so did he have anything to do with Tupac Shakur? Did the cops and the police officers who you were working with, did they have anything to do with Tupac Shakur? And he's just sitting there in his chair like this. He looks to the left first, and he looks to the right. And then he's like, well, I don't want to mess up that money that they paid me off to stay quiet. So, it's like he had to think about it first. He really, man, Mob James, man. See, this is what happens when you have old people or older people or elderly people, because Homeboy's a senior citizen. He said he's in his over his 60s. Good for you. Too bad you have to be going through this and dealing with this. Same thing with Keefe over in your 60s. That's what I said. It's like a senior citizen trial at this point. But, you know, older people, I noticed they have a harder time lying. Like, they can't lie as much because they can't like be as like, oh yeah, you know, they say when you lie, you have to like kind of remember the lie. So it's like, you know, as you get elderly, it's a little bit harder to remember the lie. But it's just so interesting how they ask him, so did he have anything to, it's like right when he asked that question, he looked like, what are you looking at, man? Just say no. No, he had nothing to do with it. Or yes, he did. But he's sitting there like, no. Impossible. Let's watch it one more time.
Anyway, that with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Look to the left. Look to the right.
Impossible.
All right. Yep. I think we covered it. Thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I'm about to jump up out of here. YouTube, go to TikTok if you guys can. I'm going to be on here for a few more minutes on TikTok. But thank you so much, YouTube, for those of you that were joining. I think we went way too long on YouTube, but I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all for sticking around with me that are on YouTube. TikTok, I'll go for a few more minutes on here because I just want to read some of the comments that you guys said before I get out of here. But thank you, YouTube, for being here with me. I appreciate y'all. And this is pretty crazy. And if there are any more crazy testimonies, I will definitely pull them up. But for now,